run at 7 miles an hour, and I get a half mile through this, and I'm like, holy moly. I was hurting, dude.
Did you ever think about, like, hitting your boy and say, yo, how the hell you put this thing down?
I was just trying to move. Like, I had a bunch of stuff going this morning. I had to shave. Like, I had a lot going on. I got done with my legs are jellyfish. Just straight. I had to drop the speed down just to get it done. I
hope he's listening right now.
Just laughing.
And I hope he calls in. If you're listening, what's your boy's name again?
Ed.
Ed, if you're listening, please call us and tell us how simple it was to put down that incline. We will take it live on air because JP just don't. I don't know. It's like, oh, you just started.
He won't call, but he might text.
The baseline is 5.
No. Maybe it's built to 100 or something.
Nah.
You know what I mean? I don't know, but it kicked my ass.
Once you started running, you realized the baseline wasn't 5.
Yo, the baseline is 0, and 5 is 50% of the way to a straight line uphill. I will say this, Jeff's fitness commitment is actually inspiring me to get my S together, because what happens, I usually stay in pretty good shape, and then football season hits, and then I'm just running ragged every direction. And in turn, I just don't make the time. And seeing Jeff make the time, all right, I'm going to try to make the time. So shout out to Jeff. I also want to shout out Jeff because he's a Yankee fan. Landfill's a Yankee fan. Jeff made the decision to wear red socks on the first day of the baseball playoffs. Uh-huh. And what happened? The Red Sox went into the Bronx and beat his New York Yankees. So way to go, Jeff.
Well, he's a Red Sox fan.
Yeah, he's probably a Red Sox fan now. That's his other team. You know what I mean? Jeff likes to keep track of all the various teams. Did you watch any baseball yesterday?
I watched a little bit of the Dodgers. That group right there is a wagon. And Ohtani is way better than what everybody says he is.
Dude, so I saw the leadoff home run, and then I called
that thing exited in like 2 seconds.
Doug, so not the leadoff, but like the first inning home run.
Yeah.
The exit velocity on that thing, you want to guess?
168.
117. With a wooden bat, dude.
Bruh, listen, it left so quick. It was like popping. It was like that. You know, but that dude is good, man.
Phillies, Dodgers.
And let's remember, he just come off of surgery not long ago.
I know. Phillies, Dodgers could be real juicy. When I saw him hit that home run, I was like, I've seen enough of this. Like, I know, like, I know what's going to happen here. The Yankees-Red Sox game was really good. Red Sox had this big lead. The Yanks are able to load the bases in the bottom of the ninth, and then just nothing.
All the Yankees had going down the stretch was Judge.
Yeah.
He basically carried them.
Last year in the World Series, that's all they had.
He needs more help than what he's getting.
Well, I mean, Soto signs with the Mets. Stanton is not what he was in Miami when he went by the name of Mike. I think the most impressive performance yesterday was the first game. Skubal for the Tigers. You know, we talk about Skeens, we talk about all these other pitchers. Skubal might be that dude.
Skubal can go.
He had 14 Ks yesterday in that game.
14 Ks in the playoffs. That's special.
Yo, and then the Tigers almost choked that thing away, but they got it done. You know, I'm excited just to have baseball on these days where there's 4 games, so you could kind of, like, I'm not locked in, but it's kind of like just fun background noise throughout the day, and then for me, I usually lock in like the 8th, 9th inning. It was cool to have October, like, playoff baseball on yesterday, and then I get in the car this morning to drive out here, and the Nats are introducing their new general manager, Paul Taboni. He seems like a really impressive young guy. So I listened to his press conference, and the Junkies, I believe, got an interview with him as well. I did hear my man Toby Altizer with – dude, I think the questions – I don't want to say this specifically, but, like, Zuckerman got the first question in the presser, which he deserves. He's been – I believe Zuck's been on the beat since the Nats existed.
Right.
And the most tenured person should get that first question. Zuck asked a good question. He's like, hey, you know, you explained why you like DC. What did these guys tell you that made you trust them, basically? So Zuck asked a question, then I believe it was Andrew Golden from the Post. And then I want to say it was Spencer Nussbaum. I want to give him credit because I thought it was a really good question. And Nussbaum was like, yo, what assurances did you get that this team is going to spend like they need to? Taboni didn't really answer it. There was a lot of buzzwords about moving boulders and you know, be where your feet are, whatever it was, which is fine. Like, what's he going to say, right? Sverluga, friend of the program, Barry Sverluga, I don't know, 3-4 questions later. Sverluga's like, hey, Paul, nice to meet you. Because I, much like you, I would think, I am here to root for Paul Taboni. Mm-hmm. He has my full support. Turn this thing around. Draft, develop, scout your ass off. Let's get a winning baseball team.
Yeah.
Paul Taboni, let me be crystal clear. You have my full support. But you know what Barry Sverluga did?
What?
He asked a question that really mattered. Hey, Paul, nice to meet you. Good luck here. Can I ask a question of Mark Lerner, the principal owner of this thing? Hey, Mark, are you committed to spending again and building a real operation
You know who's
again?
probably happy about that question? Taboni.
I bet he
He
was.
was like, hey, yeah. Answer that question, please.
Because people get caught up in the spending. And I had some dude tweet me this morning because I tweeted out, so Mark Lerner answers Barry Sverluga's question. Says, we want to get back where we're going, where we were. Yeah. We want this thing to be how it was. I'm not sure I believe him.
Well, if you want it, you got to spend.
So that's what I said. So I tweeted out the new Nats GM, Paul Taboni, seems impressive. What actually matters, Mark Lerner says they're going to start spending again. If that's actually true, then the Nats could get this thing back. I'll have to see it to believe it. My man, Powerboater69 responds, have you seen what happened to the Mets? Spending is not about top dollar free agent acquisitions. It's about It's about a real professional organization from top to bottom.
But the way you can shut that down is the Dodgers are there every year, right?
Yeah.
They spend. So you can spend wrongly or you can spend wisely. But you got to spend. Let's be real about that.
They've gutted their scouting operation.
Yes.
Like they don't have the same amount of people doing the jobs as other teams.
Hey, man, some people just don't know how to understand what you're trying to say and understand advice. If you don't spend money in professional sports, you're not winning very often. You spend money and you have the proper people doing it, you can win a lot. You can also spend just like the Mets. The Mets owner just want to outdo everybody, so he just spends. Maybe he don't choose the right people, but you better spend on some damn body.
There's one cool story, like the Cincinnati Reds have the 19th highest payroll in baseball, right? They made the playoffs. That's awesome. I love that story. I don't know that you can count on that. The Guardians have the 26th 26 out of 30 payroll, right? Mm-hmm. They won that division. That's awesome. But if you're going to look at what you can count on, what you can kind of book, the Dodgers have the highest payroll in baseball. Mm-hmm. They won their first playoff game last night. The Mets missed the playoffs by a game. Absolutely true. The Phillies have the third highest. They're in. The Yankees, fourth highest. They're in. Cubs, fifth highest. They're in. Padres, sixth highest. They're in.
See, but
Toronto, seventh highest. They're in.
It's always somebody that's come along and boom, hits lightning in a bottle. But that's it. That doesn't happen all the time. But the teams that you pay, more often than not, they're going to be there somewhere in the end. You can go to any sport you want and check it out. Now, when you have dumb people making the decisions, it doesn't happen.
So the other thing, let me be clear, Paul Taboni's new title is President of Baseball Operations. And they've said maybe he would add a GM too. That's terrific. We'll see how it all shakes out. Unless ownership is going to commit not just to spending on players, but to building a championship organization, an organization where winning is the goal.
Yeah.
I wish Paul Taboni all the luck in the world. Seems like a nice fella. He's got 4 young boys. Like he's an easy guy to root for. But you know who was an easy guy to root for? Rizzo, and they wouldn't spend for him. So if you're a real professional organization, do you fire the GM a week before the draft to have the assistant GM run the draft, and then you get rid of that guy and bring somebody new in September? Maybe. maybe it'll all work out. If it all works out, left hand up, way to go Nats. Just color me skeptical.
And you have the right to be.
Right.
You have the right to be. That's why Barry didn't ask the question directly to the other guy. He asked it to the guy that matters, the guy that makes decisions. I know what he's not going to say anything crazy. You tell us what your plan is.
Right.
Because guess what? That man needs to know. He needs to know today what kind of situation he's in.
I don't know if you caught this yesterday. I wanted to ask you something. Guess who we'll see on Sunday in SoFi Stadium?
Guess who we'll see?
Yeah.
Who?
I'm guessing we will see.
Mm-hmm.
So the game is on Fox. Kevin Burkhardt and Tom.
I saw that. I saw it with which company? We probably won't see that person. I probably won't.
I bet we will. I bet he'll be walking around down on the field pregame.
Maybe not.
So I believe
sometimes that stuff goes so much that you're up in that box so quick.
Yeah.
Where you're not on the field.
So Sports USA Radio is I guess a national
Rolls Royce we gonna see? Or
yes,
Rolls Royce.
I don't know. I guess Sports USA Radio is broadcasting a national broadcast for the radio, but I guess non-local markets for Chargers Commanders. So the Commanders obviously have their radio broadcast team with Bram in London. The Chargers, I'm sure, have theirs. I think Daniel Jeremiah might be on the Chargers call. I don't know specifically. Forgive me on that. And then there's also this sports, what is it? Sports USA radio broadcast, which will have Larry Kahn and Ron Rivera on the broadcast, which should be exciting. We'll see what Ron thinks of the organization. And I don't know, it's just going to be kind of funny to see him out there. He's been around. I've seen him in the time since he's been gone from here. Mm-hmm. I don't know. As we shift towards this game, it's
You know what I'm worried about, Jay? I'm wondering about
what?
Well, I'm going to see somebody else in the press box trying to say I can't be happy about my team and make comments.
Who did that to you?
You remember who was always be in the press box when he was?
Oh, I did not think about that, but that's also an interesting thought.
Hope they're not. I'm sure gonna piss them off. Hell yeah, I'm gonna have fun with that one.
Yeah, I bet you will. All right. Coming up next, Kevin Long is the Phillies hitting coach. K. Long's a great dude. We're going to talk to K. Long about getting ready for all things. The Phillies get a couple days off before their postseason starts. K. Long knows baseball, obviously knows the Nats was here for the World Series. I want to talk to K. Long about what the Nats have. They're young guys, kind of what the core is to build around. How good of a job is this as they look to hire a new manager, obviously. I guess Taboni is going to make that hire. And then just kind of go around the baseball world. After that, it's probably going to be all football like it usually is. Greenberg's going to join us at 11. Dan Quinn will talk probably around 12:30. We'll take that live. We got to do power rankings today. We have plenty to get to.
A lot of stuff.
You got Washington at 2-2, the LA Chargers at 3-1. It's going to be really a big week for both teams because the Chargers looked like one of the best teams in football and then went out and just laid a complete egg against the New York Giants. And hell, maybe the Giants are a different team with Jackson Dart out there. I don't know. But going to be really interesting to watch how this thing unfolds. K. Long joins us next. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From Paul Taboni's press conference this morning, this line really stuck out to me. When asked if this was the right opportunity for him, how did he know? He said, quote, "I wasn't really sure this was the right opportunity for us. Then I got around the ownership group, and they were very much aligned on how we saw things. I found them to be incredibly warm, humble, grounded group of people that love baseball and are super competitive. More than anything, they had values that align with mine." Now, of course, he's going to say that he's sitting right there with the owners of the Washington Nationals, but hopefully that is the case and they're truly aligned on making sure that this club goes back to 2019 form. And over in the NFL, the Browns are benching veteran quarterback Joe Flacco to turn to rookie Dylan Gabriel as their starter for Sunday's game in London against the Vikings. Flacco is still the backup. Shedeur Sanders remains the third-string quarterback per Adam Schefter. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
And he wound up on the wrong end of a gun. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. It's a baseball day. Nats introduced their new president of baseball operations, Paul Taboni. I think there's real reasons to be excited there. We got another 4 games today. I believe it's one thing I like is that it's all just the same schedule. Mm-hmm. It's Tigers, Guardians early, then Padres, Cubs, and Red Sox, Yankees, then Reds, Dodgers. Yesterday was a lot of fun. These 3-game series means today's all possible closeout games, too.
Yeah.
So MLB's done a good job of making it pretty interesting. It's going to be fascinating to watch this unfold. In just a minute, we're going to be joined by Kevin Long, who is – all right, we got K. Long. All right, great. K. Long joins us now. Philadelphia Phillies hitting coach, won a World Series here in Washington. K. Long, how you doing, man? Thanks for making time for us, brother.
Yeah, you got it, my man. How's everything going there?
Everything's good, man.
Well, dude, let's start with what we got going on here. I'm curious if you know Paul Taboni. The Nats just made a big hire to bring in a new president of baseball ops. Just curious your thoughts on the move.
Yeah, I think it's a positive move, and I've heard a lot of good things about Paul. I have not met him personally, but from those in the baseball industry and those who I respect, they have nothing but great things to say about him.
That's good to hear. Obviously, it's tricky because you're with the Phillies, who are a division rival here. But you had so much success during your time in Washington. Is it crazy for you to watch kind of how things have changed over really since the World Series run in 19?
Yeah, there's a little piece of your heart and there's a little piece of what you've done in life. And a lot of that took me to some very fond years in D.C. Listen, winning a World Series is not easy, and we were able to accomplish something that there's only one crown champion at the end of the day. And as a Washington National, I was part of that. So it gives me goosebumps right now just to talk about it, because those memories of, Anthony Rendon and Trey Turner and Adam Eaton and Howie Kendrick and Asdrubal Cabrera and Ryan Zimmerman and all those guys that were on that team have such a special, spot in my heart. So DC was great to me. The fans were very good to me. The coaching staff, working with Davey, Mike Rizzo, all those things factor into my memories and what that represented in my life.
Well, you're in another franchise now, and you're sitting there. You all have a bye. You're waiting for the I guess the higher seed you all will be getting. But you're sitting there right now, and the thing about it takes a lot to get back to that point to even get into the playoffs. What could you say is like the recipe for getting in the position you are now?
Well, I mean, as well as I do that if you don't have good players and you don't have some chemistry and you don't gel, these things probably don't happen. I mean, you can even go right to the New York Mets, and you can say what happened there, and you probably would guess that there'd be some chemistry issues because there's too much talent, and they spent too much money, probably not to be in the playoffs. So a lot of things have to happen. It's not easy just to get into the playoffs. I don't take it for granted that we won the National League East for the second time in a row. We were not the favorites to win the National League East. So the players came together, the coaching staff, our manager, Rob Thompson, does a terrific job of just staying even keel. So, I guess at the end of the day, you look at it and you say, pretty special just getting in. But I think we have a chip on our shoulder, Mitch. I think we want a little bit more. Not just a chance to get back into this thing, but a real legitimate chance to win it.
Dude, K-Long, how fun is it to be the hitting coach when you have Schwarber and Harp? I mean, your lineup is so, and it's guys you've known,
and
right?
they all are hitting well.
Dude, Turner, I mean, you got a bunch of guys that were here up there and just bombers.
Yeah, dude, it's cool, man. I mean, obviously I'm their coach, and I got to get in there and I got to grind with them, and I got to make sure their heads don't blow off, and I got to make sure that they stay focused and stay positive, because hitting, man, dude, it's hard. It's really hard. You got these dudes throwing 100, 101. They got nasty sliders, cutters, just all kinds of crap coming at them. The major league average is 240, so you're going to fail 68% of the time, or 66% of the time, which is just it's hard to fathom that these guys, actually it's 76. It's hard. But having dudes like Schwarber, who I had in Washington, Trey Turner, who I had in Washington, Bryce Harper, who I had in Washington, it helps a lot. Trust me.
I bet, man. I bet. We're talking Philadelphia Phillies hitting coach Kevin Long. Everybody calls him K-Long here on the program. Appreciate you making time for us. Dude, so what's it like having a bye in baseball? Baseball's such a everyday sport. How do you keep your guys kind of locked in and fresh and everything?
So I'll try to give you a good perspective of this. When we were with the Nationals, we had a week off before we started the World Series against the Houston Astros. And my assistant hitting coach said, Kev, I think we can get our machines going real fast. I think we can, emulate 100-mile-an-hour fastballs, 105, 110. I said, well, how the machine doesn't even go that hard? He says, well, we'll just have them step up. So we'll start the machine off at like 95, and then they'll step up like 2 feet, and then they'll take another swing at it, which would, it would be like 100. And then they take 2 more steps up, and it'd be like 105. Wow. So now they're training for velo. They're staying sharp with their eyes, their brain, making sure that they're ready for, Garrett Cole, who's going to pitch game 1 in that situation. So we've continued to do stuff like that. Yesterday, all our guys hit off the velo machine. We had the curveball machine set up on the field where they could go out and, get some real looks at a breaking ball. We have an inter-squad game today. That starts at 6. We opened it up to the fans, and somehow 31,000 tickets were sold, which is
wow.
It's mind blowing
for an inter-squad scrimmage.
Yeah, for a scrimmage.
That's
so all $10 for the tickets, which is kind of cool. All proceeds went to the Phillies charities. So we're gonna have a little fun with this tonight. We broke up into 2 squads. I think Trey Turner's a captain of one, and Bryce is a captain of another team. And we're just going to kind of have some fun and do a little inter-squad. Another thing we're going to do to try to stay ready.
Let's hope they don't have any fights in L stands.
Oh, they're already going at each other. You
got some wild fans up there, man.
In this case, Mitch, we don't have to hit each other. Well, the pitchers might decide to do that with the baseball, but I think they'll try to stay away from that.
Oh, man.
For K-Long to tell me that the Phillies, during their playoff bye week, are going to have an inter-squad scrimmage with Bryce and Turner as the 2 team captains just hurts my national soul. I got to tell you that.
Oh, God. I didn't even think about that.
No, but, dude, Don't be sorry. That's the world we're in, man. That's the world we're in.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're super excited about where your team's at. You'll know who you're playing as the week progresses here. I'm guessing, knowing you locked in and watched yesterday. I thought the two most impressive performances, Shohei and Skubal. What did you think of those two, and was there something else that caught your eye?
Well, I love the fact that it was one game after another, and they were all important games. I mean, Major League Baseball, they got that one right. I mean, it was just bang, bang, bang. It was, quadruple header. It was amazing. And obviously the talent, it blows my mind that I can watch Blake Snell and Hunter Green go at it, who are just two amazing pitchers. And then you're looking at Skubal against Williams, Detroit against Cleveland. I look at Williams is throwing 98, and Skubal's throwing 100 to 101. And Skubal's a beast, man. He's not easy to face. He's on top of his game. He's going to win another Cy Young this year. So yeah, he's watching what he can do and how he throws. And then Shohei Ohtani, starts off the game with a homer. Come on, dude. And then he's probably, if we do play the Dodgers, he'll probably pitch game one. So not only is this dude hitting it 100, he's throwing it 100. He's a freak baseball player, and someone it's can't miss TV. It really is.
Looking at him, like when you go back to high school, you may see a guy that pitches and hits. He's the best athlete out there. Have you seen something like that in the majors?
It blows my mind. It really does. It's kind of like when Deion Sanders was playing football, and then I'd see him on the baseball field, or Bo Jackson. It's kind of equivalent to that, but he's a pitcher who's absolutely dominating, and he's a hitter who's probably the best hitter in our sport. So it's crazy to think that there can be somebody on this earth, on this planet, that can do what he can do.
Kaylon, you tell me to pound sand if you don't like this question. You have accomplished so much in your career. I'm being serious. I mean, you won two World Series. You have worked and taught guys that are going to the Hall of Fame, guys that have played at the highest possible level. You go home to a beautiful house at Scottsdale. Like, you've got the life. Is there any part of you, though, that wants to run your own clubhouse someday?
Well, I did interview for the Nationals job in 2018. I did interview for the Mets job in 2018. Those are only two times that I've explored that, and that was just because it ended up on my desk. It ended up coming to me. I don't promote myself. I don't promote, being a manager.
Let us do it.
Well, I mean, we'll see if someone, comes to me and wants to interview me. I mean, how can I turn that down? I'm certainly not going to turn down an interview, but it's not. I have a lot of fun being a hitting coach. I enjoy what I'm doing. So I think that's the tricky part of it. If someone thinks highly enough of me to, want to take a shot at interviewing for a manager job, yeah, so be it. I'd gladly do that.
Well, B-Mitch, I know of an opening. I know of an opening where a guy had a ton of success when he was here. I'm saying that to B-Mitch, K-Long. I'm not saying that to you.
Yeah, you're saying that to B-Mitch. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. Now I agree.
Listen, man, we appreciate you making time for us. I know you're busy as hell, and you're watching the bases. I mean this sincerely. I said this to friends of mine that are Mets fans, Nats fans, everything. I despise Philadelphia sports. And because of you and Schwarber and Trey Turner, I got a damn sweet spot for the Phillies when we get into this time of year. I'll be rooting for you. I mean, if it's Phillies-Dodgers starting Saturday night, that is a heavyweight fight, dude, and I'll be watching.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate you coming to the dark side just for a moment. But hey, listen, you got some friends over here, okay? Come on, give us a little.
Well, you know what, Kalo? He can't go to Philly.
Yeah,
he went with me and almost got beat up.
They don't like me up there. I got lost. I ended up in Camden, New Jersey. It hasn't gone well for me up there.
Listen, stay where you're at, man.
K-Long, thank you for the time, brother.
Appreciate you,
Sincerely.
man.
You got it, fellas. All right. Have a good rest of your day.
Take care. Good luck.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
All right. Thanks.
All-time great dude right there, man.
Yeah,
Just
he's cool, man.
like when you're one of these true baseball lifers, think about it. Like he won a World Series as the hitting coach with the Yankees, won a World Series as a hitting coach with the Nats. Really good Mets teams. Clearly, this Phillies team is absolutely loaded.
Yep.
Played baseball. He's one of those baseball lifers that you wonder if he gets his chance, and whether it's with the Nats or somewhere else. And
It comes. Like it may take some time, just like in football. David Culley. Culley was damn near 70, 60-something, 70 when he got the final his first chance. And then he ended up with a person that didn't even give him a fair chance. So you never know.
But, dude, and then you wonder, I'm the hitting coach of the Phillies. We're loaded up and down the lineup. I love Philadelphia in the
stay
summer.
right here.
I get to go back to Arizona in the winter. Like, life might be
If you
good.
want somebody to use that house for him in the summer, we can take care of that.
I'm not scared of that dry heat.
No, I don't have no problem.
I'm not
with
scared of that
I'll
dry
do that
heat.
for him if you want me to.
Not scared of playing Whisper Rock in July. You get me out there, no problem.
Those bull snakes scare me a little bit.
All right, well, we'll stay away from the bull snakes
Yeah,
and all the bull S things. Neil Greenberg will join the program at 11.
Hey, it's B. Mitchell JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly, so you definitely need to give them a call.
B, you know what we did this morning?
What's that?
Well, one, we finally got some good news in our insurance struggle, trying to get back into our house. Contractors were there today to start the demo.
Uh-oh.
So you know what we did this morning?
What?
We got on the Rude app and adjusted the temperature in the house so the contractors were comfortable. Because nobody's there, we don't need to keep it cool.
You want them to be comfortable. They're fixing your house.
Hell yeah. And, Lauren texted me, they might be able to get at least the demo done in 2 days. That would be terrific because we've already been out of the house 2 weeks. But seriously, the Rude systems are so awesome that you can control them remotely. Let's hope you're never out of your house like I am. But if you are, that Rude app comes in handy. You know what else comes in handy? Money. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on Rude heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
It ain't right. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Got a quarterback update, B?
What's that?
Guess.
Quarterback update. Is it pertaining to the people we talk about every day?
No.
Okay.
But that'll come in 2 hours.
So, I don't know who.
The first, I believe, no, I guess Russ Wilson was the first quarterback benched.
Yeah.
We got our second quarterback benched of the year.
Somebody else got benched. Okay. Ooh, let's see. West Coast, East Coast?
No.
In the middle?
Yeah.
In Tennessee?
No, they're not benching the kid.
You never know.
They're not protecting him, but they're not going to bench him.
You never know with that, bro. Oh, down in New Orleans.
Nope.
Damn.
I mean, geographically, closer.
Closer to us?
Closer to us.
Geographically. Well, if you're going to go close, you're going down to North Carolina. That's the closest.
I would
Jets?
I don't think so. I would guess geographically, I don't believe it's Charlotte. I would guess geographically the city it is roughly about the same distance away as Charlotte. Now, Raleigh would be closer, but Charlotte's another 2 hours. Charlotte's like a 6-hour drive.
Yeah.
So think about within a 6-hour drive. I think it's about a 6-hour drive to where I'm talking about. When I tell you that for once, I didn't give away the answer in my question.
Yeah, you did.
JP, the city you're talking about is 15 minutes closer than Charlotte.
Yeah. They've been awful, and the dude's real old, and they drafted 100 quarterbacks.
Oh, Cleveland.
Cleveland.
We say do real old. Joe Flacco. So who they putting?
That is the second question.
Who's going to be the quarterback?
You want to guess at that one?
Okay, Shador.
Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel.
Now, Gabriel.
So in other words, they're saying the only way Shador going to get a chance if everybody else just go out there and fall flat on their face?
What I have thought all along with this Cleveland situation is all these dudes are going to end up playing. It's Gabriel's turn to go to the firing squad. Dylan Gabriel, quarterbacks were informed, players were informed of the quarterback change Wednesday morning, according to Shefty. The team officially announced the decision later Wednesday, but did not disclose a depth chart behind Gabriel. Flacco will be the backup this Sunday, while Shador is the third stringer. I mean, what a disaster, right?
Oh, man. Listen, you can't win with that.
Well, you also can't win with do you know what Joe Flacco... He was leading the league in one thing so far through 4 games.
Interceptions?
Turnovers. The
fumbles and interceptions.
The QBR rank. I actually like QBR. I know some people are dismissive of it, but they try to take in the totality of playing the quarterback position and grade that out on a 0 to 100% chance of giving your team enough to win. Mm-hmm. Flacco's QBR is 27.
I could play quarterback in the NFL. I mean, hell, Jeff said it yesterday. He could probably play quarterback in the NFL based off some of these guys. I have to agree with him today. That dude has experience, and he has a 27.
So I think, listen, Flacco played okay at times last year in Indy, and the year before that was pretty good wherever the hell he was, which may have been Cleveland. Flacco just got old. Like, at some point, I mean, he's 40 years old, and he was never – like, Aaron's still able to lean on some stuff.
27 is horrible.
He's playing – he deserves to get benched.
He should be better than the 27.
He deserves to be benched.
If he's not 75 out there, he should be better than the 27.
What's your level of excitement for Dylan Gabriel?
Not very much.
He was good, dude. He was good at Oregon.
Everybody's good at Oregon. You got a track team. You throw the ball up, they run it. You throw a hitch, and they give you an 80-yard touchdown pass. He didn't throw the ball 80 yards. It's not hard to be a good quarterback at Oregon.
How long until Shador starts?
I couldn't put a number on that one. This is a whole weird thing with me. I couldn't put a number on that.
It's Cleveland. They're a perpetual disaster. They're still paying. 2
cities don't like you, Cleveland and Philly.
I like the city of Cleveland. The Browns are a disaster. I think Browns fans would agree with me. They're still paying Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Like, what you have built there is a disaster. Now you got a pretty good defense.
Defense is damn good.
When you handle the quarterback situation like this, you're juggling.
You're basically telling the team
explosives.
we don't have confidence in none of these quarterbacks. Why should they? If you're playing with your quarterback like this, the players can't be giving many of them respect.
They're serving poop sandwiches with a side of dynamite. Like what do you think is going to happen here?
What they're sipping on.
Yeah, I mean, a lot. Good luck to Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
This is the least surprising thing, I think, to happen.
Yeah.
I think eventually they go to Shador. Hell, they might try to roll it back with Watson next year if the Achilles comes back. Cleveland's a disaster. Washington used to be like that. So when everybody wants to freak out about the Commanders' coverage bus or say, like, dude, I was listening to maybe Rooster yesterday, and a caller was like, you got to bench Bobby Wagner. No, you don't, dude. He had 2 sacks 2 weeks ago. He's a really good player.
Everybody,
he's in a really bad position on one
wants
play.
To just switch off of one play and just make those type of decisions. It tells you that they never play football and don't have a damn clue of how football actually works.
I heard a dude call in and say, move Trey Amos to safety. Do you remember back in the day when it was put Trent Williams at guard so Ty Nsekhe could play tackle? No. When you have really good players, let them play the harder position.
You don't take a guy that can play cornerback real good and move him to safety.
Corner's harder than safety.
You take a guy that can't play cornerback anymore good, then you move him to safety. Dumbass comment right there.
Everybody relax. It's October 1st. Nobody go anywhere. Neil Greenberg joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Brian Snicker, who guided the Braves to the 2021 World Series championship, will not return as manager after Atlanta failed to make the postseason for the first time since 2017. He will remain with the organization in a senior advisory capacity. Snicker has been with the Braves in some capacity as either a player, a coach, or a manager since 1977. So this now leaves the Braves, the Nationals, the Angels, the Giants, the Rangers, the Twins, the Orioles, and the Rockies, all looking for new managers. Speaking of the Nats, they officially named Paul Taboni as the Nationals' new president of baseball operations. On his journey with his final roles with the Red Sox, Taboni ascended from area scout all the way up to vice president of amateur scouting and player development. Notable Boston draft picks in recent years included Marcelo Meyer, Roman Anthony, Christian Campbell, and if you know anything about baseball prospects, those are 3 massive wins. Over in the NFL, the Browns are expected to bench veteran quarterback Joe Flacco and start rookie Dylan Gabriel moving forward. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up to jump on the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. Talk to our friend, Mr. Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. You can give him a follow at N Greenberg, sports writer, stats, fantasy, gambling, all of it for the Washington Post. What up, Greenberg? How you doing, bud?
I'm doing super. How are you?
We're good, dude. Before we get to a whole bunch of football, let's start with this hire of Paul Taboni for the Nats. What do you make of it? Do you think he can turn this thing around?
Well, if he's given some money to work with, I think so. He's obviously extremely coveted. Has risen very quickly. I mean, he's a young guy in varying degrees of power, and I'm not sure he makes this move if he doesn't think that he's going to have resources to build the team in order to compete with the other teams in the division, let alone just across baseball that spend a lot of money. So I think it's a great hire, and my only hope is that he took it knowing that he's going to have some money to work with.
Do you think he will?
I don't know. I hope my wife loves me as much as the Lerners love deferred money and making deals that only work for them. We'll have to wait and see. And it's tough to even say if the Lerners do end up selling. Does he transfer with ownership and all that? I mean, it's an interesting spot. I don't know. All history says he won't, but I just don't know if he takes the gig without some assurances that he will.
I mean, the thing about that deal, I say it all the time, Neil, just like in football, people go, oh, nobody wants that job. Everybody wants manager's job, head coach's job, GM jobs.
Yeah, you want to check.
Absolutely.
President. So a lot of people take those jobs not having all those guarantees because if they get fired, guess what they get? They get their full contract.
Yeah, and look, I mean, like you said, there's only a finite number of those jobs available, and to be able to have that on your resume, and let's face it, it kind of comes with a built-in excuse parachute, right? I mean, if it doesn't work out because of the money, I mean, everyone knows that, right? That's not a secret. It's not a secret that the learners don't really want to spend money, and we just know it because it's public information at eventually. So yeah, I think it's great to be able to be that age, have that title, be in that situation, and if it doesn't work out, I think his slice of the blame pie will be relatively small.
I agree. Let's hope it works out, man. Paul Tabino, full support. I hope
Taboni, right?
Taboni, forgive me.
Taboni.
I'm gonna get that
You
right.
just screwed that name up.
Paul Taboni. That's my dyslexia kicking in. My full support. All right, on to other matters. What'd you think of that game in Atlanta?
Yuck.
Yeah.
Look, the defense just didn't have it. They didn't have it. They didn't know where it was. They didn't know if they could get it. It was just.
That's the best way I've heard it explained, right there.
It was just a dismantling. The one part of the game that was the healthiest, in terms of Washington's roster, and the part of the game that they really needed to step up because the offense was in such flux, just couldn't do it. And I think they just got embarrassed, and they got embarrassed because they were exploited so well by Atlanta. Especially Lattimore. It was just a tough game, and I think the Chargers can kind of do something similar. I mean, they have all those pieces that can do the same thing with Allen and Johnston and McConkey. The running game as well. It's going to be tough. They absolutely need the defense to step up because it's only slightly worse than it was last year. I mean, it looked really bad though last week.
I think that Lattimore and people in the secondary, it's easy to blame them because you see them running by themselves. To me, the biggest blame goes to the pass rush. They couldn't get no pressure, and if you don't get pressure, you can have the best cornerbacks that exploit it.
Well, they have a little bit of. I don't know if they get a break. I wouldn't call it a break with the Chargers, but Chargers lose Joe Alt, their left tackle. The backup left tackle struggled quite a bit. They're going to have to exploit that, and Amarian Hampton. I mean, just coming off a huge game, the rookie could do something very similar to what Bijan did to Washington as well. And look, let's face it. I mean, the offense didn't help matters because they weren't on the field very long. They didn't really get a lot of stuff done. It was just a complete meltdown, I think. So, Washington's going to have to. They're going to have to show up this. They're going to have to figure out a way to put the defensive pieces in the right spots.
Mm-hmm. How much faith do you have in that happening?
Not a lot, because it's on tape, right? Like now, it's on tape, and opposing coaches are going to know how to do similar things. And like I said, I think the Los Angeles Chargers are built similarly in that they have those same pieces to take advantage of it, right? A strong rusher. They got a guy that can, catch the ball in, short yardage situations and make stuff happen. They can go deep. So I think it's going to be tough. They're going to have to be very, very, they're going to have to be very, very creative and figure out a way specifically to deal with the pre-snap motion stuff and just get their guys in a situation to be successful. Otherwise, not only are they going to be picked apart, but then what happens then, right? I mean, there's optically there's a big difference between 3-2 and 2-3, especially with Philadelphia possibly going undefeated. In light, especially with last year's run, the expectations just went through the roof, and to be 2-3, yes, injuries are a part of it, but if your defense is getting dismantled, 2 weeks in a row, there's going to be a lot of more unhappy people, even more so than there were on the phone lines this week.
Looking at the Chargers, though, like they were looking like one of the best teams. Then they go to New York, and what happened? I mean, did you see that coming?
Well, that's kind of the theme of the season, right? I mean, the Packers destroy Washington and then get beat, right? The Raiders, Washington destroys the Raiders and then gets beat by Atlanta. I mean, we're kind of seeing that parity across the league where I know we have 2 undefeated teams, but Buffalo has had a pretty cupcake schedule thus far, even though they're directly responsible for some of those losses. Philadelphia has beaten some decent teams. But I don't know if I would say for certain that any team's a lock, and I think that we're seeing the parity, come down. And yes, the Chargers, the Chargers laid an egg against the Giants, but they have a really good win against Kansas City to open the season, and they beat Denver, and they beat the Raiders. So, one game, a little bit of a underwhelming performance, but that seems to be the theme this season across the NFL. Like you look like kings one week, and then you're paupers the next.
Mm-hmm. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Neil at @NGreenberg. There's a lot of optimism that Jaden Daniels gets back on the field this week. I think, Washington's defense really struggled, but offensively they got dominated in time of possession, and they were really bad on third downs. How much does getting Jaden back on the field help this entire Commanders team?
Well, it definitely helps. I mean, he's one of the better quarterbacks in the league. I think Mariota's done a great job, but Washington has other injuries too, right? I mean, no Terry McLaurin certainly hurts. I think I said on the show I thought Debo would kind of pick up the slack there, and he has. He's looked really good. But you have to stay on the field. And like you said, the third downs, even fourth downs, the fourth and seconds haven't really worked out for Washington as much as they did last year. They were historically good last year, so it's tough to be historically good 2 years in a row. But you got to keep the chains moving in the modern NFL. You have to sustain drives. And, that also goes a long way to limiting the exposure of the defense, right? Because if the offense is on the field, the defense doesn't have to do anything. So they absolutely need the offense to get better. And Jaden Daniels coming back certainly improves that. My concern is, what does the chemistry look like, without McLaurin, and can everything, will everything take a step forward together, or are we going to see a learning curve a little bit for a game where Daniels has to get back into rhythm? I don't know. We'd have to wait and see.
Watching Debo late in that game, Debo seemed to be able to get what he wanted early in the game. I could see him open. Did they just not go to him soon enough, or should they try to get him incorporated? If Terry's not on the field, he's the best guy out there. Let him work.
Yeah, and I think that helps with Jaden Daniels because he's also a threat to run, and we've talked about this before. When you have Debo on the field and you have Jaden Daniels on the field, and then you have Krosky Merritt, you have Ertz, and now Luke McCaffrey's getting some stuff done. You don't really know what's going to happen, right? It could be a pass play. It could be an RPO. It could be a design run for Jaden Daniels. He could certainly make something happen if the play breaks down. Debo can run with the ball. He can catch the ball. I mean, there's just so much that you have to worry about. I do think that you want to lean on Debo. At the very least, you got to make people think you're going to lean on him because that's going to cause some confusion on the defense. And even if that buys you a half a second or a second, that's an eternity at NFL speed.
You do your power rankings. I always applaud that you do your own and don't just subscribe to groupthink. Where do you have Washington in the power rankings now through 4 games, 2-2 record?
I have them falling into 16th. They're in the hunt for the playoff spot tier. The offense obviously is treading water. The defense looked awful. They can move up relatively. I think they can move up back into the top 10 relatively easily. if they start to get stuff back on track. You see the games they have coming up: Chargers, Bears, Cowboys, before meeting with the Chiefs, who look like they're probably going to be back on track. So that's 3 winnable games, I think. And again, 2 and 3, much different than 3 and 2 optically. But if you start to lose to like the Chicago Bears of the world, that's gonna hurt you as well, in my rankings at least.
Yeah, they got questions, certainly. I think they have a big opportunity to answer it this week. I'm not sure necessarily they will. It's going to be a tough game, and I think it could be a lot of fun to watch at the same time. You were making a point of staying strong on the Ravens, that after they dropped to 1-2, they were going to Kansas City. Well, now they've lost to Kansas City, and Lamar's going to miss some time. Where do you have the Ravens in your power rankings now?
Let's see. I have the Ravens. I dropped them to 6th. I think the 1-3 record it optically looks awful. I think they're better than that fully healthy. Obviously, without Lamar Jackson, things get very, very dicey. And they have, they have some tough games coming up after the bye week. Not too tough where I don't think they can tread water, but I obviously discounted them quite a bit. And if they have another poor game, I could see them falling out of the top 10 as well.
Who's your 1 seed now, Bills or Eagles?
Oh, it's the Eagles, mostly because of strength of schedule. I think that you look at who Philadelphia has beaten. I want to say Buffalo's opponents have only 1 win between them. Philadelphia's had to beat the Chiefs, the Bucks, the Rams. Those have been pretty decent teams so far. So yeah, I have Philadelphia number 1.
And then Bills, I'm guessing, too?
Yeah, Bills 2.
Who's the third best team in football? Yeah. Lions?
Detroit. I have the Lions, who they showed up. There was a lot of I've had the Lions relatively high, even despite them being a little bit uneven, and I got a lot of emails about that. But 3-1, I have them number 3.
Yep. But you said Ravens still 6.
Yeah, but again, the injury is certainly going to cause them to lose some games, I think. So I see another drop coming for them for sure, and probably see like Seattle or Denver being the teams that move up as a result. And maybe the Colts if they continue doing well.
Yeah, I mean, the Colts played pretty well, dude. I mean, they lost, but I thought they played pretty well. What does your model have for this Chargers-Commanders game?
I like Washington. I like Washington. Actually, the bet that I'm probably most excited about this week is a uncorrelated parlay. Buffalo, minus 8.5, and then the under. I don't think New England will be able to get much going. I think Buffalo can win this 20, 24-10 or something. So I think they can win big without having to put up a bunch of points. So it's not often I do a parlay, but an uncorrelated parlay, I think in this instance, is very intriguing to me, and I actually bet it.
Didn't New England score 47 points?
On the Panthers.
Yeah, but still the Panthers.
Yeah, it's on the Panthers.
On Atlanta. So is that just because of the Panthers? Because the Panthers beat Atlanta 30-0.
Yeah, I think that was an outlier. I don't really think New England's gonna be able to do much this week. I'm not a big believer in them. I think it's gonna be a low scoring game, and I think Buffalo is
That's the
gonna be
Sunday night game. God.
Yeah. Yep.
I think we're in an interesting spot with the Pats because I think Vrabel is going to have them fundamentally sound pretty quick, and I think the Pats are going to be able to beat bad teams. I think the Pats will move up into that mid-tier now, and I think we saw that last week. But I kind of like where you're at with the Bills kicking their ass. That'll be an interesting one to watch. How about the KC Jacksonville game Monday night? That has some juice all of a sudden. Jags are 3-1. KC's won 2 in a row, looking good again. Anything you like there?
Yeah, I'm on Kansas City there. I think Kansas City is going to – if there's going to be a game where Kansas City is going to say to the NFL, we're here still, we haven't gone anywhere, we're going to be a big part of this playoff picture, I think this is the game, and I think they come out pretty strong.
And, dude, we actually have a good Thursday night game. Niners-Rams tomorrow night from SoFi. SoFi's got a doubleheader this weekend. That's a big number. Rams are favored by a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, injuries are certainly a big part of that. I don't know if I think the Rams are that good, so I probably will be leaning towards San Francisco, although I got to check exactly.
Word. All right, Greenberg, we're going to let you run. Next week we got, I think, actual hockey to discuss, so don't let me forget that. Thank you for the time as always, buddy.
All right, Neil.
All right, love you guys. Talk to you next week.
All right, man.
That's our guy, Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at @NGreenberg, joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Let's talk about this wide receiver position and kind of what people think. What's up with Terry? What's up with Noah? What's up with the whole group? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
The Browns are benching veteran quarterback Joe Flacco and starting rookie Dylan Gabriel moving forward. Gabriel's first start will be in Week 5 when the Browns face the Vikings in London. Dylan Gabriel will become the first quarterback to make his first NFL start outside of the United States. Flacco will still serve as Cleveland's backup on Sunday, while rookie Shedeur Sanders will remain the third-string quarterback. That is per a report by Adam Schefter. The Browns have not confirmed that via a depth chart just yet. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What's come time to do this shit?
We're up. I know. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. This commander schedule is about to be a bear, dog. It's funny. I was talking in my head, right? Which is weird to say, I guess. And I'm like, all right, like we're in a grind.
You're a little weird.
Ryan, I'm very weird. We're in a grind session here where they've got 4 road games out of 5 is this stretch, right?
Yeah.
Atlanta to L.A., home for a Monday nighter, Dallas to KC. That is tough on the Commanders. That is tough on the people that cover. Like that's
tough.
Yo, they're starting slow on the road. Better get that fixed because 4 or 5.
Start faster.
Yeah. And then I was like, but you know what? November will be pretty chill. It's mostly home games. And I was like, oh, except that week in Europe.
That's going to be a strange week right there.
It really is. We are live from 10 to 2 on the B. Mitch Finley program, which in Madrid is 4 to 8 p.m.
Isn't it 5 hours ahead?
Nah, I think London's 5. I think Madrid's 6.
If Madrid is 6, then 4 to 8.
Siesta time over there. Madrid, so it's 11:30 here, and it's 5:30 in Madrid right now. So that's 6.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Gonna be trouble.
Landville, how excited are you to deal with me and B while we're in Madrid?
Landfill better be nice. I'm gonna be grumpy as hell.
Landini, how excited are you?
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a blast. Oh, but Jeff will be there. I'm sure he'll be super helpful. Jeff, are you working in Madrid or are you just all vacation time? Jeff, are you working
isn't a
right
dentist.
now? He
did tell me yesterday
he told us that last
he'll talk to me Wednesday? Thursday.
He told us last night. That's on me. All right, B, let's talk about the receiver room for Washington.
All right.
Landville has a way of words with his questions. Landville wrote for the 11:30 slot, has Adam Peters mishandled the wide receiver position? Let's take a look at the totality of the room. Mm-hmm. Terry McLaurin is not on IR. He's on the active roster. Mm-hmm. Noah Brown is not on IR. He's on the active roster. Brown has missed the last 2 games. Brown missed almost all of training camp. McLaurin missed almost all of training camp with a contract holdout, not an injury thing. Mm-hmm. And now Terry missed last week. I don't sense a lot of optimism for Terry this week. But, hey, we're going to hear from DQ in about an hour. Maybe that'll be proven wrong. So you have 2 veteran receivers in Brown and McLaurin, both missed last week.
Yeah.
They did trade for Deebo Samuel this offseason. Deebo's been really good so far in Washington. That trade through 4 games for, was it a 6th or a 5th?
I don't remember.
It looks like an absolute home run.
Look like they hit with that one.
Yeah, that looks like a big hit. It was a 5th rounder for which they got Deebo.
Okay.
Then you've got a pair of young draft picks on the active roster. Jalen Lane was a 4th rounder this past year. Luke was the 100th overall pick in 2024. 100 overall technically is a 3rd rounder, but that's a comp pick 3rd rounder. In the old days, that would just be a 4th rounder. But now the 3rd round goes, deep because of these comp picks. So that's your active roster. Brown, Lane, McCaffrey, McLaurin. Chris Moore, who I haven't mentioned, is a veteran journeyman had a bad drop last week. Probably a fringe roster level player. And then Debo. On the IR, you don't have any receivers on IR. As I mentioned, McLaurin and Brown are both dealing with injuries, but they're not on IR. On the practice squad now, you've got Ja'Cory Brooks, young player that there was a lot of excitement about during camp.
Lots.
Undrafted free agent.
Martin.
You have Tay Martin, who's in his second season, another, I believe, undrafted guy. And then Jacoby Jones, another undrafted guy, rookie. Then yesterday, they added Robbie Chosen, formerly known as Robbie Anderson. He's a veteran who had some good seasons. Those good seasons are probably 5-6 years ago now. So we've run through the receiver room, B.
All right.
Now I ask you the question. This is Landville's question, not mine. Has Adam Peters mishandled the wide receiver position?
I don't think he's mishandled it. I think that Terry's injury is very unfortunate. Noah Brown, I think that they could have handled that a little better. But Terry's injury throws a monkey wrench in everything. And when you go sign people now, you're not going to get nobody of the caliber of Terry McLaurin.
No.
At all. So you got to go and get what you can, you know. If you want to handle it better, they have to sign somebody else at Terry's ability. So if he gets hurt, then they're there. And I think they should have had something better with the Noah situation for the fact that he did not practice in training camp.
I think that's fair. I think if you're looking big picture how Adam Peters attacked the wide receiver room, just how you want to build a team, right?
Yeah.
You have a veteran star that it took a while and perhaps was uglier than it needed to be, but you got the contract done.
Yeah.
Now, honestly, if you look at the way the contract is structured, I imagine that contract offer was probably there and was a damn similar offer was probably there in late July. So maybe you could argue the holdout was unnecessary, but that's the way of the league in the NFL, right? I don't know that Washington significantly changed their numbers by the time that thing got to the finish line. I think it just got to the finish line, and the McLaurin camp was like, all right, let's take the guarantees and get some money in the bank here.
Well, the player decided, I make the decision.
Eventually,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So you've got a veteran that you paid. You trade for another veteran in Debo.
Mm-hmm.
You have 2 draft picks. Like, you have a 3rd rounder and a 4th rounder that are on your active that are contributing to this offense.
True.
And
they're going to have a learning curve.
Like, if the question is just what your top 4 should be in Debo, Terry, Luke, Lane, I think the build-out is correct. 2 vets, a rookie and a second-year guy. Both vets have played at a Pro Bowl level. Both vets are making real money. One you acquired via trade. Then you've got Brown, who has certainly helped when he's been on the field. The injuries have been kind of consistent throughout his career, not just his time here in Washington. So if you want to make the argument, you should have gotten a more reliable, another veteran with more reliability rather than having a dude like Chris Moore. I get that.
I can see that.
If your concern is what veteran receiver they signed to the practice squad, like some of these guys that are available that were here in camp, Gallup, KJ Osborne, why'd you go with Robbie Anderson, Robbie Chosen?
But the question I asked about those guys, all the people that sat here and derived a roster, you didn't have those guys on your team, did you? Mm-mm. So why all of a sudden now that they're so important to bring back?
I don't understand the Robbie Anderson thing. We'll see if that becomes anything. Who was the former Steelers receiver they brought in for a little while last year? Martavis Bryant, I believe.
Yeah.
Like, maybe this is just something like that. Let's see what he's got. To me,
I mean, when your season starts and everybody has signed everyone, it's all you can do. Find out what somebody still has, and you hope someone comes out and just can go and do what they did before. It happens every blue moon.
From a straight construction standpoint, I don't think they've done – I like what they've done. 2 vets, Terry and Debo, that have played at a Pro Bowl level. 2 young guys that you believe in. Now, then you've got Brown and Moore. You get to the 6th wide receiver on most NFL rosters, you're probably not in love with that player.
Probably so, yeah.
Now, we'll have to see if the evaluations are correct. I think you've seen really positive stuff from Luke and Lane, but that has to continue, right? The injuries, to me, are the killer there. The Terry injury particularly, especially with the unknown nature of it, is the killer.
That is the real one, yeah, because and also you can't plan for injuries. You know, guys get hurt, but you can't plan for that, especially to get a player of the caliber of the guy you might lose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If a general manager is that damn good to where, okay, Terry may get hurt, but I'm going to have this guy waiting, and he's the same level, that's a bad dude. But I don't know people that do it like that.
To me, the construction is done relatively correct. Maybe you question the evaluation, but the injuries are what bury you.
Yeah.
The Robbie Anderson thing, I was texting with a friend of the program last night. I don't get it, but they're trying something. Yeah. We'll see if that proves correct.
Sometimes you have to roll the dice. Sometimes you got to see if somebody has something. Because let's be real. The money that you've already allocated and the money you may allocate, you can't spend much for the people you're going to get. So sometimes you got to go get a guy that maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, this dude here was special. 3 years ago, you might have been special. That's the kind of money you can spend. That's what you can afford.
Now, there are veteran free agents that are available out there that I know fans will tweet me about Osborne or Tyler Boyd or whatever. Clearly, they think they'd rather try Anderson/Chosen than those guys. Do you think they've built the receiver room the right way? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We'll keep phones going until 12:30 when we hear from Dan Quinn. Hit us up. Nobody go anywhere. Faster than a cannonball. Where were you while we were getting high? Shout out to Oasis. Wish I went up to that concert in New York, but I didn't. I think a lot of fans right now wish Washington had brought in a more reliable veteran receiver, but they didn't. Let's hit these phones. Kenny in Largo, do you think Washington has built their wide receiver room correctly? Kenny, you there, bud?
Hello?
All right, put Kenny on hold. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Let's go to our guy, Devon in Rockville. D, you think they built it right?
I mean, I want to say no, but then again, I'm in the middle because, like D-Miss said, the Terry injury was unfortunate, out of nowhere, practically. And I'm pretty sure they had a nice scheme going, loaded up for him and Debo to be on the same on the field together. But we haven't been able to really see that and utilize that. When it comes to Luke, he does do good things on special teams, even though from last year in like the first 2 games, we didn't see much out of him. But the last 2 games, he done scored 2 touchdowns as a wide receiver. When it comes to Jalen Lane, I think we drafted him more for punt return, but we haven't utilized him yet in the passing game, as I believe he's a better deep threat because of his speed. And then when it comes to Chris Moore, I don't see why he's still on the team and on the active roster with the drops in preseason and the drops in live games now. I really would like to see them load up Jakari Brooks from Louisville. He's the only other build substitution for Noah Brown. I think they mishandled the Noah Brown thing, as D-Miss said. I don't know if it's for the same reason as I believe, because of he's always injured, so you can't really count on him. But the next build to that is Jakari. I think his name's Jakari Brooks. Man, he's really versatile and nice. But
Corey.
Yeah, so I guess they're not seeing things in practice, but sometimes you're more of a gamer. So, I mean, I think they should give him more of a shot. But like D mentioned, like you saying, JP, at this moment of the season, you're not going to get nobody that's like on the level of a true starter and a name that's really going to drag attention. So you got to go with what you got. So I just think that they should move Chris Moore out and give Brooks more of his time, and you might find a diamond in the rough. I take it off the gear.
All right, man.
Thanks for the call, Devon. Appreciate you, bud. Yeah, I know there's a lot of excitement for the younger receivers on the practice squad. They've been going with the vet, B. At what point do you think it's similar to maybe some of the secondary questions? Like, do you think that needs to change? Keep in mind, too, because McLaurin and Brown are both down but not on IR, that like Chris Moore is active and playing because of that. I believe if Brown and McLaurin are up,
He's not
Moore's
up.
inactive on game day.
Yeah.
What is your comfort level in Noah Brown's ability to stay healthy? Because to me, that is a really big factor in all this.
It's a big factor, but I think you watch when he came in last year, he was healthy enough to make a major impact. And I think that's what they look for. I think they're not looking for 17 games, but you can get 9 games out of him. He can be special for you. That's the question, though. He hadn't been here for any of these games before?
Noah, he played
Little bit
first two.
First game.
He played the first 2.
But now he's out. If he's on the field, he's going to give people hell. But he has to be on the field. So I don't have a great confidence since it's been part of his history, and now we've seen it while he's been here.
It gets harder and harder with each passing week. Let's seek in another call. We're going to keep the phone lines going on the other end. What's up? Alex is in Silver Spring. Alex, you like the way they built the receiver room?
Man, here's the thing. I mean, I'll just go with evidence, man. It's like this. You remember Ayuk's situation? It's just like Terry's. He stayed out. He wanted to, get his money. And I mean, I love Terry, but I mean, just look at the situation. Now let's go, but I'm not going to get mad. You know what I mean? He needed everybody. I'm not going to touch his money. That's his money. He deserves it. Yeah, but you see the situation we're in. So let's go to Plan B now. I mean, realistically, man. I mean, Noah can't stay healthy, right? And then you have this and that. Man, go get Whittle from Miami. Go trade for Wilson on the Jets, or go trade for. I don't know if AJ will be
They
allowed
just
to come
signed
down
Garrett
on this neck of the
Wilson
woods.
to a long-term deal, dude.
What
They're
you
not
but-
trading
but
that guy.
You
You
say
get
go
my
trade
point.
him.
Get
You think those
somebody-
people want to
get
trade him?
somebody- I mean, get somebody that's going to really come out and play. I'll get somebody.
But what you gonna give up for him? That's the question.
Or do this then. All right, then disregard. I didn't even. That's on me. I didn't even check what was their situation. Get somebody that's like a. What would be an example, man? Someone that's not under a long-term contract and that you're not going to give so much, but he can stay on the field under the radar guy. Someone in Arizona, someone in whatever team. You know where I'm going with it. Something that you're not gonna. Something that's been proven. Because unfortunately,
if it's been proven, they're not just gonna let it go, though. You understand?
No. But I know what you're saying, B. Mitch. But what I'm saying is something that someone that's like. Let me see. What's a perfect example that they traded? Like when we gave up Jahan Dotson to Philly. Someone that's like somebody else's team is going to say, oh, no, we have these two other individuals, so we can afford to let him go. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you for the call, brother. We got to go to break. We'll keep the phone lines open. Dan Quinn, we'll talk at 12:30.
Cleveland Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski confirmed to his players today that Dylan Gabriel will start this week against the Vikings. The Browns have yet to score more than 17 points in a game this season, and out of 33 qualifying quarterbacks, Flacco ranks last in the NFL in passer rating, completion rate, and yards per attempt. He's 31st in expected points added per play. Only the Titans have scored fewer points than the Browns this season, so why not move to Dylan Gabriel? Speaking of changes, let's move over to Major League Baseball. Brian Snitker will not return as manager of the Braves. He will remain with the organization, though, in a senior advisory capacity. That leaves, and bear with me here, the Braves, the Nats, the Angels, the Giants, the Rangers, the Twins, the Orioles, and the Rockies, all looking for a new manager. The Nationals made some news today, too. They officially announced Paul Taboni as their next president of baseball operations in a press conference earlier this morning. Taboni opened the presser by saying he wanted to create a scouting and player development monster that would make the Nationals the envy of not just the baseball world, but the entire sports world. He also mentioned multiple times that you win with people, and this is something that he's learned over the years, especially during his long tenure with the Red Sox. He mentioned that there are two sides of coaching that are needed, a technical side and the art of coaching. Both of those will make an impact here in Washington. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
News. Good news. I feel like we could all use some.
All right.
God forbid somebody finds asbestos in your basement. The Washington Commanders have opened the 21-day window for Sam Cosmi to return. He'll be in practice today. That is a good step.
That's a great one.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And, we got a whole bunch of roster moves. Okay. Javante Jean-Baptiste to the IR. I think we all expected that.
Yeah.
Antonio Hamilton, the corner, gets called up from the practice squad. And Robbie Chosen, we learned yesterday, added to the practice squad. So Antonio Hamilton now on the active. Brian, could Hamilton be the answers on the back end of the secondary?
We're going to find out.
He might get a chance.
You're going to find out.
That is another veteran player.
Listen, I know, Jay, I'm simple when it comes to football for me. You know what could help the back end and also the cornerbacks?
You're not wrong.
The front. You know what could help the receivers and the running backs and the quarterback? The front. You know, it's like we make this thing complicated. Football is relatively easy. If the big guys are out there doing their job at a high level, everybody else's job come easy. So I think big guys should get paid more money than everybody else on the football field, to be totally honest with you. But they don't. Why? Because people get sold by the sexiness of other positions. They can't do a damn thing without the big guys doing their job at a high level. None of them. Quarterbacks, cornerbacks, none of them can do anything without the big dudes. So our big guys got to find a way to be consistent week in and week out. Not 1 week and then the next week they take a break.
Pro football is a symbiotic relationship. You need the front and the back. It's like trying to find a wife. You need the front and the back, right? Like,
you kind of lose me a little bit.
You prefer only one or the other?
I'm just saying. You kind of losing me on this one. I'm like,
Anthony in line 5. Anthony is in Clarksburg. Anthony, do you approve of how things have been built, particularly in that wide receiver room thus far?
Particularly in the receiver room, I would say no. I feel like we've passed up on some guys in prior classes and drafted some guys who aren't even on the roster. We could have had a valuable player there. It wasn't a problem like just now. During Ron, we were saying the same thing, but we used to have guys like Ryan Grant, like Mo Harris. When things get deep, you throw the ball out to a random guy and he's going to get it. We just don't really have that anymore. And Chris Moore is not that guy. We just need someone else. Luke had, like he scored those 2 touchdowns. He was fine, but Jalen Lane should be getting those touches, and I feel like Jalen Lane could be like a Khalil Shakir. But you look at like the Packers, they don't have big names, but dudes like Romeo Doubs, Dontavian Wicks, they go out, they catch passes. Dudes on the Patriots, Demario Douglas. Like, if you're going to trade for somebody, do that. Or Greg Dortch or something. But, like, you don't want to give up capital for someone like that, but you need more.
I don't know what all is available. I hear you right now. I also think you just need Terry healthy. This whole thing looks incredibly different if Terry's healthy. I'll keep the phone lines going, though. Sean is in Springfield. What's up, Sean?
Hey, how you doing, JP? First things first, I just want to show some love to you, JP. Everybody comes on here and tells B-Mitch how much they love him, which I do love you too, B-Mitch, but I always look forward to All Ears with JP Finley. It's a great program.
My guy. Thanks, buddy.
Of course. The receiver room, in theory, it's a good room, right, with Terry and Debo. But the second Terry gets hurt, it goes from like a B+ to, C-. Jalen Lane, 4-3 guy, helps a lot, but just not good enough. So, I would definitely say we need more. And Chris Moore, he is awful.
Yeah, 4-3 guy, you say not good enough. Every receiver that steps in as a rookie, for the most part, aren't good enough at that point. But they become good enough. But why is our expectations we want everybody to be perfect at their job when none of us are perfect at ours when we first take it on? None of us.
I can't stress enough, you lost your top receiver. Like, it's going to look different.
You lost your top receiver and another guy who was very, very impactful last year.
You said it earlier about Brown. Like, if you want to criticize and find flaws, maybe the reliance on Noah B was one of them. Because remember, he played 9 games last year, I think. Maybe it was 10, but it wasn't a full season, certainly. Our guy Trucker Dan is on the line. What's up, Danny boy?
What's up, man? Hey, first of all, I got to say this, man. You know why season is shambles? Because our main man, Rev, where he at, man? Rev used to take us to church every day. Oh, where he at? We need Rev on the line to call us every day to get our season back on track. That's why we losing, man. The second problem is scheme. We got players. I don't know what these guys talking about. I'm going to tell you right now, we got players. Brooks is better than Martin. He should be on that field. Jalen Lane, he just need to get his wings under his track. The boy, Luke McCaffrey, look what happened when they finally started throwing the ball. He caught it. Mm-hmm. So we got players. I called you guys last season to talk about Brooks out of Louisville. We got him. Then I called you guys last season again to talk about Chosen. Look at it. We got him now. It's like God on our side. Coach needs to just scheme these players. We talking about that tight end. That tight end that's on our team right now. He had 2 great-ass blocks this past Sunday. He was doing his thing. We just need to throw these guys the ball. I understand that we try to get Debo the ball a lot, but we got to use all our players if we want to see this open. I know Terry, he hurt. He going to come back. When he going to come back, he going to do his thing. We can't depend on Noah Brown. He always injured. I don't like for him to just be one of our practice players just because of that Hail Mary. I think he deserved that the most, but we got players, man. We just need to use them. And that's all I can say right now.
Thanks for the call, Danny. Appreciate you, bud. I like the spirit of that phone call that's like, I think we've got to just have a mindset that, like, by and large, I don't know, I got a text from radio about Tyler Boyd, right? And sometimes name value drives what people think. Tyler Boyd had some great seasons with the Bengals. He went for 1,000 yards for 2 straight seasons in 2018 and 2019. Boyd last year was with the Titans, and he had 39 catches on 57 targets for 390 yards. Average about 24 yards per game. Now, maybe that's more than what you're getting from Noah. Maybe. But that is not a game-changing situation for your receiver room. Landville, you asked the question on the show sheet. Do you think they built the receiver room poorly?
I would have liked to have seen them maybe add a little bit more depth. I know they went out and got Debo, but wide receiver wasn't a particular strong suit of them last year, and I felt like they could have maybe used a little more upgrade there.
last year they didn't have Debo. Last year they didn't have Jalen Lane. They went and got those two guys. They upgraded the room. You got two guys hurt now. So, of course, you're going to lose some depth. They have guys that can probably go, but I think this area, all we care about is names. Okay? Those names have to grow to become something, too. Why don't we give our guys a chance just a little bit? Luke is coming around. Jalen Lane has shown you promise. No, he's not a finished product yet. But who the hell expects a rookie to be a finished product in week 5? You know what I'm saying? It's like we are an area where we want it all, then we get it, we don't want it, and we don't want nothing to grow. Why?
Well, B, I'll say this. You hadn't been particularly high on Luke, and he's showing you something.
Yes, he's showing me something now. But the thing of it, he eventually started, because it wasn't that I wasn't high on Luke. I was pissed at the people who all call and say he deserves, he should be getting an opportunity. He wasn't getting an opportunity because he wasn't producing. See, that's the thing about it. We get people calling here every day telling us who should be getting it. The guy just said, Luke shouldn't be getting it. Jalen Lane should be getting it. Why? Just because you like that person more? These coaches understand what the hell they're doing, but they also know guys are not going to be a finished product as soon as they step on the damn football field. You got some type of growth plan, some type of growth. You need some time to grow and get there. And then when you get there, you start going. But if you had all the pieces in place, you have great depth. You can't tell me that those guys couldn't grow better without being thrust into the situation. See, Luke right now and also Jalen, they don't get that growth, that the growing time they were supposed to be getting. They're now thrown out there, and guess what? They don't have all the tools just yet.
Like, do you think people would be happier if they signed Odell Beckham?
Yeah, they probably would. And then they'll be pissed off if something don't go right. This is what we are. Listen, bro, our whole area, we always want. And when we get and it doesn't hit like we think, we blame the people that brought them in. But we the one that requested it, right? See, as long as we're sitting back, that nothing is pointing at us, we great. But nah, you got to grow stuff sometimes. And the whole thing about it, the success they had last year has made people think that this team is better than what it was, than what it is. And don't understand, they're still building. They're not there yet. They're still building.
Kenny is in Largo. We'll try this again. Kenny, what do you think about this receiver room?
What's up, y'all? Can y'all hear me this time?
What's up, bro?
Buddy,
we got you, bro.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah and no, because like I said, I agree with having vets and rookies combined together, but I'm gonna say no because we had that one receiver, and I know who I'm about to say, y'all. We had Mitch Tinsley on our team, bro. We had him and we let him walk. How did we let him walk? How did that happen?
But did Mitch Tinsley do what he's doing right now last year?
He had a great preseason.
He had a great preseason. But I'm still asking the question. Did he do exactly what he's doing now last year? No, he had another year to grow. And he was doing that with Joe Burrow. I didn't see Mitch Tinsley or nobody do nothing last week with the other quarterback.
He flashed with Sam Howell was quarterback, Mitch Tinsley. And I can remember. So I don't know.
Not in the regular season.
Not in the regular season.
Y'all right though. But I'm just saying.
I hear you.
I would catch him over Chris Moore. I ain't gonna lie. I would catch him over Chris Moore any day.
I think that's a reasonable stance, dude. That to me is a reasonable stance. They definitely chose a veteran over a younger guy in Moore, and the performance has been underwhelming. Thanks for the call, Kenny.
But Mitch was here last year.
And 2 years ago.
Yeah, but he wasn't here this year.
No. But
Moore was kept this year. Mitch Tinsley.
His point is they could have kept Tinsley after.
They could have last year, but they didn't, and they kept him. And I think they had a great year without him. But then all of a sudden he signed with somebody else. They probably wanted to bring him back, but somebody else signed him. You know, I'm talking about the people that was in camp this year. Who do you choose from? You know, Chris did drop a lot of balls, and last week he dropped one. But 2 weeks ago, people were like, "Oh man, who was
the Giants?"
It was Chris Moore.
Nice catch.
You know, so it's like this thing goes back and forth. You know, and we could nitpick everything every week. You know, you can find good stuff. Everything.
What I can't stress enough is the reason we're having a Chris Moore, Ja'Cory Brooks discussion is injuries.
Yeah.
Let's go to Drew in D.C. Drew, what do you think about the receiver room?
Hey, gentlemen, how y'all doing, man?
What's up, Drew?
When I think about the receiver room, man, I'm still down here in Atlanta, man. You know, I'm still down here after the game. But what I take away from the receivers, man, I think they let a gem go, which, you know, now look like peanuts when they had De'Ami Brown. I think he would have been a very good if they would have kept him around and stuff like that. But also, I do think it has a lot to do with the scheme because we're one of the very few teams, you know, besides Terry, I don't see this team run no slants with no receivers. All our routes are out routes or fade routes or anything like that. I think it's a lot of in the scheming as far as getting open. And also with Terry, you know, I'm a big fan of Terry, but I told everybody, I said, with him holding out, I'm glad he got his money. I said, I feel that he's going to have an injury, which I didn't pray it on him. But still, even with Terry, they don't even use Terry properly because the first 3 games of the season, you paying him top receiver money, but it's the routes they're running. So I do think, you know, let me ask you a question. Is Michael Gallup still out there? You know, because I know we had him in preseason. Is he still out there or he's signed with somebody else? But I think with the receivers.
He is.
Yeah.
Listen, to me, Gallup was a player that people knew who he was from his time with the Cowboys. I don't believe he's had a catch in the NFL in 3 seasons. I wasn't particularly impressed from what I saw. I don't think Michael Gallup's the answer to the question. If you're telling me 4 minus X equals 1, I don't think Gallup is 3. But thank you for the call. Seriously. Yeah. Let's go to let's get a fired up Mark from Largo. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm going to be very somber because B. Mitch is here, and B. Mitch is jumping my case, him and Doc, so I'm going to be very small. I think the receiving room is an embarrassment to Jaden Daniels, and I'm going to tell you why I say that. I just wish I can understand why Terry and his agent did what they did with Adam Peters in the front office. Because when you make a trade like that with Deebo Samuel, and basically you have a receiver that you've known that's 4 months younger than Terry McLaurin, and you're probably going to have to pay him. Jaden Daniels is going to have 2 30-year-old receivers under contract, and he's going to be 25 in December in 2 months. And they're going to start breaking down. That's not a good sign, man. That's not a good sign at all, man. I mean, it's really an embarrassment. That was small. I wasn't bringing a lot. I didn't want to piss off JP because I love JP, even though people think I don't like you, JP. I do love JP.
I thought you didn't. And that's great.
and Brian, you know, I wanted to keep it. Look, everybody else in that draft class has got toys, but Drake May and Jaden Daniels. Think about that. Think about it.
Mark,
Michael Penix ain't going nowhere for 5 years.
What do you consider Terry and Deebo?
I think they're great, but they're 5 years older than Jaden. Okay,
but Mark.
Mm-hmm.
They could be 5 years older than him, but he can perform with them, and then all of a sudden, then you start to bring other people in. I've discussed this many a times. But what I'm saying is, Jaden had a great rookie season, right? And he was throwing the ball to Terry.
Great rookie season.
Terry was 5 years old. He was 5 years older than him.
Better last year than the ones this year.
He was 5 years older than him last year.
True.
If he comes and if they start playing, if they play for 3 or 4 more years and they ball out, you know, I don't think it makes a difference.
That's a lot, B. You know, it's a lot. I'm saying,
but you know, see, I listen. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't listen. Y'all spend a lot of money. Y'all follow the team. I love fans, but fans never think about today. Y'all always think about 5 years from now, 5 years ago. That's why the hell we don't get nowhere, because we don't ever think about what the hell we got right now and try to make it the best right now. And right now, our problem is we not winning in the damn trenches. Simple as that. on a consistent basis.
If you're on hold, stay there. We'll try to work our way back to the phones. Dan Quinn will speak to the media next.
The Commanders announced that guard Sam Cosmi has been designated to return to practice from the PUP list. The decision by the Commanders opens up Cosmi's 21-day window to return to the active roster. Cosmi's return, whenever that might be within the next 3 weeks, will help bolster an offensive line that has contributed to the second best rushing attack in the NFL through 4 games. Another roster move by the Commanders, they are placing defensive end Javonte Jean-Baptiste on the reserve injured list after he suffered a torn pec. Quinn did not say that the injury was season-ending, but it would keep him sidelined for, quote, a while. The Commanders filled that open roster spot by signing quarterback Antonio Hamilton Jr. from the practice squad. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch at Finley 1067 The Fan. In moments, we will hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. Obviously, the biggest topic is the status of Jaden Daniels. I think we all expect Jaden to play this week. Are you there, B?
Yeah, I'm hoping. I'm hoping. I don't know if I expect. Well, yes, I expect. Well, I'm hoping. You know, I was trying to say it a different way, but yeah, I'm thinking that he's ready to rock.
Let's let Commanders head coach Dan Quinn tell the story. Here we go.
We'll begin today with some good news. Sam Cosmi will begin his 21-day window. He got injured in January, and he has worked his ass off to get back on the field with his teammates, so it'll be great to have him back at practice. Also said I'd give you an update on Jaden. He has been medically cleared by the doctors. He'll practice full today. As far as other injuries and practice updates, we'll put out the injury report later today. And also wanted to give a big shout out and a welcome to Paul Taboni and the Nationals, and definitely pulling for those guys, I believe, as he's got started today. So glad to open up to you guys and get rolling.
What have you seen with Jaden over the last week or so, really, as he's dealt with this?
Just a steadfast approach to it, Nikki, first off, to put the work in to say, okay, I got to do all the things to do to get better. And then once you kind of get over the top of that, then the throw in the movements to go. So that's what we saw in terms of the work to get better.
And as far as the other guys, Terry, especially Noah, John Bates, where are they?
Yeah, all are trending up, and that's what I was referring to. I'll give you some updates on those tonight, but we're making good progress with those guys.
Dan, what will the next 48 hours be like in terms of what you're looking for from Jaden before you make a decision?
Just real back into the fold of it, David. He'll get all the reps at the practice, so we'll be back at a full speed, the execution, the timing, all of that. That's really what I'm looking for, but he's definitely chomping at the bit to get going. So, or just running the offense, being back to himself. That was our discussion today to make sure, man, like all the looks, all the calls, and the speed of the practice.
I know you understand his competitive nature, and I'm sure he understands your authority, but I wonder what those conversations are like when he's telling you I can go, and you're telling him I hear you, but not yet.
Yeah. It's good that I've known him for a year and a half now. I think when you're first getting to know somebody, you're feeling that out, but knowing what his best looks like, and also having trust in one another to do that. And so I think that's a big piece of it.
Hi, Coach. You guys are heading into Los Angeles early. What is the benefit for your team to have that extra day of practice at the Coliseum already in Southern California?
Yeah, we decided that in the spring that we oftentimes like to take an extended trip when we can. We had done it for a trip last year. We know obviously we're going to Madrid. We'll do that one as an extended time. I think it's some good spaces for the team to get together. It's also to get acclimated, to get ready. There's a big time change with that, and so we thought we would make that decision to go out early, get ourselves, fully ready, to go play at our best.
With working Cosme back into the lineup, you guys have had a lot of change on the offensive line. How difficult is that for maybe your signal callers to adapt to all those changes up front?
Yeah, it is part of it, and it's not what you want. Like you'd love for all the guys to play in their spots, but that's just not how it is. I think when we look around the NFL right now, there's a lot of moving parts, on all the teams, ours included. And Sam getting back into it is a step in that direction. But he also has to get back into rhythm and, the combinations and all the communication. So we're just pumped that he's put this kind of work in to allow him to, be ready to get back into with the group this quickly.
Over here.
Got it.
Last year, you guys were 7th, I believe, in the league in time of possession. That's not the case this year so far. With the return of presumably number 5, is that really what you want out of your squad, as to be able to keep that opposing defense off the field and do what you guys can do offensively?
Yeah, we like that, and we feel like, offensively we're definitely making strides on our run game, on our run actions, the play actions that go with that. A good piece of that is also third down. That's one of the areas we really need to dig into, because now your drives are continuing. So those are a big piece of that. So, it's part of the formula for sure, Chick. Still feel like it's early days as we're going, and we've got plenty of work, that we need to put in, but that is certainly the goal for us, yes.
With going out to LA early, does that change the timeline for you in terms of evaluating these injured guys who you don't know if they're going to go?
No, because we'll go through practice, as we get into tomorrow. But no, it doesn't change that time frame on that.
And then I wanted to ask you about Robbie Chosen and kind of more broadly that outside receiver spot.
Yep.
What do you envision for him? And then also, what's your level of comfort with guys like Luke and Jalen and even Debo playing in those outside receiver spots?
Yeah. The silver lining, that's maybe not the right word. Maybe we can think of another name for an added benefit, was with Noah and Terry missing some significant time early. I think it ramped up Jalen's space where he was able to even play outside some in the preseason. We did that with Debo, and Luke had already done some of that. So where at once we weren't as interchangeable, and now that we are, I think that's a good step, forward. Robbie's, some of the guys had experience with him, coaching with him before. Cliff has, Wes has, so we had some background with him. Came in, had an excellent workout, and so one of the things I appreciate from Adam, just always digging and competing to see, is there a spot to go? And sometimes it works out great. Other times we just keep competing and digging. But we're pumped. Robbie's here, and he's working hard already to learn it and grow. And there is some familiarity for him too.
Yeah, I know it's been a bumpy start for the season for the defense overall, but what gives you confidence that the unit will be able to turn it around moving forward for the rest of the year?
A lot of confidence. I thought, there's a lot of progress that I thought, with the exception of the second half on third down. That's a big piece of how you want to play. And I thought, in 2 games, the energy and intensity has been what I'd hoped it would be in pass rush, and 2 others, not so much. And so that gives me a good sense of what I know it can look like. Had we not seen that, I might feel differently. So I've got plenty of confidence in how we want to play and what it will look like. And so I'm very much looking forward to seeing that.
Dan, in terms of the secondary and those back end guys, how do you improve communication? Like, how as a defensive minded coach and your staff, how can you help improve communication with the secondary guys?
Well, I think first it starts in meeting rooms to make sure when you make a call, like you're just echoing it. It's the collaboration, that you're working on together. You take that into the walkthrough portions and then onto the field. So you just emphasize it in every way. It's not going back to walk, crawl, run, but it's just the emphasis of it over and over. Say it again. If you don't hear it, repeat it back. Communication is also sent and acknowledged. So if I give you a call, you're giving me a signal back. Some's verbal, some's nonverbal. So like most things, you get what you emphasize, and we're certainly going to dig in hard on that.
Curious about the balance and kind of the mindset of applying pressure in terms of when to throw a blitz, when to go more blitz heavy, when to rush 4. Take me through that balance of like over the course of a game or even a game plan. Like, how does that plan kind of get constructed?
Well, some of it's based on the opponent, some on your matchups and where you want to go. If you can rush with 4 and affect the QB, obviously that gives you some advantages in some ways because you have another defender, that you can use into coverage. Road, home, are they going with 6-man or 7-man to protect, or 6 or 5? So all of that factors in. You want to have some balance, like most things, like an offense that has either all run or all pass. You want the balance to work on both. And I think the same thing on a good defense, that you want to have the ability to show a blitz, come out of it, show like you're in coverage, bring the blitz, and be able to get in and out of checks. So those are all things that make up a good defense, and you need a balance of both.
Coach, it's a long season, but still one in which you're attempting to go 1-0 each and every week. As a leader of men in that locker room, how do you balance between having the emphasis on this week as well as the patience on the long run?
Yeah, it's a great topic. One for all teams that you're starting to get your identity set. You really want to dig in on what that looks like. At the top for us, our central theme of the program is competition, and that's not just against the opponent. That's with ourselves. See how good we can get together as a team. I loved in the game against the Raiders the complementary football. This a return to a score to working together. So the competitive nature of us doing it together, I think that allows you to not look too far down the road. See how good you can get. You work your skills, and we just try not to look down the road. It's about improvement and getting better. And when you can stay in that pocket, you don't have to look too far down the line. There's plenty to work on, right in front of you for the matchup, for the game. And so that's how we choose to dig in.
Dan, looking at Frankie Louvu, first couple weeks seemed to have more pass rushes than the last couple weeks. I don't know.
I don't know if that's true.
Okay,
Yeah.
just looking at the numbers, maybe.
Okay.
But I'm curious, has there been not a de-emphasis, but maybe more of an emphasis on him dropping into coverage, or would you like to see him rush a little bit more?
Yeah, I think it all depends on how to go to win. Like, obviously, I want him going forward as often as we can, but sometimes the game dictates that too. When he's rushing, when he's blitzing, how we're using him in those spaces. So, yeah, we always want to put him in positions to make plays. So, wherever that looks like, that's where we're at. But I don't think of him any more or less. I thought, honestly, last week he played really good and solid and square in the run game, but maybe there might not have been as many pass opportunities for him in that space.
With Marshawn, do you feel teams are going after him? And I guess that would be part one. And then two, how do you feel he has been performing?
Yeah, so part one, when you play middle field coverage, like both corners, get targeted to where you go. Sometimes it's their matchup, sometimes it's ours. I don't feel that's been the case. And then the second part, can you repeat? Yeah, so I'd say when you play corner and you play offensive tackle, like there's a lot of plays that go good, that go unnoticed, and there's one that goes up top, and it's like there's one or there's a sack, and like that's part of, living life, outside. And what I do know about him, like this is one competitive guy, and like he's always down for the challenge and for the fight, and so I'm looking forward to working with him again this week and as we get rocking again.
Hey, Coach. So you've mentioned, September football. So now it's October. So what does October football, what's been the message around what you want to see this month?
Yeah, I think the execution, honestly, Candy, that's the big thing. I want to make sure the energy home road in terms of, how we want to play. And somebody brought up starting fast to me. Starting fast doesn't mean a touchdown on the first drive or a 3 and out. It's a speed and intensity and urgency to go. So I don't want to confuse what that would look like. But I do want to see the execution really, start to dig in. We've had 4 games together. Roles have now begun to emerge. And so, it's a good month to go really dig in to go get better. And now that some of those roles have emerged, that's a big deal for it. Some guys have had to step in, and I've liked what I've seen in some of those instances, Candy, to see guys step up when the injuries take place, knowing that that's a part of it, and the opportunity came early for some of the players, and so it's nice to see them deliver and show and express themselves. Hey, man, I can help, I can do these things, and so I think that's been a big piece of it.
Hey, Coach, sticking with the injury situation, it's been challenging in this early part of the year. With some of those guys that have stepped in, do you have to tweak any of those things a little bit because of the injuries? You suffered another one last week with Jean Baptiste, and who will be filling in for him?
Yes, you do want to, not one size fits all, Donna, into that. So when somebody's featured in a different role or a different spot, it's not just add water and the same result will take place. So you may have to do things a little bit differently. I think we maybe spoke about that a little bit with Austin and what that would look like, and then with Will. So with Javonte, in his case, we signed Preston a few weeks back, and so as he's progressing, those would be some snaps that would go his way.
Dan, when you have a guy like Jaden Daniels coming off an injury, obviously he wants to play out of the pocket. Obviously you want to use as many of his abilities as you can. Is there a way to balance that with protecting him and keeping him healthy, or is that something you can't be concerned about?
Yeah, I think you can. Not necessarily the calling of the game, but maybe I had said it a few weeks ago, the only thing worse than missing games is, not taking the lessons from there. And as a scramble goes, when do I get down? When do I get out of bounds? And so, Jaden's still growing too. We feel like he's been playing for a while, and so as he's into his second year, like there's still things that he's growing on too. And that's kind of the fun and the exciting part, that he hasn't anywhere near the top of what he's going to be. And so that lights me up. But those are some things, where do you grow? When do you take your shot? When do you not? And so those are the lessons you want somebody to learn at quarterback or at any spot. And I certainly fully expect him to do that. That's the type of competitor he is.
That was Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. The big headline news: Jaden Daniels fully cleared by the doctors, full go at practice, full speed. Expect him on the field Sunday against the Chargers. We're going to open these phone lines up, react to everything DQ has said. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Fellas, this is your boy B. Mitch here. And if you're still rocking those tired old polos with the floppy collars, it's time to step up your game. Go to Collars & Co. You might have seen them on Shark Tank. They give you that crisp dress shirt look with the comfort of your favorite polo. Listen, I wear mine to the studio. Actually, I have on one today. You can see the collar standing up. Looks like a dress shirt. It doesn't.
Looks sharp.
It's not all floppy and things like that. I wear them because if I'm going to the golf course and I got somewhere to stop by, you don't have to run and have to go grab another shirt. These shirts look just good enough for you. You can wear it under jackets, anything like that. You have no wrinkles. You don't have to take it to the dry cleaner. Just throw it on, and you're ready to roll. CollarsandCo.com. And now you can check them out in person. Their new store opens October 15th. 14 more days at Congressional Plaza. And you'll get 20% off orders over $99 with code BMITCH20. That's BMITCH20. That's Collar & Co. Stay sharp, just like I do.
Do you like Primus? Through each one of my eyelids. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Just got some good news, Washington Commanders fans. Jaden Daniels, fully cleared medically, back at full speed for practice. That would put him back in the driver's seat to play against the Chargers. B, not a surprise, but good news nonetheless.
Not one at all. Not a surprise, and I'm happy to hear it. And let's get this thing rolling, man. I think when he's on the field, he helps out not only the offense, he helps out the defense as well.
Agree with that, man. Agree with that. I want to let some callers react. We got a bunch of people on the phones. Drew, I think, is our guy Drew down in Bama. Drew, you fired up to have Jaden back on the field.
Guys, and I think Marcus did a fine job as a backup, but the reality is the offense has not been dangerous. They've been more opportunistic, and the defense has been sluggish. And we just need the energy back, and we need. We were talking about receivers before. Jaden made our offense feared, regardless of who was around him, and we need to get back to that. I think we got enough pieces, but the energy level and our ability to dictate the game flow hasn't been there. So I'm really hoping that's what changes.
Totally. And take that one step further. I think what Jaden does really well is extend plays on third downs, get opportunities to stay on the field. I think that buried. The defense couldn't get off the field on third down, but what if they were on the field a little bit less? What if the offense was sustaining drives?
There you go.
Washington was 1 of 8 on third down against Atlanta.
Defense get a little rest when they converting those third downs.
Our guy Jupe is on the line. Jaden's
what's
back,
up, brother.
Jupe's phone's bojangling. There he is.
All right, go,
Y'all hear me?
Jupe. We have to get you a new phone, man, because it'd be like, it'd be joking us and
It's rough
stuff.
out here. It's rough out here. Brother trying to survive, man. That's all I can say. Hey, listen. PSA real quick. Please stop bringing up Terry's injury in the holdout conversation. If you're going to do that, then talk about Tyreek Hill. He was in camp all year, and look at where he's at right now. Mike Evans, CeeDee Lamb. You want to talk about stats? Let's talk about Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. They really haven't been doing too much. Stop bringing it up. Also, too, PSA. People, stop saying, let's go get Jalen Waddle. You really think the Dolphins are going to give up Waddle after losing Tyreek Hill for the year? This is not Madden. We're not going to have an all-star cast of receivers, running backs, and defensive players, man. Don't work like that. You got to be more reasonable. There's 2 players I have in mind that I already talked to you guys about. One is a free agent, Jameson Crowder. Why? Because he's been here. He knows the system. He works with the team. He performed for us well, and he plays special teams. The other one, if he really wanted to trade for somebody, Tutu Atwell. I think he could fit in well here. But I don't know how many picks we got. What we got, like 5 or 6 for next 2026?
I believe it's 6.
Why we want to give up more draft picks when the complaint is we're an old team? How you get younger? By going through the draft. So you got to save those picks. I don't think the issue is the wide receiver room. Let's look at the numbers we put up this past couple of weeks. 21 points, 18 points, 27 points, 41 points. The issue is not the offense. We got to let these youngers get in there and get some game time experience. Demons, I understand what you're saying. The coach has got a plan for to develop them. Also, I don't believe that they got to get that game time experience. Sometimes some people learn better that way by just getting in there and getting their feet wet. So, therefore, let these youngers go. The issue is not the offense; it's our defense. I'm not gonna bash on the defense either. My one issue with AP is these 1-year deals. We gotta have chemistry, and it takes time to get that chemistry. These players, I feel like we're qualified. We're good enough to be a good stout defense. But they got to get that. They got to gel together. They got to figure one another out so that they can play together as a unit and on defense. It's going to take time. I feel they're going to get it together. Let's just pause, people. Let's pause.
Pause, dog.
Hey,
Thank
man, Jupe, you already my dog, man. But every time you call, I like you even more.
All right.
You have a football sense.
The one thing I'll say about people asking about Crowder, I think with Lane here, who has clearly established himself as the punt returner, and ideally a future slot guy. I don't think Crowder makes a ton of sense given that situation.
Maybe not as a punt returner, but you talk about depth at wide receiver. He can play more than just slot.
I agree. I think they want that.
Would you take him over anybody or the other guys they playing? Outside of, like, I understand.
If you're asking
Luke
specifically about Robbie Anderson, he gets you size. He's 6'3". You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Crowder and Lane are a pretty similar player.
Yeah, he might get you some.
Keep these phone lines open when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. Piece of Commanders news. Per Dan Quinn's press conference, Jaden Daniels has been fully cleared and will be full go at practice. Same with Sam Cosby, who had his 21-day window opened, meaning he can be activated at any point throughout these next 3 weeks. And there is a ton of movement around the baseball world. The Rockies have just announced that general manager Bill Schmidt will not return after one of the worst seasons in baseball history. A search is underway for his replacement. Schmidt has been with the organization since 1999, including the past 4 seasons as GM. The Rockies turned in their 3rd straight 100-loss season, and they missed the postseason for the 7th year in a row, so obviously things had to change. But change is happening too for the Braves. They also announced that manager Brian Snitker will transition to an advisory role ahead of the 2026 season, his 50th with the franchise in some form or another. The Braves then will join a group of 8 clubs looking to hire a new skipper this offseason. That list, of course, includes the Nationals. Building success is like success on the field. It takes teamwork, strategy, and a strong home advantage. In Fairfax City, companies play to win with a community that rallies behind them and a place where employees can live, work, and play without leaving the neighborhood. Visit gofairfaxcity.com to learn more. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Woo-hoo! B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Got a bunch of information from Dan Quinn. Some good news. Sam Cosby back on the practice field. Windows open. Better news. Jaden Daniels medically cleared. Back on the practice field. Full go.
I'm waiting on some more news.
What's that?
JB. John Bates.
We'll see.
If he's on the field, I think it makes a world of difference.
Keep saying trending up. When we
I'll be trend onto the field.
When we talked with John Bates yesterday, if you missed that interview, check it out wherever you get your podcasts. We talked to Commanders tight end John Bates yesterday. He said, I'm feeling really good, hoping to get ramped up. I feel all right, so Jaden's back. Cosby's on the back track, in a good way, of Bates, Brown, McLaurin. Who do you feel best about?
Bates.
Me too.
And the thing, but what I like about Bates, I was just in there talking with Jason. He was like, "How do you win in the trenches?" So I gave him 2 things about defense, and I say, get John Bates back, and you start thinking about the running games of teams all the way back to before I got here, from Donnie Warren on, when they had good tight ends. Basically, you had like a 6 lineman on the field, and you're able to go out there and handle business. So I've always liked tight ends that could truly, truly block, because they help make things even more dominant on that side of the ball.
For sure.
So I think him coming back would be more help than any natural fan, normal fan will understand.
I think that's a really good point. I think Bates helps them a ton, and I think he's coming back, honestly. I have the most confidence in Bates' return. Who do you feel better between McLaurin and Brown?
McLaurin.
I kind of do, too.
Listen, bro.
Or let me say this. I don't know who will be back first, but I have a feeling when Terry's back, he's back.
I know Terry, it kills him not to be out there. I'm sure it kills Noah as well. But Noah's not been out there more than Terry's not been out there. Noah's been not practicing more than he's been practicing. So I just think Terry is going to push it more.
Let's hit these phones. We got some good news. Folks are still worried about the receiver room. Let's go to Austin is in North Carolina. Austin, Jaden's back. Cosby's on the back track. Receivers, still a lot of questions.
I'm not too concerned about the receivers. I think once Jaden comes back, it's going to look a lot better and a lot more fluid. The thing that I'm more curious about is Dan Quinn's comment about Marshawn Lattimore, and it was the part where he said, I'm glad to work with him this week. Like, it sounds like not the best kind of point to make. I mean, he's on the team for the season. I'd love to get your guys' take on kind of the verbiage that he chose to use in that statement.
About Lattimore specifically, I think it's a good question. I think there's a number of things to consider with Lattimore, right? Did he get burned by Drake London? Yes. Did Michael Penix have the backfield? Yes. He hitched twice before he let that thing go.
Yeah.
Lattimore gives up big plays and gets called on a lot of penalties. Like it depends on what your evaluation is. Was Lattimore worth the 3rd-round pick? I'm not entirely sure.
Mm-hmm.
Was DQ right, though, that a lot of times with, what do you say, left tackles and corners?
Yeah.
People only remember the bad plays. Like
100%.
They can play pretty well for 80% of a game. DQ said, I don't think Lattimore's being targeted. I think in that game in Atlanta he was, but that doesn't necessarily mean he is every game. I think Amos is their best corner, and I think their teams will generally go to the other side if they think they have an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
But as for DQ, what do you think he's going to say? Yeah, teams are targeting him. He's getting torched. He's not going to say that.
No, not at all.
I think.
But what he said is not a lie. A cornerback can go out there and play 10 plays, great. 20 plays, great. Get beat one time, people are going to say he sucks. It happens. Left tackle, same thing. But I mentioned it the other day, and I'll keep mentioning it. Pass rush and coverage goes together, hand in hand. They both help each other. But when that quarterback can drop back 7 steps, double hitch, and let a ball go, and he gets no pressure, that's a damn problem.
What was it you think that there was no pressure, little pressure against Atlanta? Like, is that just the O-line that much better?
No,
like, just guys have bad games?
They were that better that day. Listen, man, it's not about just how good you are one day or not. Joe Witt talks about how you rush as a tandem, you rush as a team. You block as a team, too. So if you bring 4 against an offensive line that got their butt whooped the week before, and those 5 guys say 4 are not getting here. Then all of a sudden you bring 5, and they say, well, we're going to hunker down again, and they push you by. You may have a lot of good little moves. They push you by. Then all of a sudden you bring 6. A tight end or a running back comes get the other guy. It's all in tandem. But if you don't show any color, the quarterback's not affected. So remember I used to say how sometimes we want to do the waltz with people? We did it for like years. Our D-line sit up there doing this, just dancing around. We were waltzing on the other night. We wasn't hitting, exploding, and dismissing. You got to be violent when you're trying to dismiss somebody. And I heard this coach talking about football and stuff. Football, yes, the rules have changed. Everything's supposed to be so nice. But it's violence which makes a damn difference.
Arrive
and you got to be violent on the field to get somebody off of you. If you want somebody to call a damn holding call, violently throw his ass away from you and try to go around him and see what the ref call. Or when you hit a push move, punch him in the chest as hard as you can to grip, rip, and throw. You got to have some level of violence. Listen, and yeah, people, when you talk like that, oh, you're crazy. You're damn straight. You're crazy as hell to go on the football field and have 75 accidents a whole damn game. Yeah, you're crazy. So be crazy on the field and stop letting these little dumbass rules make you go out there and be passive.
Well said. A little bit of news. Commanders are on the practice field now. I'm looking at Nicky Jabala's Twitter. John Bates out there for stretch with his teammates like he's going to practice. Positive development, right?
Liking it.
And it's consistent with what with what John told us yesterday. Terry McLaurin not out there during the media viewing portion of practice. Doesn't mean he won't be there, but not there when folks were looking. Noah Brown and Jonathan Jones, the veteran corner that might help, working on the side field. So I think our intuition was pretty dead on, B, that we felt good about Bates and unsure about the rest of the fellas.
Yeah.
Jaden is wearing a knee brace. I don't think that should be that big of a surprise. Let's keep these phone lines going here. Let's go to Russ in
Added protection,
Charlestown.
bro.
Russ,
It is.
how you feeling
Hey,
about these Commanders?
I'm feeling pretty good. We're getting our difference maker back in Jaden, and I'm feeling optimistic. Like but I'm like with B Mitchell. It's like they got it in the trenches, man. They got to get it going on, And I think, like you say, you get that tight end back and Bates, and I think hopefully we could turn around. But the next 5 games, I mean, you're supposed to go week to week. We got some tough opponents, man. So I'm just like, we got to get it together, and Lattimore, again, you got to have that push up front, man. I mean, they could get on anybody's nerves if they're not pushing up front, right? So I think that'll be, and the receivers room. I wish they'd have kept Zacchaeus and Brown, but I don't know too much about it. I mean, somebody probably got him. I wish we'd have kept him because Jaden was used to him, but things change in the NFL, man. Next man up, So, hey, I appreciate it, fellas.
All right, brother.
Thanks. Appreciate you, man.
You about to call him Zacchaeus? All right, that's
Our boy Rusty is in Delaware. Rusty, what's up?
Hey, fellas, how you doing today?
We're good, bud.
How you doing, brother?
Hey, I'm right there with you. Super pumped about Bates to hear him on the practice field. I think that's a huge difference that may go underestimated at times. Obviously, having Jaden back, I think Mariota for a game, maybe a game and a half, is probably justifiable. But extended periods of time, the Commanders kind of looked like Washington of old without the X factor at quarterback. But I agree as far as trench warfare, man. That's where the game's going to have to be won on both sides of the ball. And it kind of begs the question, Preston Smith is a 10-year veteran in the NFL. What's taking him so long to get game ready?
I don't know if it's game ready or if they liked the guys they had, but now with Jean-Baptiste down, I imagine you see Preston active this
They may be trying to get him ready with this whole scheme and all that. He may not know all the defense just yet.
But now you got Jean-Baptiste out. Ready or not, it's probably time for Preston this season, this week, I would guess. We'll find out, but it's a fair question, Rusty. I think that was more they liked what they had, and now that they're down another guy, it'll probably be Preston time. He played in Week 18 last year for Pittsburgh. He was traded about midway through the season. He was inactive Week 16, but outside of that, I think he played 16 games last year between the two organizations. Keep the phone lines going. A lot of folks want to talk. Let's go to Carter out in Largo. What's up, Carter?
Good day. How are you?
What's up, man?
Not much. Be missed, my man. How are you?
I'm good, brother.
Good to hear. All right, so look, I ain't even gonna cap, and I know that's a strong word, but we already know we went to Atlanta and we had big hopes, and with Mariota, who used to play for the Falcons, we got smacked in the mouth, and then he wanted to throw that deep ball at the end of the game like he was troubled, and they was chasing him around all game long. So we do got to get our trenches back together, and we got to get our defense up. We have to get our defense up. I don't know what kind of coverages we call, and I'm watching the game. I felt like I'm on the sideline watching the Falcons call cover 1, cover 4, cover 2, and they're getting smoked. It was tragic. And I'm with one of my best friends who was a Commander fan to death. And it was tragic.
Thanks for the call, dude. Levo, I feel like I did your dirty work right there. Did you say that in my ear, or did you say that over the air? Oh, buddy. Let's take a couple more calls before we get to our power ranks. PJ's in Reston. What's up, PJ?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. So I had 2 quick questions I wanted to ask you guys. Lately, I heard that the Seahawks are trying to trade Tariq Woolen, which is confusing to me. Do you guys think it makes sense to maybe trade Lattimore for Tariq? Is that a wash? Would we need to give up like a draft pick, or would we get a draft pick? Like who is rated higher? And then my other question is, Adam Peters is awesome. I'm an Adam Peters supporter. He's a godsend. I think the last draft class, I give him like a B or B plus. Is it a little bit concerning that I know Luke finally had a touchdown last week, but he hasn't done too much, and Ben Sinnott, by no means of these guys bust or nothing, but Ben Sinnott, he's like invisible. I don't see the guy. And Johnny Newton, how is he panning out? None of these guys are bust. They could all be excellent, but they've just been a little bit quiet due to some circumstances. Now his free
Newton was a
agent
Ron
have been
pick,
amazing.
just worth pointing that out. Oh, no, he wasn't.
I got the gift of Gab and other. Yes.
You're cool. Yo, can I ask you a question? Where did you hear that Seattle's trying to trade Reek Wolin?
I read it either on Yahoo Sports or ESPN, and it stood out to me because it didn't make sense. Like they're doing good this year. I think they're 3-1, 2-2, and he's a good player. The defense is a strong point, so I didn't understand why they would want to trade Tariq Woolen. But it was either ESPN or Yahoo. I'm like 99% certain, I would say.
Yeah, listen, man. That's a young player who's been really good in Seattle. He started all 4 games for him this season.
Yeah,
I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah. I certainly don't think. Generally,
but fans have to realize just because they don't like somebody don't mean who you think want to trade somebody going to say, "Oh, I'll trade you for this person." It doesn't just happen like that. It has to be something that they're going to get the value that they think they need. And you may call and offer them, and they say, "No, we don't want that person. We want somebody else." So you got to be careful and just every time somebody wants to trade somebody, we got to be a part of it.
Listen, Woolen's a really good player. If you could get him, maybe that works. But he's also been struggling like crazy this year in Arizona. In Seattle. If they were thinking about trading him, you also ask why you want to ask a guy. I don't think there's at the same time, I don't think there's a huge market for Marshawn Lattimore in as a trade piece right now. You know what I mean? Like
that's what I'm saying. Just you know that we're starting to sound like Scott Jackson used to do the basketball calls, and people wanted to trade Peter John Ramos. His name was for Shaq. That's what we're starting to sound like. Let's just trade people. They don't just want something just because you want to get rid of it.
Right. We'll take one more. Jonesy's on the line. What's up, Jonesy?
All is what's going on, man. People are talking about these trades like that, like it's top cards or something, man. This ain't that. I mean, what you want to do is pretty much get your people back in order, sit them down, look at that film, show them what they're doing wrong, and if they within the scheme, they ain't with the scheme. I hear people talking about so much as this wide receiver ain't working out, this, that, and the other. I know that, but there was once upon a time, there was a guy that told me the best ability was availability. 30-30 is what they call it. You know what I'm talking about, B. Mitch? What's going on?
Yep.
I'm just saying, man, we could sit here and play the wishing well game and hey, can we get this guy for that guy? How do we know they're going to work out if we do get them? We don't know that.
I mean, dude, everybody was really excited when they traded for Lattimore, to your point. You know, like there was a ton of excitement surrounding that move. Appreciate the call, Jones.
All right, Jonesy.
Thank you, buddy. When we return, we're going to run through power rankings, NFL.com. We do it every week to try to get an idea where folks think Washington is and the rest of the league. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Jaden Daniels has been medically cleared and will be a full participant in today's practice, Coach Dan Quinn said during a press conference earlier this morning. He also said Sam Cosmi has been designated to return to practice from the PUP list. This decision by the Commanders opens up his 21-day window to return to the active roster. And Guardians and Tigers are underway in Game 2 of their AL wildcard matchup. This is a best-of-3 series, so the Tigers can advance with a win. But as of right now, Cleveland is up 1-0 in the bottom of the first. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Right now, we're going to give away some tickets, baby. That's right. We got 2 pairs of tickets to Maryland football Saturday, October 4th against Washington. This is a big game, folks.
We got tickets now, huh?
Yeah, we got tickets. This is a big game. Terps are undefeated, 4-0. Huskies come in, I think they are 4-1. They just lost to Ohio State. The game was a little closer than the record looks. Maryland's legit. The kid Malik Washington is legit. Their defense has playmakers up front and on the back end. This is a big game. Big Ten home opener. The first time the Terps have ever hosted the Huskies in College Park. Caller number 10, I guess caller number 9 and 10. You win tickets. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Terp tickets. Call. Get them right now. Also want to hit our AAA poll of the day, B.
Yeah.
B. Mitch Finley AAA poll of the day is, of course, brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. I'll ask you this question. Commanders are 0-2 on the road.
Uh-huh.
Coincidence or legit issue?
Coincidence. If those games they play flat on fell at home, they'll be on. They played the other way on the other games. They might be sitting at 2-2 the other way. Just happened to be that they played flat on the road.
Do you think it's also they got 2 bad teams at home?
I don't know. I don't know if you can call them bad teams. The Raiders have won a good game early, and the Giants just won a good game against Wichita. So
That's true.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Too early in the season to say what they are just now.
Every week is a different
Yeah.
week. Every week is a different beast. All right. Every week on Wednesdays, we go through NFL.com power rankings. Specifically, we use Eric Edholm from NFL.com. So at least there is consistency with where we're getting the information.
All right.
Number 1, I don't think there's any doubt for me. You got the Eagles?
Yeah.
So does Edholm. Number 2, you got the Bills?
Yeah.
Me too. Number 3, you got the Lions?
Yep.
Me too. So does Edholm. Who's your 4th best team in the NFL?
4th best. I may have to go with the Buccaneers.
Edholm goes Rams.
I go Buccaneers.
Rams only lost to the Eagles. Bucks only lost to the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you're in. The only difference I would say is the Rams were on the road. Tampa was at home. Puka's playing really well. The Rams look good. They have the Seahawks at number 5, B. Jackson Smith and Jigba has been fantastic for them. Sam Darnold's playing pretty well. Maybe Landfill said this. I feel like somebody said this recently, and I don't hate it. Geno Smith at this point might be kind of past his – Geno Smith was really bad when the Jets drafted him. The Jets are a really bad organization. Mm-hmm. Eventually, Geno gets out of New York, bounces around, lands in Seattle, and gets that starting job. And Geno was quite good in Seattle.
Uh-huh.
Now in Vegas, you wonder if maybe Geno's got to be in his mid-30s. Like, you wonder if he still has that 5th gear, perhaps. He wasn't very good when Washington played him a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Geno turns 35 in a week. I think we could be looking at the Geno Smithification of Sam Darnold, where he finally gets out of New York, gets away from that Jets organization, bounces around a little bit, gets some good coaching in Minnesota, lands in a place now in Seattle where everybody believes in him, and maybe Darnold is a different dude now. Do you buy it?
I mean, it's possible, but, we'll see. I still think it's time for him to wake up out of this dream.
I don't know that Sam Darnold wins you games in January, but I think that defense is going to be good. I think Sam Darnold can win you games in November and December. I'm buying Seattle. But, dude, they still don't have your Bucks at all here. So they go Rams.
Hey, my Bucks. You just asked me who I'm picking. I don't care about the team.
Fair. They have the Packers 6th. What did you make of the Packers tie with the Cowboys the other night?
Didn't like it. I think they played scared. They gave up a lot of damn points, dog.
Yeah, dude. I don't know with the Packers. They looked so good the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, they did. And then, let's be real. They were playing off a heavy emotion, high emotion with the fact that they just got Micah, everything's rolling on there. Then all of a sudden, they got punched in the mouth by Cleveland and lost. Then they go against Dallas and they tie. So I don't know what team they really are at this point. Like, that team, if you got to take the fight to them, you can't let them bring the fight to you. And in our game against them, we let them bring the fight to us. We weren't very aggressive against them doing anything. We got to be aggressive against them. They came in that game with much more enthusiasm and want to than we had.
Bucks land at 7. They do have some injury situation. Bucky Irving's now hurt. Mike Evans is hurt. I think Vita Vea might have some issues. But, nothing seems season-ending. I really like the Bucks as a playoff team. What I'm telling you about Seattle, I think Sam Darnold and the Seahawks can win 10, 11 games. I think they could win that NFC West. I kind of think the Rams will win it. But I will probably bet against Seattle when we get to the playoffs, unless that defense is really flying around at a high level.
Mm-hmm.
The Bucks are a team I would like in the playoffs. I think they've got a lot. People love to knock Bowles. I actually really like Bowles.
Yeah. Baker's a little feisty.
Yeah. I like the feist. Number 8, coming off a terrible loss, is Washington's opponent this week, the Los Angeles Chargers.
Okay.
I'm reading now. Losing to the Giants was tough enough for the Chargers, but the Joe Alt ankle injury added a good squeeze of lemon juice into their open wounds. Los Angeles hadn't protected Justin Herbert well enough before Alt's injury. Remember, this line lost Pro Bowl left tackle Rashawn Slater to a torn patella tendon in August. So this is a major concern for however long the stud tackle is out. The Bolts had no shot of keeping Herbert clean after Austin Deculus replaced Alt, and they might have to consider outside options to keep this season going on the right track. They made it a 21-18 game late in the third quarter, but did nothing on their final 3 possessions, ultimately losing by that same score. With 14 penalties and 2 big Herbert picks, it was a day to forget and a serious blow to LA's credentials. Beat up O-line, Washington should be excited this week.
And they better take advantage of it. Nobody felt sorry for us when we have people gone, so don't feel sorry for them.
Kansas City Chiefs at 2-2, up to number 9. Only 2-2 team, I believe, in the top 10. I think they're going to keep climbing. Hell, White Brian, what can you get Chiefs to win the AFC at right now? Because it might be the cheapest it's going to be. Colts at 10 after losing on the road to the Rams. Washington Commanders at 11, B.
They're still getting love. That's because that kid Jaden is back.
Let me read it here. The Commanders were not great offensively in Atlanta without Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin, but they still put up 27 points. The defense didn't hold up its end of the bargain, allowing 10 plays of 15 yards or longer. That's a lot. 6 of those plays came in the second half while Washington was trying to claw back. Mike Samersill's third quarter interception felt like a potential turning point, but the Commanders couldn't convert the short field into a TD, and Atlanta scored on its next 2 drives. Marcus Mariota led 6 scoring drives in 9 possessions, but also threw a pick and never quite settled in all game. Commanders are now 0-2 away from home with 3 of the next 4 on the road. They need to be better.
Facts.
That's all fair. Rounding out the NFC East, I'm scrolling 22 for the Cowboys. Dak was phenomenal the other night.
Couple of, I'm going to be honest, 2 of them balls he just threw away. And then the receivers came back and made fantastic.
Pickens was great.
Fantastic catches.
Pickens was really good.
Yeah, Pickens was.
You wonder offensively if they can just keep rolling, especially when they get CD back. I'm just not sure you will.
What did he really get hurt on? How long is he going
The
to be out?
Chiefs are plus 460 to win the AFC.
Okay. I think CD has an ankle injury, but I don't believe
And the
they
thing
put
about
him on
Pickens, let him feel like he's the guy. It's going to be somebody come back. He going to want the ball all the time. He's going to cause problems. Letting you know that right now.
Oh, yeah. Where do you think the Giants are? They got that big win over the Chargers, got Jackson Dart at quarterback.
25-26.
But they just lost Neighbors, too. New York Giants, 26. It was an utterly fitting development that Jackson Dart lit a fire under the team and the Giants earned one of their best wins in recent seasons, yet Malik Neighbors suffered a torn ACL in the process. This was the ultimate 2 steps forward, 1 step back game.
Totally.
Dart used his athleticism better than Russ Wilson had and turned a modest passing game into a successful formula, throwing for 1 score and running for another. The defense mercilessly swarmed Justin Herbert. Big Blue can make it. How about this, B? Giants head down to New Orleans this week.
Oh boy!
Are the Giants going to get to 2-3, or does New Orleans get off to Schneid?
New Orleans not very good, dog. So I'm going to say the Giants get to 2-3.
Wow.
I'm not from Louisiana, but I have never really thought highly of the Saints.
Yeah, I know that you've never been a fan.
Especially right now either.
You know what I do think highly of? I know you do too. Collars & Co. If you're watching on the stream right now, B's got the dope polo shirt that looks like a dress shirt that doesn't wrinkle. I actually posted to my Instagram last night the Collars & Co. dress shirts. I like to wear white dress shirts. I end up in suits pretty often this time of year doing television stuff. The white dress shirt, I left for Atlanta Sunday morning. B would not approve of how I packed. I just had the dress shirt in my backpack. I tried to fold it up, but it's in a backpack on an airplane. It's not going to stay that clean. I got to Atlanta, took it out of my bag, went and changed in the press box, and bang, not a wrinkle on it. I looked real good for television, as good as I can look anyway. My clothes looked great. And that shirt is so light, so airy, so cool. I ordered 6 more of them. Like that, I'm just going to have all those shirts in my closet and not have to worry about it. You can put them in the washing machine. They're so simple. I haven't told anybody this. Mitch Tischler knows this. I actually spilled chocolate sauce on my white dress shirt in the press box because Atlanta gives you ice cream. But my blazer covered up the chocolate sauce so nobody on television saw it. I put it in the washing machine. Chocolate sauce is out. That's a versatile shirt, man. They do it all. They got awesome blazers, awesome pants, the great polo shirts. And
pants are fantastic.
They're also going to open a store at Congressional Plaza on October 15th. I will be there. If you're going to order something, check out my promo code, JPFinley20, or you can use BMitch20, JP Finley spelled with an A. You get 20% off orders over $99. It's worth checking out. Trust me, Collars & Co. is a game changer. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fam. Grant and Danny coming your way next. All right, Brian. I just got a text from a phone number that I don't have saved in my phone.
Okay, what it said?
Now, I've gotten a lot of spam texts, all that kind of stuff. I've never gotten one like this. This text, one simple question. Do you eat braised pork ribs?
Oh, they want you to say yes, and then they're going to take that and go do some stuff. What you do is just hit delete and then report.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to respond, but that's
I used to say,
piqued
that's
my
your
interest.
mama. That's you respond back.
I just delete and report junk. That's a bunch of junk. That is from a 405 area code, which is Oklahoma. I have one friend from Oklahoma, and I have his number saved in my phone. Maybe I have more than one.
And he wouldn't be calling you actually, do you eat braised pork ribs?
No, he's practicing right now. All right.
I got his number in my phone, too.
Right. Although, Tress, if you are making braised pork ribs, me and B need some. Let's make some bets, boys.
What's hard to hear first?
All right, something's going on here
What?
because I just read the braised pork ribs text.
And then somebody sent you some braised pork ribs?
No, but I just got another text, and this seems like it's somebody I should know this number. Maybe I just haven't saved it because I got a new phone. My phone went crazy. This text says simply, how do you feel after Taco Bell?
Gassy.
It depends how bad the traffic is in Tyson's. That's how I feel after Taco Bell. It appears that one might be spam, too. Who knows? White Brian, where are we at on the bets, dog? White Brian, how do you feel after Taco Bell?
It depends what kind of Taco Bell we're talking.
The restaurant, Brian.
Well, I mean more how much Taco Bell I'm eating. That's how we know.
You gotta. It's very easy to want more at Taco Bell.
Remember,
Less is more.
He hit the bottom of the ocean floor. He's a little off right now.
White Brian, how we do last night?
You two won, and everyone in the aquarium lost.
So I'm 4-0, baby.
Damn, B.
4-0, baby.
That's pretty good. I'm 1-1, I think. All right, what do we like? Jeff's at the dentist. Who's in for Jeff? Or is anyone in for Jeff?
It's Wesley.
Wesley,
what's up, man?
What's
you get to
up?
make a bet today, Wesley.
All right, cool. I'm going to go with the Browns beating the Vikings at home.
Dog.
Oh, it's today. Hey. I'm filling in. I don't know.
I'm taking the Yankees.
Landfill, can I I'd like to make a ruling. This is unilateral. Wesley's now banned from Herd It.
Wow.
Okay, I won't send any more funny texts to you.
Oh, is that you texting me?
Yeah, how do you feel after Taco Bell?
Well, I just reported your number for spam. So good luck with that, dog. Listen, we didn't hear from Wesley for 4 hours, but he made a hell of an appearance in the last 3 minutes.
Hey, what's the run line? The -1.5 for the Dodgers. What's that?
Run line for the Dodgers for Mr. Brian Mitchell.
-137.
I could do that. Bam.
You can do that.
All right, Padres
I
over
want
the
the
Cubs.
Dodgers -1.5, and I'm going to take the Cubs once again.
All right, I'm taking the Padres. Heads up with you on that one.
Yeah, you're going to lose. You go head up with me, you're going to get ran over, Jay.
Yeah, but this is just hypothetical bet.
No, it's not.
It's not a physical confrontation.
Hey, tell them, Landfill, we go head up, we got a head butt.
No, we don't. Did White Brian make a pick?
Dodgers minus whatever 1.5.
Why you gonna mess up my
Now
bet,
White
dude?
Brian's on with you.
God, you're awful.
Yo, there is preseason puck tonight. Should you wish to wager on that?
Nah, I'd rather lay my head on the tire than do that.
Dude, we get real puck next week. I think
I will bet on real, but I'm not betting on the preseason.
I think the Caps open next Thursday, which is awesome. Get ready. Hockey's coming. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, Greenberg. And thank you to Kevin Long for joining us. Philadelphia Phillies.
Kevin sounds like he could be Mike Beasley's brother. They sound just alike.
Thanks, everybody that called. Jaden Daniels is back. Grant and Danny are next. I imagine the boys are fired up. Nat's got a new GM. Jaden's back on the field. Make sure you check out Grant and Danny. Thanks for listening. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels has been medically cleared from his knee injury and will be a full participant in today's practice. Dan Quinn noted that Daniels had had a steadfast approach to his recovery, and there was a bit of back and forth with Daniels, who wanted to be out on the field, but the team kept him sidelined for the last 2 games to aid in his recovery. More NFL news. The Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski confirmed to his players today that Dylan Gabriel will start this week against the Vikings. Joe Flacco has been benched, so the team is looking to the rookie in not only an international game, but all games moving forward. Over in Major League Baseball, the first Game 2 of the wild card round is underway, with the Tigers and Guardians headed to the 4th inning. Guardians still up 1-0. In these best-of-3 series, the Cubs, Red Sox, and Dodgers all have a chance to sweep tonight. Speaking of baseball, Paul Taboni was announced as the Nationals' new president of baseball operations. You can listen to his press conference and his exclusive interview with the Junkies anywhere that you get your podcasts. Really, really impressive guy. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny, and happy October. October 1st, 2025. We are live in the Navy Yard in our Half Street studios, taking you all the way up to 6:30 on the Fan. Danny, October, sneaky great month.
It's the best.
This is pumpkin patches. This is apple cider. This is apple cider donuts, which is better than apple cider.
Stand and not sweat, brother.
This is hay bale rides that bounce you up and down at Cox Farms. This is carving pumpkins. This is candy. This is trick-or-treating. This is when you're in college. Lots of provocative costumes being worn. October, undefeated.
October. It's the comfort to me. The pumpkin stuff, and now I want pumpkin and everything. Everyone complains. Stop complaining. It's delicious. Sorry about pumpkins. Give me more nutmeg. Give me more cinnamon. Give me more cloves. It should be all year round. Universal fall flavors are the best. It's the temperature. The walking my children to school and not being in a pool of sweat. Yes. Screw you, in shape people. Not your time anymore. It's our time.
Can we clap it up for October,
October,
please,
everybody.
as a radio show? October 1st. We've made it. The fall is here, and we are sneaking up on Christmas. You know what that means, Danny? Christmas Paulson's fired up.
Oh, Christmas Paulson.
Is it a little too early to start decorating?
It's a wee bit. We still have a couple holidays to get through.
Just a tad.
Let's do those.
I don't think you could do the decorating before the Halloween time, probably. But yeah, we have not even mentioned playoff baseball's in October. That is underway. The baseball was really good yesterday. Got another quadruple header today. And things are looking up in DC sports. This has been a good news day. This has been a uplifting sports day. First and foremost, the Grant and Danny radio program was well represented over at the introductory press conference of new POBO, President of Baseball Operations, Paul Taboni. Our guys, Ryan and Toby, were on the scene for us over there, which was very cool this morning. Taboni is ultra impressive. This is a very, very sharp person, high EQ. You want to know how you become a president of a baseball operation at 35 years old? You just be super smart, interact well with people, and have some chops and baseball acumen that you can fall back on as a former player at California as well. If he gets resources, this should work. This is a brilliant person. He has had a lot of success wherever he has gone, notably in Boston in a multitude of roles. But ownership's going to have to open up that checkbook every now and then. They're going to have to sink some money into things like players and technology.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we talk about analytics and data. I think he can mask some deficiencies for you with how smart he and the staff he's going to put together with some of the guys that are here and then some of the people they'll bring in, you know, what that looks like moving forward. But to me, the whole story today was awesome. Welcome to the show, Paul Taboni. Crushed the opening press conference. hit a second deck home run like your Josh Bell on a heater, the James Wood power to the opposite field today from Taboni. This is about ownership.
That's the question. I'll get to in a second. So there's something about, and I give credit to guys like this. It sounds like I'm kicking Riz on his way out the door, which is not the case. But Mike Rizzo came up as a scout. Burger King wrappers in the back seat of the car as he's driving, 700 miles to see a second baseman in Poughkeepsie, and then another 600 miles the next day to see, an outfielder in Iowa. That's where he came up, man.
He's going to Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania to look at Devin Mesoraco.
Seriously. Like, that's how that dude came up. He had to adjust to the baseball world, and he did a great job of that. Again, Barter World Series was good here for a long time. I think, things change over the last several seasons, et cetera. We don't need to go into it. Paul Taboni, much like Bane in The Dark Knight, he was born in it. This world of baseball is what he was born in and raised in. This is not an adjustment period to him. He came up as a scout, a guy that went to Cal and understands data and analytics and numbers and details. And the marriage of those two, like a zipper on your favorite hoodie, is kind of what he's preaching. And it makes a lot of sense to me. But it's about ownership. Do they spend enough? I don't know the answer.
I thought he struck a perfect balance, too, with the analytics and the scouting backgrounds that he has. One of the best answers that I loved the most, he was asked something along the lines of, what's the best advice you've gotten in baseball? And I loved his answer. He said something to the effect of, when you first get one of these jobs as a young guy, part of this younger demographic of executives, he said, you think about chasing players that fit great on a spreadsheet. But what you realize as you're in the game longer is that the game, while modernizing, is about much more than just the spreadsheet baseball player, and that you place an incredible amount of focus on creating a winning culture, and that's front of mind for me. I loved that answer. So what that means is we want to create an environment where our players are not just holding themselves accountable, but holding each other accountable. He's going to bring the data, the analytics, the technology, those newfangled things that they haven't done well enough over the years under the previous regime, that they started to do better, frankly, very recently. But he's also, having played the game and having been a scout initially, going to give you some of that human touch as well. Mm-hmm. That's what everybody's looking for, is someone who can straddle both of those two things. Have a reverence. Everyone's going, should it be analytical or scouting? And the answer probably is yes.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
And the teams that are going to say yes to both are the teams probably that have the most success. But looking forward to meeting and hanging out with him. He's going to come in studio with us, it sounds like, next Thursday here on Grant and Danny. So make note of that. That should be fun. But the good news on the Commanders front is that they're getting healthier. Let's start with the Pebble, and we'll get to the Boulder. Because as he said, he likes to get with the boulders first and then go down to the Pebbles. We're going to start with the Pebble here and get it out of the way. Sam Cosmi is coming back. Not right away, but the 21-day window is open. He will start practicing again. This is your starting right guard. This is a fringe Pro Bowl player. This is someone who will immensely improve their O-line depth and quality, because when he plays guard on the right side, maybe you kick Wiley over to the left side, and now there's a three-player competition between Chris Paul and Wiley and Brandon Coleman. This was Dan Quinn today.
We'll begin today with some good news. Sam Cosmi will begin his 21-day window. He got injured in January, and he has worked his ass off to get back on the field with his teammates, so it'll be great to have him back at practice.
Good for Sam Cosmi, by the way. That injury was sustained, wasn't it, in the Lions playoff game?
I think so.
He missed the following week in the NFC Championship game against Philly, because I remember it happened indoors under the lights. So that was the Detroit game in the penultimate contest of the season back in January. Do you know how hard it's got to be to work your butt off to get back to play in NFL games basically 9 months later, which is what he's on track to do? I saw him at a Caps game walking around the concourse not long after his procedure, and it was like him and his wife during the playoffs, I think it was, and he was kind of hobbled. Maybe it was just late season for the Caps. It was a few months later.
Sure.
To think that you go from that to getting ready to block a 327-pound all-pro defensive tackle in a handful of months, these guys are different.
Yeah. And the medical technology is different. The what we know is different. I don't know it, but you know what I mean? The people that know it know it. And it's not, as you said, you also want to reference.
What they know.
What they know is
we
amazing.
Don't know that they know.
I've heard that they know stuff.
Yeah.
It's not a 155-pound guy coming back. It's a monster. I mean, Sam Cosmi's enormous. And to me, it's that much more exceptional. Like a load-bearing structure like the knee of a lineman. You know what I mean? Like this is not, as I said, again, it's not like a tiny person that's like, yeah, it doesn't take much to build it back up to carry around your pencil body. Again, this dude is a 330-pound monster. Amazing to me that this is even a consideration.
From a football standpoint, I've always heard that it's easier for the linemen to get back than the skill guys because you're not doing the explosive, twitchy, stopping, starting, cutting, jumping, all that stuff. You can kind of just road grate. But I think what you're talking about, and this is what I marvel at too, is just the size of the human being compared to, like, there's someone listening who has an ACL and is trying to work their way back or whatever. Like, this is a massive person. And so all of these injuries, especially the levers on the lower half, it's just got to be so much more complicated and difficult. But he's a really good player. The sidebar to this to me is Brandon Coleman. Brandon Coleman has not just not played the last 2 weeks, he's been inactive. The last 2 weeks. And in a world where Cosme comes back at right guard, Wiley, I guess, could just be the backup at tackle, at guard, at a few different spots. But is it possible that then Andrew Wiley kicks over to left guard? And if that happens, then does Chris Paul slide down to being the first backup at left guard? Well, at that point, Brandon Coleman's now third on the depth chart at a position. A year after being a third-round pick and playing okay at tackle, because he was, I thought, fine at left tackle last year. Then they moved him to right tackle. Then they drafted Connerly and moved him to guard. Now they've benched him at guard. Maybe it's not quite time to have the Brandon Coleman conversation because there's just other fish that need to be thrown on the fryer. But
it's interesting.
That's not nothing to me.
No.
That he might be third at his own position in a couple of weeks, the way this is trending.
And now so it always depends on where you are. In other words, if let's say this football team was the Nationals, I'd go, we need to just play Brandon Coleman, please. I don't care about Allegretti. I don't care about Wiley. I care about the young player that you drafted. That's not the case. This group has aspirations of going back to the NFC title game and maybe even beyond. Whether that's folly or not, that's a sidebar. But so there's no love lost. I just want to field the best group possible. And if that's not him, so be it, right? But in general, that's head scratching. Where they felt comfortable enough to go, he can be our left tackle without a ton of help and just sort of let him sink or swim. And I think as you said, I think he did adequate. I don't know if he's a top half of the league tackle, but a lot to expect for someone that wasn't a full-time tackle in college to walk out there and do well at the most important spot on the line.
Maybe he would have got better. Maybe there would have been growth. Maybe he goes from being the 19th best tackle to the 14th best tackle in his second year.
Or something. But you go, okay, well, now we got Larry Tunsil. That's a clear upgrade. That's the right thing to do. I would sign up for that trade 1,000 times out of 1,000. So now he's a guard, or is he? I mean, what is he now? Is he the new Chris Paul, where he's a rotational piece as a third rounder? It just seems crazy, the precipitous drop.
And kind of to quote tweet with a little editorializing what you're saying here. And oh, by the way, we're talking about a third round pick. We've done this with Ben Sinnott, who's a second round pick. We've talked about Luke McCaffrey, who was taken in the top 100. If this is a sixth rounder who got some time at tackle last year and now he's like falling down the depth chart, then okay, it's just indicative of the fact that last year he didn't have a whole lot of options and he kind of was over his skis. That's not really what this is. I mean, this is a third rounder you drafted to play, to help. And in year two, he's not only not starting, but now he's inactive. And if there is a Cosme return that leads to more competition at his position, when does he get back on the field?
Yeah.
I think that's a fair thing to discuss at some point. But here's your bigger, better news. Okay, so Cosme back at practice. 3-week window is open. Hopefully a couple weeks from now, Cosme is playing football games for Washington. A guy that will be playing a game this weekend for the Commanders is going to be Jaden Daniels, it sounds like. This was Dan Quinn today on the starting quarterback.
Also said I'd give you an update on Jaden. He has been medically cleared by the doctors. He'll practice full today.
Nothing to see here then, right? Medically cleared. It's Wednesday. You have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday workouts before a Saturday walkthrough, before a Sunday game in California. Barring a setback, I don't see any reason why he would not play on Sunday. I think our long local nightmare is over. Jaden Daniels, your starting quarterback once again.
Fantastic news. Really, really good news. I like that there's no gamesmanship about it, even though it's nobody's fault necessarily. I mean, they're operating within the rules, and they don't have we're mushrooms. We're in the dark, eating mulch. You know what I mean? There's nothing. There's no info that they're required to give us. But I like that there's no mystery. I like that there's no, all right, he didn't practice in full. He was limited. Let's see what he does tomorrow. It is free and clear, which told me that they were judicious and they took their time and it wasn't any kind of rush job. That was the thing I was concerned about more than anything else. This is the big deal that he had enough time to heal. He's good to go. I get a full week of practice now. not some sort of weird limited. He's going to test it out Sunday morning and it's TBD, and he may not quite be himself, but he's cleared. I hate the gray area when it comes to the most important player on the franchise, so I'm thrilled. This is awesome news. Because the thing I've been kind of hinting at, and I even said with Derek Forrest in my DC News Now hit just moments ago, that
when can we watch that? DC News Now?
It is on this evening. Oh. And the thing I said was, Jaden Daniels kind of didn't really have a spring training. You think of a baseball pitcher, right? Who doesn't really have a spring training, tries to ramp up, gets hurt, and then tries to come back, and didn't really have the spring training. So he still needs the ramp up. We're still in that for Daniels. His first 2 games, he wasn't Jaden Daniels. Then he got hurt in that second game. Whoever you want to blame, that's fine. But the reality was, we haven't seen the full version yet, and he probably needs some time to get there. So the sooner he can get back on the field, healthy and himself, and not worried about catering to an injury or say I can play, but I can't run the same way like he did with the broken rib last year. See the Philadelphia game. The sooner he can be himself, the sooner we can kind of get back to business of how good can this team be.
I think the question I have on Jaden Daniels coming back Sunday is, should we expect that he looks like 2024 Jaden Daniels right away? Because he didn't in week 1 against the Giants, and he certainly didn't in week 2 against Green Bay. Then he gets hurt. Now he's missed 2 games, so he's coming back. He's 100%, but I do think rust is maybe not the right word because it's a couple of week hiatus. A respite of less than a month should not mean all of a sudden you're restarting your body, basically. But when you couple the fact that he hasn't played in a couple of weeks, coming off of an injury, and then throw in the combination of you're playing the Chargers defense, I think this will be one of the better defenses in the league when it's all said and done this season. I love their coordinator. I think Jesse Minter will be a head coach a year from now. But the Chargers defense is number 4 in the NFL in yards per play. They're number 2 against the pass this season, 4.96 yards per attempt, which is pretty amazing. They're 6th at sacks per pass attempt. They sack the quarterback about 10.5% of the time. And they're actually top half the league at picking passers off as well. Not great, but right around 14th in the early going this season. They generate some takeaways. They blitz a lot. It's interesting. They play a lot of DBs, almost more than anybody else on early downs. They're in the dime with like 6 defensive backs, but they do a lot of run blitzes. They bring a lot of their defensive backs. I saw that their terrific safety, Derwin James, via Next Gen Stats, has the most sacks and the most pressures at the safety position over like whatever time you want to look at, dating back to the beginning of last year or 2 years ago or 4 years ago.
He's a threat, man.
So
like Jamal Adams in his prime was getting like 7-8 sacks a game. He does that, plus he flies all over the field.
Right.
He's a badass.
James is that guy if he had terrific ability in pass coverage as well.
Yes.
Who could just shut down tight ends, basically. But that'll be the question to pose on the phones here to start. We can open them up for the first time today. What should be the expectation for Jaden Daniels coming back, and how should we anticipate him looking against the Chargers? 800-636-1067. And is it okay if I'm going to set a low bar for this weekend where I think this could be a bit of a slog again? I think this could be a little bit of a struggle for him where it's going to be 3 performances in and 5 weeks into the season, and national people will have their fun and do their stuff on shouty shows, and everyone will be talking about, is Daniels the same guy he was last year, whatever, which I think will be way too premature and silly. But I'm not expecting to see the Daniels we saw against Cincinnati or Arizona or some of his premium games last year in this game. Mostly because of the Chargers matchup, and then secondarily because coming back from injury, couple weeks off, a little bit of rust. I just think it's going to be a very solid game. I'll say on a 1 to 10 scale, like 10 is him against the Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
9.5 is him against the Cardinals last year. His season was a 9 out of 10 or whatever, where he's a fringe MVP candidate. The Packers game, he was a 4. The Giants game, he was a 5. I think this is going to be like a 5.5. That's kind of where I'm at on this weekend.
Yeah, I'm a hair lower, but around the same ballpark for a lot of the same reasons. And again, a couple other factors I'll add in. You're talking about a quote tweet. I think that's a good way to put it. They haven't played near as well on the road. That's 2 games now. That's both units, offense and defense, just haven't been as sharp on the road. One is opponent with Green Bay, but the other is slow start in Atlanta. Next thing you know, you're down 10-0, a little bit sluggish.
It is crazy, by the way. Sorry to cut you off. Night and day, home and road so far. I'm not talking about results, which are obvious. You've won by 15 plus twice at home, and you've looked bad on the road. Preparation, preparedness, and just energy and juice. The home and road split here a month in. It's a small sample, but 2 games of each.
It's noteworthy.
It has been staggering.
It is
to
a
me.
story. It is one of my dozen or so storylines that I'm kind of tracking. So that's number one. Number two, again, so little time together with this first team offense. Probably no Terry McLaurin. Probably no Noah Brown again. That's a huge factor for me. Just not enough time and not enough deposits in the bank where I haven't seen Jaden Daniels be him yet, which he will. He absolutely will at some point this year. He needs a few more reps. I don't see it happening in a road game against a good defense just yet. He'll still make some plays because he's splendid, but I don't see that fully armed and operational battle station for a couple of weeks.
All right, how do you guys think Jaden Daniels is going to play Sunday? That is the question. We'll hit the phones next. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for the Chargers in Week 5, going in 2-2. Updates on some injuries. Jaden Daniels was medically cleared. He's back out on the practice field today wearing a brace on his knee. Sam Cosmi has also returned to practice, opening up his 21-day practice window, returning from a knee injury as well. Other news around the NFL, the Browns are benching Joe Flacco for rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel. Cardinals running back Trey Benson has been placed on injured reserve with a knee injury. He's out with a minimum of 4 games. In baseball today, the Nationals introduced new president of baseball operations, Paul Taboni, saying, quote, I want to build something that becomes the envy of all sports. He also said he feels, quote, great support from ownership. Paul Taboni introduced as the president of baseball operations for the Nationals. Also in baseball, Brian Snitker moving out of the managerial role with the Braves, remaining with the organization, though. Live score right now, 0-0. For the Tigers and the Guardians is they play, 1-1 in the 4th inning. Padres and Cubs coming up at 3 o'clock. Red Sox, Yankees at 6 o'clock. Reds and Dodgers at 9 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What have you seen with Jaden over the last week or so, really, as he's dealt with this?
Just a steadfast approach to it, Nikki, first off, to put the work in to say, okay, I got to do all the things to do to get better. And then once you kind of get over the top of that, then the throw in the movements to go. So that's what we saw in terms of the work to get better.
That's Dan Quinn today out in Ashburn. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 this evening. As a reminder, the Caps open their season a week from tonight. Capital One Arena, and the start time for them is in the 7 o'clock hour next Wednesday night, and you're going to be there if you win tickets today on the Fan. We're giving away a pair of tickets to listeners at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. So in 90 minutes, a chance for somebody to win a couple Caps tickets to their opener. They're giving away a schedule magnet. You can be in the house with our seats for 106.7 The Fan, courtesy of the Capitol. So make sure you're listening at that time. Danny, the question for people who hit the phones in just a second, 800-636-1067. Jaden Daniels is almost certainly going to play this weekend. What should we expect after 2 games that didn't meet the standard of last year from him?
Yeah.
Now he's coming off an injury against a really good defense.
Sluggish, a little bit of rust. And again, it's without the full complement. If you were fully armed and operational on offense, meaning Austin Eckler is there, meaning Terry McLaurin is there, and let's say he's had more than 2 practices with the football team, and Noah Brown is ready to go, and everybody's healthy. If you have your full complement, I might expect a little bit more. But again, it's Deebo Samuel, a 3-headed monster at running back. They don't want to overuse JCM. So I don't expect him to hit the ground running, so to speak. And again, this defense is really good. This is a road game where they have not played near as well in their 2 tilts. I don't expect the banner game from him. It's coming this year, and it's coming soon. But you need to go through the growing pains or the get ready to play at a high level pains or work your way back pains, whatever you want to call it, for him to be Superman. He's going to be Superman. I just don't think it's this week.
Depending on the metric you're looking at, and there are plenty of them, it's pretty clear when you look at last year versus this year. I just think the sample is too small in 2 games, including one kind of nightmare team-wide performance where at a dependent position. Were you great against Green Bay? No, but nobody was. And so you really didn't have much of a chance against that defense at all. But I'm going to give him another week after this one to get it going. I actually think the Bears defense is when we see, if we're going to call it vintage, 2024
yeah.
Jaden Daniels.
Old school Jaden Daniels, right?
I think last year's JD5 shows up against Chicago on Monday Night Football for the first time, and he's going to be cooking by the time you're in Dallas on October 19th, coming up a couple of weeks from now. Like, that's a game where he's going to put up numbies, and you're going to get fat, and everyone in the offense is going to get theirs. Because it's a terrible defense, you're throwing indoors, and you're going to be all the way back. I think this one could be a little bit tougher sledding. But let's see what you guys think. Let's go to Larry in La Plata. What's going on, buddy? How are you?
Guys, it's a home game. I'm good. How are you? Sorry. It's a home game for Los Angeles, as you mentioned. I'm anticipating that San Diego will employ 8 in the box consistently, and I would not be surprised to see an onslaught of blitzes. Nobody has any respect for our receiving corps. Atlanta proved that last week. What scares me, fellas, is that Debo, if history repeats itself, is a game where or 2 away from being injured. If I'm Adam Peters, I'm on the phone with Chicago offering a number 3 for DJ Moore. I think we need to look at this receiving situation. It's going to get worse before it gets better, frankly.
Well, right now the Bears have the same record as the Commanders, and they have an offensive-minded head coach and a second-year quarterback they're desperately trying to develop. So they're not going to be in the business of trading you a wide receiver. But without arguing about one tree in the forest, I certainly understand the larger point there. Thank you for the call. 800-636-1067. Scott's in Silver Spring. Scott, you're on G&D. What do you expect from Daniels this weekend?
Oh, man, I'm hoping for the best, but like the points you all made, he didn't look particularly sharp the first 2 games, and I think that's due to a lack of playing time in preseason. And, I mean, I don't expect him to come out and shock. I mean, he is Jaden. I mean, he could pull off a miracle. We watched it all last year, but without the weapons, but again, we'll see what happens, but I'm not expecting anything great.
Appreciate you, dude.
What do you make of 2 calls back? I think it's a really good point about you referenced the road and it hasn't been kind. This is barely a road game. I understand it's a long travel, and maybe that's the larger point here. You're flying across the country, and it's a different time zone. You actually go out earlier because they're going to be out there on Friday for practice. But in terms of the actual game, like watch any of these LA games. Rams 49ers, it's just a red stadium. This weekend watching the Rams game, same kind of deal. Like that's what it is to me. I mean, it is at best a neutral site game. It feels like in terms of crowd and volume and noise.
Yeah, I mean, I would have said something similar about Atlanta, not to the same degree this past week, and that hasn't mattered. But you're right in terms of fan support, but I think that's part of it.
I think it's the worst
home field
advantage in the entire league.
I buy that,
especially the Chargers, for the record. Yeah. Like, not to say the Rams are you're going to Lambeau in December or something, but they won a recent Super Bowl. I do think with the history,
there is some LA Ram fans. There are no LA Charger fans.
It just doesn't exist.
Yeah,
I mean, it's bad.
Yeah, to me, it's more the logistics, being away from home. The fans are part of that too, though, certainly for the ingredients. But yeah, I mean, I think people are kind of sensing this, that it's not the magical carpet ride. You're gonna have to work for this one. Not even just this game. I just mean this season. Like last year, things just fell into place every single time. No matter what it was, whether you were the time you played the team that actually turned out to be pretty decent, Arizona, they couldn't get out of their own way. They looked terrible. The time you played, name that squad, was in the middle of can't get right, and you get Hail Marys, and teams that are a disaster are dropping 2-point conversions, and Brian Daboll has a kicker injured in pregame warmups again. Malik Neighbors drops a pass, which he didn't do all game long. I mean, all sorts of stuff happened to them that was so fortuitous. Doesn't change that they were way better than the year before, and even pretty frisky and competitive, good enough to take advantage of those things. But nothing's coming easy this year. It hasn't, right? I mean, just through 4 games, it's like, God, that's a struggle. God, that's a struggle. It just doesn't feel like it's naturally happening or that it's just sort of easy. I think that's the reality. It's the second year of this thing. It's why Houston was such a disappointment going 10-7 last year. They were 10-7, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, this is amazing! They won a playoff game. They were a joke like 24 hours ago." And I was going, "Oh, they went 10-7 and won the division. Like, who cares?" It's harder, man. It's harder to write that second bestseller, as you always say.
Sean's in Springfield on the Fan. Jaden Daniels is back. That's what everybody's been waiting for. What do we think? It's a tough matchup. LA's got a good defense, a star coordinator. How do you see this going Sunday?
Listen, I see what you guys are trying to do here. Maybe you're superstitious fans like I am, saying he's going to have a pedestrian performance so that, the inverse happens. And he has a great performance, which is what I think is going to happen, mainly because it's the same offseason crew coming out in this game, I guess, minus Austin Eckler. Not saying we're better without Terry. Obviously, Terry makes us better. But I think for this game, Jaden's going to come in and light it up. And, yeah, you're right about the Chargers Stadium. There's probably a lot of D.C. natives who live in L.A., so hopefully it's like a home game.
Appreciate you, buddy. As much as I'd like to take credit if they play well, that's certainly not my intention. I'm not sitting here doing a reverse psychology bit. I don't think we have any kind of control over what happens on Sunday. I'm not a guy that doesn't mention the no-hitter while it's going on for fear that it will break up the no-hitter. We're just talking football as a couple of pals with some people listening around the DMV. That's kind of what's happening. Jaden Daniels last year was 7th in EPA per play in the NFL at the quarterback position. This year he's 31st among quarterbacks who have started a couple of games. So that's just the contrast of kind of where he was last year in terms of the value to the offense and how it was through 2 games. Again, small sample, not something to panic about, but I do think that juxtaposition gives you a little indicator of what was happening through 2 contests for him compared to a year ago where we really didn't see anything like this. There were maybe a 2-game span when he had a broken rib where he played at a level something like what we saw, but he was healthy in these 2 games until the latter part of that Green Bay contest. Let's go to Radio in Manassas on Grant and Danny. Radio, it's been a minute, dude. What's up?
Dude, man, it has been a minute. It's good to talk to you guys, brother.
This is a throwback, Danny. You remember middays? Radio
It
used
has
to
been
call
a
us all
long
the
time. Yeah, man. What's up?
And I came to see y'all last year when I was home.
I remember.
wasn't
That's
traveling,
true.
But,
yeah, it was good.
Yeah, but I'm a golf caddy on PGA Tour, man, so I travel a ton. So that's kind of where I've been. But I don't think Jaden's going to have his best game, but I also don't think it's going to be because they're going to put a lot on him. If John Bates comes back, we have to run the football. And the way Justin Herbert played last week, I don't see him playing that way this week. They need to limit the amount of possessions that Justin Herbert has, because the difference is they have all their weapons. We don't have ours. So I expect us to do a ton of hurry-up, quick screens, slants, draws, doing things to get the ball out of his hand quickly, and then taking the occasional play action downfield. So I think I agree with you guys. I don't think we're ready for that yet. I'd like us to get to Bears game, Denver game. We get to that point, I think he's going to be ready to go.
There is a little bit, to your point, of just survive and advance this week, but this is such a huge game. We're going to talk about this coming up in 20 minutes. But as dumb as what I'm about to say sounds, the difference to me between 2-3 and 3-2 is bigger than some of the other 1-game differences, I think. It's almost like a best-of-7 series. Because
It feels that way. Like accountant baseball, we're going from if you're at 1-1, you go to 1-2 or 2-1. It's 200 points of batting average.
It doesn't mean a whole lot in terms of comparing one pitch to any other one pitch in the at-bat. But to your point, it just feels bigger. Like, oh, I'm about to strike out. At 2-3, coming home for a primetime game against a Bears team who knows that maybe has won 3 in a row or something and is starting to feel themselves a little bit. You don't say season's on the line there, but now you're in fringe must-win territory before this thing gets off the rails. I mean, if you're 2-3, you'd have to win 5 consecutive games to get to where you were through 8 games last year. You just start to feel it feels like the walls are closing in a little bit faster than you would have hoped. And oh, by the way, I know the Chargers are 3-1 and they were 3-0 before they played the Giants. But this is a winnable game. I always throw games into buckets like should win it, ought to win, ought to lose. This is not an ought to lose game. This is like a pick 'em toss-up type game. You're going to be a dog on the road by a couple of points when this thing's all said and done. But with their O-line being in shambles and their tackles, both watching the game from the bleacher seats, the 3 guys they've had playing tackle now that'll play in this game, they'll pick 2 starters from them out of a blender basically, are among the bottom 9 graded tackles in the entire NFL. So like Von Miller, Dorrance Armstrong, Jacob Martin, some of these guys, you got to get home. Joe Witt, you got to dial something up. You got to test them. There's no reason you can't get to Justin Herbert in this game. 3 o'clock. Let's get into that idea of the significance of this game and whether or not it does feel as massive to you guys as it does in studio for us today. Next, I want to give you some thoughts on the introductory press conference of Paul Taboni, the new POBO, the President Baseball Operations for the Nationals. You're listening to the flagship home of the Nats and the Caps, 106.7 The Fan. FanDuel is the official sports book of 106.7 The Fan, and FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you do not want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. Download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP. You must be 21 and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Take that seriously and call 1-800-GAMBLER.
G&D here on The Fan. 800-636-1067 is the telephone number. Dan Daniels is coming back this weekend, GP. The sense that I have from fans is only a couple are expecting Superman to walk through that door. He needs to walk before he can run.
Certainly, something we'll get into at the top of the hour as Washington gets ready for the LA Chargers. It's been 2 performances. They haven't been great. Let's see. The offense has gotten going without him. I think they played
They're top 10 in points. They're
their
fine.
best games over these last couple of weeks, and so you just drop him back in for Mariota, and theoretically, all the things Mariota did pretty well, Daniels can do better, and you've sprinted forward without him, and now he just escalates everything and turns up all the faders, and their run game's been awesome. But as you heard Darius playing a little bust and loose there, I want to get into the Nats and Paul Taboni's introductory press conference over at Nats Park today. So first off, I want to say kudos to our guys for representing for the Grant and Danny radio program and for 106.7 The Fan. 2 of our producers, Tobes and Ryan, were over there asking questions and getting to know the new president of baseball operations. Danny, I was immensely impressed. I really, really liked what I had to hear from Taboni. I'm not surprised because every person I've reached out to in baseball who knows him even a little bit has said, this guy's going to be a rock star. He's been on the rocket ship ascension. It doesn't matter who came in Boston, like 4 different regimes, one after another. They go through and they try to meet everyone and say, who do we like? Who don't we like? Who do we keep? Who don't we? And not only did he get kept every single time, he got promoted.
We get promoted.
And from basically an internship a decade later to running an entire scouting department, he gets a lot of credit for the Boston team that is currently up on the Yankees in the wild card round and has a chance to advance out of the wild card round to the division series this week. So nothing about today was surprising. He's going to kill the introductory press conference. He's going to be awesome on the mic. I think he's got really high EQ, and he's super, super sharp from a baseball standpoint. But there were things that stood out to me about him that I want to get into. But what were your big picture thoughts about his presser?
The thing we alluded to at the top of the show, which is he was born and raised in this baseball world, whereas older guys that have run a team, again, no disrespect to them, it's like me with music now, where it's like I came up in a certain era, and now that everybody mumbles for rap, and I'm like, I don't really like this, but if I had to be a music DJ, I'd have to learn. It'd be hard for me to learn because I wasn't raised in it. The guys that came up as scouts having to say, I got to listen to this dude from MIT. I got to listen to a computer guy that's going to tell me, pull the ball in the air. Oh, I'll just do that. Should I just do that when I hit? No problem. He came up in this environment with the duality, with the scouting side, that background, plus all of the numbers and data and implementation. So being a great coach with a great EQ, if you don't have the right information to sell, you're useless. If you have nothing but data and you can't relate to players, you're useless. The marriage, that's who this is.
I loved his opening comments. He talked about, and this is a quote, creating a scouting and player development monster, end quote. What a great line that is. A scouting and player development monster, which, by the way, is what he helped create and build in Boston. And hopefully he can do it here. He said it using analytics and research and development, the R&D department, acknowledged that the game is about people. He constantly walked that line between the analytics and that sports are about people. He cited Greg Popovich. This guy, by the way, is apparently a basketball mark. He loves basketball. He was name-dropping, being happy to be in D.C. for like the high school basketball and Georgetown and Howard, and he's talking about Coach Wooten and just going through the whole history of the area. So clearly he loves hoops. He also referenced my favorite book in the world, which is The Score Takes Care of Itself. I read it probably once every 3 years, Bill Walsh, which I loved hearing that. I think he's got 4 kids under 6, this crazy person.
You talking about Grant?
Who in the heck is this 35-year-old man doing all these?
Who are you talking about? Is that you?
Kids and stuff. Well, what an insane person he is. But I like the cut of his jib. The big question's going to be assurances from ownership that they're going to look out for you, that they will provide the resources, that they will spend on players, that they will spend on the technology they weren't spending on previously. His quote was, I'm in this seat right now for a reason. Throughout the interview process and even after accepting the job, I felt incredibly supported. And that was kind of what he kept going back to.
The support.
They're supporting me. They've told me they're going to help me. I'm sure they did. They want you. A lot of people can talk a sweet game until you start dating or get married, and then that person changes a little bit. To me, that's the whole ball game here. The whole ball of wax is, if you tell me they give him all the resources, you just hired a guy that's going to get you back to being an annual contender. Will they commit to the bit? The Barry's Ferluga question to Mark Lerner about Are you guys in this thing? Yes or no? That was, to me, the most telling moment of the presser. I couldn't believe there were only two questions to Mark Lerner the whole press conference. That's staggering to me. He hasn't talked in years, but that's where we were. But to me, that's the story.
Yeah, that is the alpha and omega of it. I mean, the constant, or the thing that everybody seems to agree on, and we don't know. I mean, Paul Timoni could, and his regime, as he hires out his staff and whoever he keeps and doesn't keep, et cetera, from this group, whoever he brings in from outside, they can make nothing but bonehead decisions. That's one of the variables. I don't think that way, by the way. I think he'll be pretty good. Will he have the means to compete at the highest level? It doesn't mean you have a $350 million payroll and you lose a tiebreaker to the Reds. That's not what I'm talking about. But you have to invest something as opposed to nothing. Your on-field payroll is down at the margins, below the Pirates at the end of the season. Not the Steven Strasburg part of the payroll. Your highest paid players can't be watching and retired. Like, that needs to change. Yes, I understand it's not always about handing out a $40 million deal to everybody and overpaying and this, that, and the other. You need to build an organization, and they'll work on that. But even that part costs money. The best machine to make sure that pitchers aren't doing X. The best technology to make sure hitters are seeing all of the different spins and rotations. You need to do Y. That stuff has to happen because it's cost effective.
Well, we got to a point where I would just be content and excited when the Nationals had the tech that everyone else had. It would be nice to just once get it first. Or just not even first, early on.
Yeah, hey, this worked for the Cleveland Guardians, and I came over from there. Let's go get it. Okay, we'll be second.
Let's build a pitching lab. You're allowed to do that. Like biomechanics plates the Giants started using years and years before us. Let's not have to have 50 conversations about it and beg and do PowerPoints on why we need it. When he says, hey, I need the biomechanics plates so that I can see how guys are landing so we can keep everyone healthier, let's just do that. And if that happens, you got a chance to be really, really good. I'll read one more quote here, and we'll have some audio from Mark Lerner a little bit later in the show for you. But this was his second answer. He only gave two. There were only two questions to him in this press conference. But it was on if the rebuild is now going to restart with a new executive spearheading this thing, or can the Nats win soon? And I'm paraphrasing. But that was the question. And he said, quote, I don't believe that we've gone backwards. I think we have a lot of great talent. A lot of these young men you haven't even seen yet, they're in the minor leagues. Now, I will say, their best talent in the minor leagues are pitchers that aren't quite healthy right now. Most of the bats that are really high-ceiling players are already in the big leagues, but that's me editorializing. He went on to say, I think we're giving Paul a great palette of young players. There's more we need to do, obviously. We're not happy with where we are right now. That's why we brought Paul in here. We're going to get back to where we're supposed to be. That's the commitment that we're all making to our fans. Do not give up on us. We're going to be there again, guaranteed. Now, maybe it's just because I haven't heard him speak in years and they haven't taken questions in a long time, but that was pretty powerful. Now, he's got to put his money where his mouth is, literally, coming up in the months ahead. But to say we're going to get back there again, guaranteed, I don't know that we've heard that from this ownership group.
No, we've not. We've not.
That's something.
You
can believe it or not, that their actions are going to tell you if it means anything. But just to hear it to me was a notable storyline.
Precisely. I would rather hear that than not. I'd rather hear that than, we thought we did a good enough job. I'm just making this up. We thought we did a good enough job, but, hinting that the previous regime that was in charge of baseball ops didn't do a very good job.
Well, isn't the Capone existence, isn't the hiring of him, the press conference today is a departure from years and years of the status quo. Whatever you thought of Rizzo or Davey, they were just lining it back up and trying again, lining it back up and trying again. We'll rearrange some deck chairs and change some scouts you don't know about. This, to me, this big swing that they're taking, you don't bring a guy in here on the cheap who's a 35-year-old rising star. This is at least indicative in this one hiring of a departure from the ways of the last several years.
You hope it's a paradigm shift. And it gave me some hope because I was surprised, frankly, that it went this way, that they got him, a guy that, probably jumped ahead in terms of the normal queue of things where you go from assistant GM to a GM somewhere, then maybe that president of baseball ops, like a GM emeritus. He skipped ahead because he's a rock star, and that's what he sort of thought of. They hired a search firm, and he's in demand to go to major marketplaces to have increased roles, whether it was staying in Boston or to go somewhere else, and you went and got him. And presumably the pitch was, and the promise was, you'll have some autonomy, not some autonomy, you'll have autonomy and the ability to do what you want. That's how you get someone like that. So you hope the follow-through is there.
Barry Svrluga asked one of the questions of Mark Lerner. He'll be on the show with us today in a couple hours, right at 5 o'clock, to talk more about the Paul Taboni introduction at Nats Park today. Next, 2 and 2 The Commanders are either going to be a winning or losing team through 5 after their trip to LA. This one feels big. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chargers in Week 5. Record 2-2, looking to get back in the win column in L.A. on Sunday. Injury updates. Jaden Daniels back out on the practice field today. He was medically cleared to get back into practice. He was wearing a brace on his knee for practice today. Sounds like he's going to be good to go for Sunday. Also for the Commanders, right guard Sam Cosmi has returned to practice, coming back from his knee injury he suffered in the playoffs last year. They opened up his 21-day practice window today. Other news around the league, the Browns are benching Joe Flacco for rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel. Injury around the NFL, Cardinals running back Trey Benson has been placed on injured reserve with a knee injury. He's now going to be out a minimum of 4 games. In baseball, the Nationals officially introduced Paul Taboni as their president of baseball operations today, saying, quote, I want to build something that becomes the envy of all of sports. Also said that he feels, quote, great support from ownership. Other baseball news, Brian Snitker, the former manager of the Braves, moving out of that managerial role into another role with the organization. Playoff baseball going on right now. The Guardians and Tigers are going to the bottom of the 6th inning, tied at a run apiece. Games coming up a little bit later. Padres and Cubs at 3 o'clock. Chicago leading the series 1-0. Red Sox, Yankees today at 6. Boston up 1-0 in that series. And Reds and Dodgers tonight at 9 o'clock. The Dodgers winning last night to be up 1-0 in that series. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We've got Caps tickets to opening night a week from now. We're giving those away in an hour. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, on the Fan. We are exclusively sponsored by the law firm Kondorian Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate, administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're going to get into just how significant this matchup is for Washington. Does it feel a little bigger than a normal early October game with the way things have trended in the first month of the season? But I'm being told by the fellas that there's something we have to hear from the Paul Taboni press conference today.
Oh, okay. Well, a lot of good audio from this morning. Like, he was really sharp and great. You figure.
Apparently, it doesn't have anything to do with how sharp or great he was.
What?
Yes, so Toby and Ryan were over there. And Tobes, it sounds like you have something that you need us to hear.
Yeah, I thought Paul was fantastic. And so, usual presser affair, and especially an introductory one. It's, hey, congrats, Paul. I'm so-and-so from publication, right? You got, hey, I'm Andrew Golden from the Washington Post, or I'm Toby Altizer from 106.7 The Fan. The usual sorts of things. And you generally want to refer to him by his first name, Paul, because that's who he is.
What else would you refer to him?
I have no idea what you would refer to him
What else
as.
is there?
But someone that
Mr. General Man, Mr. Prez?
Handsome president of baseball.
His
operation?
lordship? Like, what are you going to say there?
Something that someone around the building had told me yesterday is at this presser that they wanted to make themselves memorable. And so they went out of their way to make sure that they called Paul by the wrong name. And I won't say his name, but it rhymes with like Smyan Glary or something like that.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Clary, what happened, bud? What happened here?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I guess
I heard your question was a great question and it got an excellent answer. I thought one of the best answers of the presser.
It was, and you know what? I just feel as if I think Paul Taboni was just getting too much attention at that point, and I kind of wanted to make it about myself today during this press conference.
Toby, do you want to handle that, or do you want me to?
Well, I mean, he can't even say his right name right now.
Paul Toboggan. I know.
You've done that, and I'm not even trying to be a jerk. I just keep correcting you so that you don't say Tabani.
I know. I keep on saying Tabani.
Have you done Tabani on Locked On Nats?
So much. Like, for the first day, it was Tabani.
Really?
That is so tough.
It was tough.
All right, so did you call him Paul Tabani? Was that the problem?
No.
That would have been worse if you go, Mr. Tabani.
Mr. Tabani.
I thought about it. But I was like, I say we just hear the clip.
Do we have the clip?
We do have the clip.
But Darius wouldn't have just pulled up the clip to throw you under the bus like that, would you, Darius?
Oh, he would.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Paul. Ryan from 106.7 The Fan there.
Ooh, that stings.
Hey, Ryan.
So, by the way, this happens in press conferences way more often than you think. With people that are, because you're worried about your question, and you have to do the pleasantries of like, hey, Danny, I'm Grant. So sometimes I'm going to call you Grant, and I'm Danny. Nobody knows. But so you went, hey, Ryan. Did you say I'm Paul? Did you get that far?
Yeah, I got to the Paul part, and I think I was just like, wait, no. Hey, Paul. Like, we can play it again, because honestly, I'm not sure.
It happens quick.
It happens so quick.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Paul. Ryan from 1067 The Fan there.
Yeah.
But to your credit, if I may, you didn't call yourself Paul.
I did not call myself
You
Paul.
didn't
I
get to the
stopped.
Paul, yeah.
I had one foot in the door there. Did not get both feet in there.
What was the reaction in the room? You can hear a couple. I hear Mark Lerner laughing on that. Like
Mark loved it. He got sized.
It popped the room. It popped the room. Like, it's a serious, introductory press conference, and the whole room kind of lightened the mood a little bit. So
But
credit to Ryan.
I have never heard that serious a voice from Ryan.
that was Locked On Clarity.
Like even when he's doing like the Locked On Pod, he's still demonstrative, and he's doing his radio voice right now. Like we're talking. That was hello, Paul. This is Ryan. Like that was like Library of Congress type stuff.
Now, did Toby introduce himself to Paul Taboni?
I did, yes.
And
Toby
how did you do it?
Hey, Paul, it's Toby, Toby Altizer, 1067 The
Why
Fan.
did you do that, though? Why didn't you call him Toby?
I don't know. I will say,
Did you consider it?
His last name I misspell all the time because I'm used to the T-O-B-I.
Ooh, okay.
So I do misspell his last name a lot.
You've Tabini'd him?
Yes, I've done that plenty, but I have not called him Toby or Paul Toby or anything like that.
Or Paul Tabani.
Yeah.
Or Ryan Tabani.
Ryan Tabani.
As the case were. All right, let me hear it one more time. Crank it for me here, Dad.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Paul. Ryan from 1067 The Fan there. So
you hear Mark Lerner get a good laugh out of it.
I like the there also at the end. I don't know why that pops me.
Which one?
Ryan. Hey, Paul. Ryan from 1067 The Fan there.
There. Where?
Well, to be fair, I was gonna be starting a question there, and then the room just started popping, and I was just like, okay, well, I just gotta kind of take my licking right now. Like, people are laughing. Mark Lerner's laughing. I kind of got sized for that, but
The owner was steamed.
The owner was steamed.
And I hear he's not the only member of the ownership group that gets a little steam for Ryan Clary.
The little birdie.
And a little birdie, some ownership gets sized for Locked On Nets. So
sounds like you might have a subscriber.
What?
Huh?
Sub? Yeah, get sized. Get sized.
Are they? Do they listen or do they watch on YouTube? Do we know?
I don't know. That's a good question. It's a good question. I should probably check in with them.
But I did think, stick aside, I don't know that we're going to play your question or his answer because we're just playing the fun part.
Sure.
But his question was excellent.
His question right
He
there.
asked him about the identity after he said 1067 The Fan over there.
1067 The Fan there.
Yeah. But you asked about the identity of the organization, I think, and kind of what they're going to hang their hat on, and he gave you a great answer.
Yeah, he did. He was awesome, and I think, honestly, it gave us a lot of insight on what Taboni's going to be.
So here's what I want, and you don't have to do this. Tell me to kick rocks if you want. When he comes over Thursday to hang out, we're still coordinating all the details, but I think he's going to be here for much of the first hour of the show next Thursday. I think you got to go up to him and say, "Hey, Ryan, it's good to see you again. I'm Paul." And just keep this going.
You got to keep that shtick alive, yeah.
Well, 100% I will, because actually in the post-presser, when he kind of met with the media as well, I went up to him and said, "Hey, Ryan, I'm Paul." So I just leaned right in.
So you really leaned in.
I leaned in.
Like for 2 years afterwards, I asked Matt Williams if I was bothering him everywhere I went. You know what I mean? Like, you got to do that.
Well, it was a job well done by the fellas over there at the press conference.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Paul. Ryan from 1067 The Fan there.
There is good.
I don't know why the there pops me.
Sunday in L.A., Commanders-Chargers. So I don't have a good way to ask this. I don't really have a good topic. I tried to formulate it pre-show. I tried to give you an indicator of like how I'm leaning or what I'm thinking. But I'm just going to state what I'm workshopping. And then as I noodle this, we can kind of figure out a way to ask this on the phones.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the bit where people typically way earlier than they need to in the season do, "This is a must win. Is this a must win?" So I can promise you, if you listen to this show, that's not something we're ever going to do in week 5 or earlier of an NFL season. Maybe if you're 0-4 or something, and we're talking about the playoffs, either win or you're screwed, whatever. But I cannot help myself, Danny, from thinking that this is a more significant game than early in the year should be. And that I comped it to like a best of 7 series in a game 5, but this is what I would call a real pendulum swinger. You've got this game coming up in prime time next week against the Chicago Bears. And while you're going to be favored to win that game, if they were to win this weekend and they'd be winning 3 in a row, I think that offense might give you some fits.
Yeah.
The way that they scheme and design things. The Cowboys are not a pushover. You'll be favored to win there, I would think, minimally. They just tied the Packers. They just scored 40 against that Green Bay
Offense
defense.
ain't a problem for Dallas, and defense is a problem for you. So, yeah.
Then on the other side of that, you've got the Chiefs. You've got the Seahawks. These are teams, in Kansas City's case, I don't think I need to explain anything. Seattle could be 4-1 at the end of the weekend. The Lions look like a juggernaut again. Like, that is a murderer's row stretch coming up on the other side of this. If they're 2-3, a year after they had 3 losses when they had 5 wins. Actually, they started, I think, 6-2, and then they lost.
Started 7-2.
7-2. So, they would need to win 5 in a row just to get to where they were at the same point last year.
Mm-hmm.
Am I alone in saying this one feels really, really big as it pertains to how you guys are going to feel about this team for the rest of the season, for what this year is? Or am I being too reactionary? That's how I'll ask it. 800-636-1067. But are you picking up what I'm putting down, that this just feels like either the pendulum swings to, oh, Jaden's back, the offense is rolling, they're 3-2, they'll beat the Bears, they're in a great spot, this is a playoff team, versus 2-3, and now you've lost 3 out of your last 4, which only happened once all of last season. And if that's the case, maybe the offense wasn't great again, and Daniels has played 12 quarters and still hasn't looked like Daniels of last year. And I just think it's a completely different discussion next week.
When I was doing my sort of calculations, whatever you want to call it, predicting, looking really hard at the season, at the schedule, etc., I said, if they're going to supersede what I think the expectations are, and I said before the year, 9-8, and they missed the postseason, I think the NFL, or the NFC rather, is super crowded. I think they'll lose a tiebreaker, or someone will be 10-7 in a weaker division or something, right? Like, think Seattle last year, 10-7, missed the postseason. I think, the same type of year for them, they might make it. If they were going to beat that expectation, I think they needed to be 3-1 through their first 4 games. Because you just referenced it. Chargers, Bears weren't sure what they were going to be, but Dallas gave them fits both times last year. At Kansas City, Seattle, Detroit, etc. There aren't too many easy places to harvest your nuts. Now, it turns out Miami's way worse than we thought. I mean, who knows if they catch fire after they fire Mike McDaniel or something, and maybe there's a dead cat bounce there.
So this is a good exercise. Let's just look right now at the schedule and say, where do you have a game you would file into? That's a game you really need and should win. That's a disappointment if you don't. I would say one of the 2 Cowboys games, you just chalk up. It's a hard game to play, but you play a team that you're a little better than twice. You should win one of those 2. But in terms of scheduled victories, let's go Miami on November 16th. Is there another one on the schedule at any point?
One could argue at the Giants, had one never seen Washington play in New York over the years.
Okay, I like that.
But that's
actually
probably that's a should win that game for a team that's going to, their coach has already been fired.
Yes.
It's a rookie quarterback that's limited in offense without Malik Neighbors, that's playing for the number 1 overall pick. Please beat them on the road.
Family in town for Christmas, and they're playing out the string. So I like that. So I'll say Giants, I'm going to give you one of the 2 Cowboys games, and I'm going to say the Dolphins. So that's basically 3 more wins in the you really shouldn't lose this one category. And I think even the Cowboys one, I'm being aggressive on that.
I think so.
Because those are a couple of
They
toss-ups.
did not play well against them last year.
And that team just offensively is going to present problems. Otherwise, Bears toss-up, Chiefs on the road under the lights, either somewhere between toss-up and a game you
they're
probably
underdogs.
should lose. Yeah. Detroit at your place, we'll say toss-up, but I would put it in the Chiefs category of it's closer to game you should lose than game you should win right now. Maybe we'll feel differently when we get there. Seattle is a complete toss-up. I really like the Seahawks.
I do too.
I might be in the minority. It sounds like you're with me in this group wherever we are, but they play great defense. They haven't run the ball that well. Darnold's athletic and extends plays. They've got a pretty good thing they're building. Denver's a very winnable game for sure, how they've looked, but they just bludgeoned the Bengals.
They're a pain in the ass.
Great defense. Good scheme on offense. Yeah, I mean, just a really hard schedule. So when you get to play a team, my old axiom, it's not who you play, it's when you play them, that doesn't have their tackles, that has 3 offensive tackles, they basically are rotating in the 2 spots for now, that are in the bottom 9 in the NFL in protection, that is giving up a massive pressure rate of about 50%. And over the last couple of games, Herbert's been running for his life. I know the Chargers are good. The Giants just beat them, man. You've got to go there and find a way to win this game.
Had you gone 3-1 in the first quarter, okay, you're basically talking about a 7-6 rest of the way with a couple of those, tap in birdie putts against teams that aren't particularly good, that just sort of come with the territory. And then for the most part, being around 500 against some really good football teams. And that's kind of what good teams do, right? You beat bad teams. I mean, look at Buffalo. I think the teams they've beaten have a combined like 2 wins, something to that effect, but they've handled their business. They are plenty good. They're saving up for the rest of the year. Philadelphia, meanwhile, has beaten nothing but good teams for the most part, and they're chugging along, kind of doing what they have to. Their best football's ahead of them. You don't have giveaways now that you've lost to the Atlanta Falcons. I know it seems, like reactionary here in the first day of October, but just, again, looking ahead, there's not much easy. Now, who knows? Dak Prescott gets hurt or something like that. You're playing the Cooper Rush tier or the whoever the quarterback was from JMU, Benny DiNucci or somebody else that's a Jag. Things could change. Jared Goff goes out. You don't know.
You know who their backup is right now, don't you?
In Dallas?
Yeah.
Trey Lance?
Former Sanford. No, he's moved on.
Is he gone?
He? Did he bounce?
Did he? Who would say something like that?
What, did he bounce?
Mm-hmm.
Not nobody that I would know.
Hey, it's Ryan. It's Paul.
It's Joe Milton.
Oh, it's right, Joe Milton. We saw him the other night.
Cannonball Joe, the guy that basically is the biggest arm in the National Football League.
Yeah, he came in 2 weeks ago and threw a healthy pick in the red zone. But the point of the dude's story is that's kind of how you end up at that 10-11 win plateau. But you made it harder for yourself by losing this Falcons game. And so this one, you go through the first roughly just under third of a season at 2-3. You just leave so little margin for error. Stuff's going to happen. Pat Mahomes might Pat Mahomes you on the road there. A winnable game, and he gets the ball last. Well, pack your stuff. Let's get on the bus.
Yeah.
As you kind of add it up, it's again, we talked about this before. You're still capable of having a good season. See the Nationals in 2019, where nobody said the season was over in whatever month it was, at the end of April or May, when they were 19-31. The point is, you made the road really hard for yourself. Turns out they walked it and did a great job. You're making the road really hard for yourself with this little margin of error if you're 2-3.
How many times do you think Justin Herbert's been pressured in the last 2 games? Take a guess.
30?
Okay. 30 would be a boatload, right? Anybody else want to guess in studio? Last 2 games for Justin Herbert, how many times has he been pressured while throwing the football?
I will go with, I don't know. I mean, he lost Joe Alt halfway through the game on Sunday. I'll say in the 20 range. We'll go 22 pressures.
20 would be a lot.
Yeah.
I would probably say 26 times, 26 pressures.
26 would be about your league leader. You know, the league leader in this time is right around low 30s.
I have no idea.
50.
50.
He's been pressured 50 times in the last 2 games. The second most pressured quarterback in the NFL has been, as I said, right in the low 30s. But you're talking about a guy now, weirdly, scrambling more than he's ever scrambled in terms of percentage. So that's an area where he could possibly beat you. But if there's ever been an antidote or a medicine for what ails you here as a pass rush, there is zero excuse, Danny, for them not to harass him in this game. You have to. By the way, it's not just their tackles. They have an injury on the interior of their offensive line as well. Mekhi Becton, they've been playing and kicked inside, is not healthy right now. He's been dealing with a concussion. He was pressured on 21 of 44 dropbacks in week 4. And the 21 pressures in a game was the 3rd best game that they've had as an offensive line this year. I mean, think about that. This is crazy what's happening. And by the way, he has been balling too.
He's awesome.
He has recorded the 6th highest completion percentage in the NFL this year at 79%, while also averaging the 5th most air yards per attempt. That is like eating McDonald's every day but never gaining any weight. So basically, he throws the ball downfield at a rate higher than all but 4 quarterbacks, and yet his completion percentage is top 6, and he is one of the league leaders in not throwing screens. They've thrown the ball behind the line of scrimmage at the 2nd lowest rate in the NFL. It's like he is playing out of his mind right now. He is at an MVP level. So I know this isn't going to be easy, but I do think there's like 3 or 4 times during the season in the middle of the week, I think, when you're a defensive front and you watch the tape and you go, oh, we should absolutely feast on this guy. I think this is one of those times.
If it happens, they can win the game.
But don't you think how could they possibly? They have 2 tackles that are in the bottom 8 or 9 in the NFL right now. If you can't do it this week, when are you going to do it?
Yeah, and I don't know. If I fall asleep Sunday morning and don't wake up until Monday morning, and I ask somebody to tell me about the game, and I find out, dude, they couldn't get to Herbert. They tried everything and couldn't do it. I go, yeah, okay, I could see that.
Well, then they lost.
And then they lost. Or I could also see, they feasted. They beat up on an undermanned group, and they just didn't hold up. They got into good passing situations, good down and distance. The design of the defense, by the way, is to be in 3rd and 7, stop run early. Well, they've done that through multiple weeks, and yet they've been torched each of the last 3 weeks in the air. I could see that too. But to me, that's where the game's going to be won. That's the area you should have the advantage. You should be able to throttle this group, whether it's just with rushing 4, and maybe you get fat and complacent thinking that that's who you are now. But yeah, whether it's mixing and matching blitzes or all the games and stunts and stuff up front, you've got to hit this dude, because if the ball leaves his hand, you are in deep bleep. Like if he throws a pass, it's going to be one of their receivers catching it and running free.
Quentin Johnston has gone from bust status to one of the better receivers in the league early this year. Do you agree with the premise that this game is huge? That's the question on Grant and Danny. Call us at 800-636-1067.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chargers in Week 5. An update on some injuries. Jaden Daniels back out at practice today after he was medically cleared, wearing a brace, though, still on his knee. Sam Cosmi has also returned to practice as they have opened up his 21-day practice window. Other news in the NFL, the Browns are benching Joe Flacco for rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel. The Cardinals have placed running back Trey Benson on injured reserve with a knee injury, going to be out at least 4 games. In baseball, the Nationals introduced Paul Taboni as their president of baseball operations today, saying, quote, "I want to build something that becomes the envy of all of sports." Other baseball news, Brian Snitker moving out of the manager role with the Braves into an advisory role, and playoff action going on right now. Tigers and Guardians is tied at a run apiece in the top of the 7th inning. Top 2 in Chicago. The Padres lead the Cubs 1-0 tonight. Red Sox and Yankees at 6 o'clock. Reds and Dodgers at 9. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
It would mean the world. I plan on having a lot of people attend the game, so that is the hometown, and be able to play back in my hometown as a pro. It would mean everything.
Jaden Daniels is headed home to California, and he will be back on the field almost certainly. Today, the announcement came from Dan Quinn that he was cleared by trainers, that he is a full participant in practice on Wednesday. And I do think we should give a little praise to and admire the way the coaching staff handled the injury. I pushed back on the notion after the first missed game when everyone wanted to heap praise and say, oh, this is so good of them. He could have played, and they're not letting him play because they're trying to protect him. And I don't think that is what the case was at all. I think he was hurt enough that there was no way he could play in that game. But last week, as the week went on, and it does sound like he pushed and pushed and pushed and tried to play, I think that's exactly what happened. He may have been able to play against Atlanta, and they did not let him do so because they felt like Mariota could run the offense, and a few extra days could really benefit the recovery, and just let's make sure. It's early in year 2 of a marathon here. Not just this season with this guy.
That's right.
But hopefully a decade or 12 years or 15 years of him being a really, really good quarterback. That is not always the case with coaches. So, job well done by Quinn and the staff, because all they care about really is the wins and the losses, right? That's what's next to their ledger. That's how they get paid. That's how they keep their jobs. This tells you it's not actually all they care about. You know, they are prioritizing the players.
I'm with you. It deserves praise, because I've seen previous regimes of qualified, smart people that maybe wouldn't have handled it that way. Maybe would have had him, probably not the first week, I'm with you, just in terms of the injury, wouldn't have allowed him to come back. But that second week, maybe he could have. Maybe he could have come back. And you know, well, he's cleared, and we get into that gray area. The valuing and understanding that you can't have that. This isn't a blocking tight end. This isn't a linebacker or a safety. This is the prize. This is the reason that you're relevant. If you replace him with an average NFL quarterback, you're part of the middle bucket that you've been in at best for 3 decades. The point is, having him gives you a chance to not be in that bucket. You're in a totally different one, a much desirable bucket that's gold-plated, where everyone thinks of you as the it team and everyone wants to come play with you. You take care of that guy. That's all I've ever asked, and they did that.
He's an LA market guy. He's from, Darius looked it up, about 60 miles from the stadium in San Bernardino, California. You know he's going to have a lot of people in the stands. There's just not going to be that many opportunities. When you play cross-country, imagine any of us going home and doing some kind of work thing, or you're traveling, and you're near cousins and friends and family, and how many people you might try to get together with. He's not able to go out to dinner on Saturday night, but you can come to the stadium. I'll bet you there's going to be a heck of a cheering section. For him, ideally, great to be back for LA. I'm sure he pushed for Atlanta, but you target this date. This was not going to be one throughout, I would imagine, he would have missed. So all along, you got to be on the field for this one, and it worked out. And there's added motivation. Not that he needs any of it. These guys are giving you every ounce of everything they've got in every single game, but that's just one more storyline here. On the flip side for the Chargers, I always hate playing teams after a really bad loss.
Yep.
You just learned the lesson.
Did we see that anywhere recently? Is there somebody?
It's what we talked about all last week and even on Friday when we were out and about on our field trip. There is something to be said about not getting the team that has been on their P's and Q's all week because everyone got embarrassed. And I think that's kind of what happened with the Chargers playing the Giants this weekend. So the Falcons had their get right. Everybody is on high alert game. The code red games are what Jay Gruden used to call them. Are you getting the Chargers in that same scenario? Like if they lose, it's 3-2 and it's the same old Chargers. That's going to be the narrative. Not that they're really good, not that they're better than the Chiefs, not that they're going to win the division. Your cushion is gone. The Chiefs have caught you. You've lost 2 games you shouldn't have lost.
Yeah, you gave it away. You're right.
And now you're 3-2 and you're the same old Chargers. What's really changed? And by the way, the injuries are piling
Yeah,
up.
the Chargers are chargering, which is what always happened. Regardless of coach, it was Staley, it was Lynn, it didn't matter. They would do this where they would look so good, and then ... you look up and they're somehow 8-9 because whether it's a field goal kicker missing a chip shot or an injury happened or some kind of fluky thing. But they started off this year so well. 3 divisional games in a row, by the way, going 3-0 in all of them. They probably should have lost that Denver game, but it was the opposite of charging. They had some magic there at the end to win that one, and they were so impressive in week 1 against Kansas City. But if you lose to Washington, you got a great chance to get back on the good foot next week at Miami. But even still, it doesn't get a whole lot easier for them. This is an important game for them as well, especially, as you said, coming across country, playing as bad a game as they've played in a while, losing to the Giants. And you got a chance for a team that's kind of walking wounded in their own right, making the trip back across the country to see you.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Let's go around the NFL with a conversation on the odds updated today for the first coach to be fired in the National Football League this season. Brian Callahan is the new betting favorite of the 0-4 Tennessee Titans in his second year as their head coach. You are now 21 games in if you're Callahan, and things don't look like they're improving at the rate they need to. You drafted a brand new quarterback at number 1 overall in Cam Ward, who says, it's his own words, not mine, that he's playing terribly, and that the offense has been awful as well. Callahan's a play caller. He's an offensive-minded guy. He's already given up his play-calling duties this season. So he's the heavy favorite now at minus 275. He was angry yesterday. We played the clip, him getting feisty with reporters.
Yeah, that to me is one of those telltale signs. That's one of the precursors.
Giving up the play calling duties?
Well, yeah, that one too. But it's somehow the question asker's fault, right? Where it's no, dude. There's a whole lot of things that you did, and they're asking you about that.
You're starting to pick at some scabs,
right?
You're starting to pick at some wounds that are very much hurting the person, that are annoyed that you're touching them.
Do you ever have that? Let's say I had like a big zit on my nose. And I went in the producer studio, and each individually, one at a time, they're all doing something. Looked up like, dude, what's up with your zip? Like, what's going on? And you answer the question, and then I sit down, and you just happen to be the 4th person to ask me about it, and then I give you a terse, irritated answer. That's what it sounds like. Ownership has probably had a conversation. GMs have probably had conversations. Other people have done it. It's like an office space where it's like, I got 5 different bosses right now. Bob, 5? Yes, Bob, 5. It's that.
Second on this list, first NFL coach fired this year. Odds plus 220. You're getting about 2.5 to 1 on Mike McDaniel of the Dolphins. Now, Miami did get a win. To their credit, they're 1-3 now. They beat a terrible Jets team. But the Jets have a brand new head coach this year. And so it's not like they're going to blow out Aaron Glenn anytime soon, nor should they. But for the Dolphins, they play the Panthers. What if Miami loses to Carolina this weekend? Then they lose to the Chargers. And they go into that Browns game and they're 1-5 with no Tyreek Hill, who's not coming back through that door. He's out for the season. I could see McDaniel being in big, big trouble as early as, the 12th, the 19th, these next couple of weeks if they don't get another quick win. Now, if they beat Carolina, which they probably should.
They could, yeah.
It's in Charlotte, where last time they played at home, they beat the Falcons by 30, so it's not like it's a pushover. But if you go there and you win without Tyreek Hill, it's back-to-back wins. You've kind of told the Wolves to leave. They're no longer at the door.
And I was really surprised. I thought they would have a terrible showing Thursday Night Football against Buffalo a couple of weeks ago, and they didn't. Buffalo won the game, and they were the better team.
That's a good point. In that loss, they actually played pretty well.
So I thought, and that was their most competitive outing. I mean, again, they were close against the Patriots. They were the worst team. But I'm just in terms of competitive, I don't know how to say better than this, but competitiveness, how tough they were. It looked like they were resilient, and they were in it, and they were trying really, really hard. I know that's not the prerequisite because it's the NFL. You're supposed to do that. But it didn't look like a group that had quit on their coach. Right? And then they win this past week. So that, to me, moved him off. I thought he was going to be fired basically after the Jets game where they looked listless and lost to the worst team in the NFL. That's not the case. The arrow's trending up-ish, if there is such a thing, even without Tyreek Hill in terms of McDaniel and the team.
Same thing with the Giants. Arrow's trending up-ish after a win despite not having your number 1 wide receiver. Because you went to Jackson Dart, you got the win. The Giants and Brian Daboll next on this list. Daboll is third in terms of odds to get fired first this season, and I get that. They were 0-3, but after the win, playing the Saints this week, I actually think they do win 2 in a row.
Yeah.
They could be 2-3. You've saved your season. It does stink for these guys, McDaniel and Daboll, who are play callers and designers on offense, that you've lost your best weapons. I mean, both for the year, by the way. Neighbors, torn ACL, and then in the case of Tyreek Hill with the knee dislocation, his knee was basically a 90-degree angle. I don't know how many CLs there are in the knee, but they probably all got jacked up. Like, that is a horrible, horrible injury
gruesome.
that he suffered. But 2 of the top 3 guys most likely to get fired here are coming off of wins. So if you could stack another one, both winnable games this weekend, maybe you could push yourself down the list a little bit on the odds on BetOnline for a little while.
Yeah, it's the lever you pull buys you some time, especially because you beat the Chargers if you're Brian Daboll. You think about had that gone poorly and they lost a losable game, was a one-score game, a field goal game. If the Chargers make one more play or something, you lose that one, it's like, okay, there's not much excitement left. You're playing out the string. You beat New Orleans, so what? It's then Philly, Denver, Philly again, 49ers. You're talking about the Walking Dead.
Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. And remember that at 4 o'clock, we are giving away Caps tickets to opening night. 1 week away from today, on October 8th, they welcome the Boston Bruins to town. That football conversation we just had was presented by Paramount Plus. You can not count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Double play next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here, and I'm a Fanatics Sportsbook guy. Your football brings out all the emotions, right? That's why we love the game so much. But you know that feeling when your bet doesn't hit and getting hung out to dry by your old sportsbook? That feeling is a thing of the past with the game day guarantee from Fanatics Sportsbook, and here's how it works. Every single game day, now until October, new customers get up to $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses, guaranteed. And now, additionally, new customers can also bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about that. If you're betting with Fanatics, you're either winning or winning money back in fan cash. Fan cash that you can use for anything in the Fanatics universe, like apparel, tickets, bonus bets, and more. So why risk it with other sports books when you can switch to the sure thing? Every single game day until this October comes with a guarantee. Your old sports book, they're out for the season. Fanatics Sportsbook has got your back. Go check it out yourself. Download the app today. Fanatics Sportsbook, I'm telling you, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Every day at this time, we give you a double play driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. As a reminder, Barry Svrluga on the Nats introducing Paul Taboni, their new president of baseball operations, on the show today at 5, and we're giving away those Caps tickets in 15 minutes.
So texts were flying yesterday, GP, during the later part of the program and then on my way home. A plan was concocted, and this is a very real thing. My 7-year-old was so excited about his Trident gum. He had orange-flavored Trident gum that he needed me as soon as I got home. Like, he's sitting there like ants, like he's got to go to the bathroom, like ants in his pants, like sitting there, like, you done? Are you done? Are you done? Like, just shoveling dinner in my mouth so that I can then take him to his friend's house so that his friend would be allowed to try this orange-flavored Trident gum. This is an occurrence. This happened last night. First of all, I thought it was actually very sweet that he wanted his friend to experience, or multiple friends actually that were over there. It turned out it was a nice concentration. He wanted multiple friends to experience the joy that he was receiving from this orange Trident gum. But this was like multiple text messages. Parents are involved. They're like, I don't really want to host people over there, but that's fine. We can go over there for a couple minutes. I'm like, I can entertain the kids while they chew their gum. Like, it was the weirdest thing ever.
And they didn't want to wait till school the next day.
They couldn't. That was not an option.
Can I ask you, this is as an aside, but like how does he communicate with his friends? Does he have a phone?
No. 7-year-old's got nothing.
Oh, this is the 7-year-old.
Yeah, 7-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is his. He is asking and asking and asking and bothering. And again, it's coming from a very good place that he wants to share the joy of this gum.
But is he doing old school like landline to call him to be like, I'm going to come over with this? Or he's telling you, text the dad.
So he's bothering mom, and mom's going, okay, I guess I can I'll try to arrange something like that.
On his behalf. So everyone's involved, and it's okay.
So there's 4 or 5 different parents involved in this gum exchange. Like, seriously.
Did you try the gum?
I didn't. Because it's his special thing. I had gum, I'm fine. So, but it leads me to the discussion. These children in this age group apparently have just discovered gum, and like Trident gum is like the new currency. Like, for me, like at that age, it was like Garbage Pail Kids or like Nintendo games or something like that. But apparently Trident gum is the hit at this elementary school. When is the last time you bought gum? Like, when did you stop off at a convenience store and you're like, I'm going to buy a pack of gum? For me, it was like just out of college when I was a little concerned going out as a single person that my breath might be a little hot after drinking beer or something.
I don't know. I used to have gum in my car all the time. I can't remember the last time I bought gum. I would consider myself a big gum guy, but as you say it now, I have not had gum in a long time. We have some at the house. It's like buried in a drawer
just
or
in
whatever.
Case, yeah.
Just kind of around. And my kids have found it, and they are too young and don't understand it. And we just tell them the old wives' tale or whatever. Like, if you swallow it, it grows in your stomach and yada, yada, yada.
7 years.
Exactly. So, they are scared enough away from it that they don't do it a lot. But their bit is, my daughter especially will chew the gum for, I'm not joking, 30 seconds and say, okay, it lost its flavor. And so just throw it out. It's like, no, it didn't. I know it didn't. But they don't even need gum anyway, and they shouldn't have it, so I'm fine with that idea. But yeah, generally, I don't know, man. It's been a long time, but I love gum. I'm not a spearmint gum guy.
What's your I like that there was like a big red cinnamon situation for a little while.
Oh, I'm not big red at all.
What?
You ever do the thing where you lick the big red like foil and you put it on your head to burn your forehead? It burns really bad.
Never done that.
That was a big thing back in middle school.
You burn like the chemical, like a reaction of some kind.
Exactly. There was like some type of feeling or thing, and it would like burn on your head, and everyone would do it, like in 6th grade.
No file on that.
Yeah. Hate Big Red though. I mean, I would eat it, chew it, whatever we call it, but not for me. I've bought Orbit more than anything else. Blue packs, green packs of Orbit.
That's like the breath mint gum, kind of, right?
I guess
Would you call it that?
That was what I always had throughout high school, throughout college. Like, it was always Orbit.
Orbit guy.
I think if I had to choose though, like this is nubby because it loses its flavor so fast. Like a juicy fruit is kind of nice, or just some kind of like fruity gum is always good for me. But like I'll never do Bubblicious again. It just loses so fast, it's just gone. Double mint, I'm over. I'm past that. Green pack.
Like, I remember gum advertising was a huge thing at one point. I haven't seen a gum commercial in years. Double your flavor, double your fun, double mint gum or whatever.
That's
now
true.
There's no,
when's the last time you saw a gum commercial?
I remember all the jingles like big red freshness, lasts right through it, lasting flavor goes on and on. There's no gum commercials.
So quick search here
Who's
for the
making
most popular chewing gums. Wrigley's Double Mint.
Wrigley's Double Mint, yeah.
Classic choice. Refreshing, long-lasting mint flavor. Extra. Is Extra like the blue one, I think?
I don't know that.
So it kind of feels like almost papery and dusty when you open it. Known for a wide variety of flavors and clean, crisp mints like Polar
Oh, I
Ice.
know this one. I know. It's like that breath mint gum.
Yeah.
Here, look, I'll show you the picture. You'll recognize
I
it.
think that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Look, it looks like just the picture looks like a bar of soap.
100%. That one's like a dusty feel when you like touch it. Trident, which is what you were referencing.
Orange flavored Trident, dude, is the hit.
The leader in the sugar-free gum category with a wide range of flavors and long-lasting freshness. Orbit's
up there.
And then I don't know what 5 Gum is. But that's apparently...
It's an offshoot of Five Guys where it's burger flavored gum.
Oh, I'd love that. What do you remember about bubble gum bubble tape?
Bubble tape, dude.
Little Hubba Bubba?
Yeah.
I don't think...
It came in the circle like a dip can, like a tin.
You just had to open it.
Yep.
Spin it. You could kind of close the mouth.
Use that as the way to sever it. Yeah.
Exactly right. Wrigley's Juicy Fruit. Again, I know what you're going to tell me, and you're right. It loses flavor quickly, but that original yellow pack of Juicy Fruit, tell me you didn't enjoy it with a straight face.
A long time ago. I definitely did that one.
Bubble Yum?
So here's their little secret about me.
Pink pack?
Their little secret about you, pal. I can't blow a bubble. I never could.
You can't blow a bubble?
I can't blow a bubble.
I shouldn't make fun of this because there's a million things I can't do. Everyone can blow a bubble.
I cannot. So what people don't realize is
I don't think that's a thing you can't,
100%.
You just haven't done it yet.
No, I can't do it.
You never tried.
I've never tried to blow a bubble.
Any person who's ever tried has blown a bubble.
Yeah, I can't do it. Here's why. Everybody doesn't realize that you do this in order to do it. But you do it subconsciously because it's so easy. It's like, how do you ride a bike? I don't know. You just pedal and look forward. There is a groove that you make in your tongue to allow air to go in to a potential bubble, right? You do that. You just do it. You don't even think about doing it. I cannot make that groove in my tongue. I have a genetic defect. I can't do it.
I mean, this just can't be true.
I cannot blow a bubble.
Someone needs to go buy gum right now so I can watch Danny try to blow a bubble.
You know what I'll do is I'll try really hard and spit it on the wall.
There's just no way.
There is absolutely a way.
Eclipse, Spearmint, Icebreakers, Ice Cubes. I never had those. Those are the breath ones that people will have that square sitting in their cup holder of their car.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Dentine Ice.
Dentine.
Hated that.
Denton Day Ice.
Denton Day Ice. I hated that.
Yeah, that's not a good one. Yeah.
Extra Peppermint, Trident Original, and Orbit Peppermint. My 1 seed. Blue pack.
The blue pack was silly.
Good gum conversation.
Good gum convo. But again, this all started with orange Trident gum. And this sweet little boy is going, I have to share this with my friends.
Let's go.
This is so good. They have to experience this. And it can't be tomorrow. It's got to be tonight.
What a precious young man.
Isn't that nice?
I like him. Sweet little prince. All right, next, our Beltway Blitz. And before we kick off the Blitz, as soon as we return, we got a pair of tickets to Caps opening night 1 week from today right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Chargers in Week 5, coming in 2-2 on the season. Jaden Daniels, though, returned to practice today as he was medically cleared finally by the doctors to get back out on the practice field. He was wearing a brace on his knee for practice today. Right guard Sam Cosmi has also returned to practice, opening up his 21-day practice window as he comes back from a knee injury as well. The Browns are benching Joe Flacco for rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel. Injuries around the league. Cardinals running back Trey Benson has been placed on injured reserve with a knee injury. He's out a minimum of 4 games. Today in baseball, the Nationals introduced Paul Taboni as the president of baseball operations, saying, quote, "I want to build something that becomes the envy of all of sports." Also in baseball, Brian Snitker, no longer the manager of the Braves, but remaining with the organization. Games going on in the baseball playoffs right now. The Guardians lead the Tigers 3-1 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Finishing up in the 3rd inning, the Padres lead the Cubs 1-0. Tonight, the Red Sox taking on the Yankees at 6 o'clock. Reds and Dodgers comes up at 9 o'clock. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. Congrats right now to caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Dial. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets to opening night for the Washington Capitals. A week from today, Wednesday, October 8th. They're taking on the Bruins. All fans in attendance are getting a schedule magnet. For tickets in the complete Capitals schedule, visit thefandc.com. This is courtesy of the Washington Capitals.
This radio program right here, it's the Grant Danny Show. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Time for the Beltway Blitz. There's a lot going on in DC sports. Let's start on the diamond. And to discuss the Nats on a huge news day, Spencer Nussbaum of the Washington Post joins us now. Spencer, you were over at Paul Taboni's introductory press conference today. Let's just start with him, and then we'll get to the big story of the day, which was ownership speaking for the first time in a long time. What did you make of the new president of baseball ops?
Yeah, frankly, I was really impressed. It's hard to go up there when you haven't really put a plan in place, per se. But I think a lot of the things that he alluded to were really smart. I think he was fair in kind of assessing that, hey, he can't necessarily put a timeline out there or say, hey, we're going to be ready to compete for October this year, anything like that. But I think the overall philosophy, and based on what I've heard from people around the game, the kind of aptitude for aligning within an organization, emphasizing areas where the Nats have really struggled, which is player development and scouting, to be so on top of it in that realm. And just kind of the way he spoke, it all impressed me and kind of stood out to me as someone who is ready to lead an organization at, 35 years old.
What does fully supported by ownership mean?
Yeah, it's a great question, right? What it means in a larger baseball context is probably different from what it means in this context, which I think is what we're alluding to a little bit here. Fully supported by ownership in this world could mean, hey, he has the latitude to spend on, scouting, the minor leagues, and paying for those things. Basically the ability to allocate his budget as he wishes is at least what my early read on it would be. I can't say that for certain just because of what this ownership group has been for so long. The other way that you can read into it is, hey, he'll be able to spend whatever he needs whenever he needs. Frankly, I wouldn't say that that's necessarily where he's at right now.
Spencer, the ownership group was represented on the dais. Mark Lerner was the only of the three up there that ended up speaking. And he was only asked 2 questions, but he was able to give some comments for the first time in a long time about the commitment of ownership to the team. He guaranteed that they would get back to where they should be. What did you take out of his few remarks today?
Yeah, again, I think part of what I take out is what wasn't said, right? I don't think what was said, maybe matters a little bit in the sense that, hey, as you said, like, we want to get this place back to being the way that it used to be and, get it back to being a winner. But what wasn't said is, hey, we're ready to, make a strong financial commitment, or, hey, we have a plan in place, or, hey, we want to do X, Y, Z. I think a lot of that speaks to the reporting we've done at the Post in terms of what the situation with ownership is and that they're not necessarily aligned on everything. Again, I think it's a great first step that the learners were up there, that they were transparent and visible. But maybe transparent is the wrong word there, because at least for me, I'm taking more away from what wasn't said than what was.
Yeah. When will we know in this regard, Spencer? I mean, it's a big first step, honestly. I think they already proved something, or put a deposit in the bank by going to get Paul Taboni, right? I mean, they hired the search firm. They found the young, whippersnapper up and coming candidate, both the pocket protector and the scouting background kind of merging into one in the exact kind of executive I think a lot of fans and folks like me were excited about. So that's a good first step. When do you think we'll know that sort of the proof is in the pudding, where they go, you know what, they're going to do what it takes to compete at the highest level? Not necessarily a Mets payroll, but more than, a July Pirates lineup.
Yeah, I think it's a gray area, right? Like, if we find out in the middle of the season that, hey, they've started to spend on getting more scouts or getting more analysts or whatever, like that is kind of the year one step that at least I'm looking at. The year 2 step is, hey, say they take a step and win 76 games next year, and they've done everything at the coaching staff, and they've hired the right people. Really, it's next offseason if they start to spend, where I start to look at it and say, okay, are you really making the sort of financial commitment that it demands? But at least in the short term, I'm looking at, hey, are they increasing the number of people within the organization, and are they making the kind of right hires and investments there?
So along those lines, just to kind of dig a little deeper into that, I'm with you on the paying for players next offseason. What should the blueprint look like for this offseason, or what would be kind of how you'd go about this, how you think they should go about this?
Yeah, again, it's a little tricky to say. The easiest answer is start to pay for some pitching. Again, I know they have to do a much, much better job of developing that, but there really aren't very many starters in the organization who are healthy and ready to pitch in the big leagues next year, who have any sort of stuff. I mean, really, it's Cade Cavalli. In terms of starting at the start of next offseason, outside of Cade Cavalli and Mackenzie Gore, I'm not really sure who that is. I think I don't want to say you have to float Mackenzie Gore in trade conversations, but I think you at least have to listen when teams call. I think that whole concept is going to get brought back up this offseason. But really, pitching is the number one area where I think there's major room to grow, both in terms of getting leaders for the young guys and just getting some guys with some sort of stuff in the organization.
What's good here? Like, in other words, like, there's got to be something that enticed a guy like Paul Taboni to come. Obviously, we could talk about a couple of the young pieces, but what sort of nuts and bolts make him go, yeah, I can build this house?
Yeah, well, and again, it's a little confusing, but I think that the main point that I take out of it is, one, there's only 30 jobs in all of baseball you can do this. 2, he seems like a really, really smart guy. And if a guy who was able to kind of revolutionize what they do in Boston, you can read any of the articles, you can talk to anyone over there, really played a very integral role in what they've done, reshaping things. If he's been given the latitude of, hey, the farm system, player development, all that, it's yours to play with. It's yours to do whatever you need to do with. You don't need to answer to anyone. You can kind of do what you need to do. I think that's really enticing, and I don't think every organization would have given the latitude to say, hey, player development is all yours, or hey, scouting is all yours, or hey, you can run this in your vision. Again, I don't know about the financial assurances that have been made. Those questions were kind of dodged by both Taboni and ownership today. But if he's been given the latitude of, hey, you can spend X amount of money within wherever you need to, or hey, you can make whatever hires you need to. I think that's probably really compelling for a guy who probably, if he had waited an offseason, would have had other teams lining up to hire him.
Spencer, thank you for joining us. We appreciate the time.
Thank you.
You got it. Read him in the Washington Post. Does a good job covering the Nats. All right, speaking of the Post, their Commanders beat reporter joining us now to talk football. Deshaun Reed is with us. Deshaun, thanks for the time. It sounds like we've got a developing Jaden Daniels return happening here. Dan Quinn making it seem like all systems are go. What can you tell us?
Yeah, it looks like all signs are pointing towards him making his return against the Chargers this week. Hometown trip for him. Being from San Bernardino, playing in L.A., he's going to have a ton of family and friends there. I think he was itching to play regardless of who they're playing, but especially this week, he's ready to get back out there. And he was full go at practice today. He still does have a brace on that injured knee, so they're being cautious with it, giving him some extra protection. But he's able to do everything they wanted to see him do before they put him back out there. And so, definitely going to protect himself, make sure he doesn't put himself in unnecessary harm's way. But it looks like he's going to be out there on Sunday.
How much better did he look today than he did maybe a week ago and 2 weeks ago? Kind of the growth there.
Yeah, I'll say it's been more of a jump from 2 weeks ago. Last week to this week hasn't been that much of a change. But initially, when he first got out there, you could see he wasn't quite moving how you're used to seeing Jaden Daniels move, sort of that explosiveness, the lateral movements. And I'm sure he also was just taking it easy not to aggravate the injury, but it looked like he was himself again today. Will they run him as much as they usually do this first game off the injury? Maybe not, but just in terms of how he's moving out there, he looks pretty good to me.
What's the latest on Terry McLaurin?
Yeah, it's still sort of ambiguous what's going on there. I know there's been some conflicting reports. The team has been adamant it's a quad injury. NFL Network reported it's more of a hip injury. Nonetheless, he wasn't at practice today, and he wasn't at practice last week either. And so unless he's able to get back out there, tomorrow, it seems like it'd be pretty questionable and doubtful whether he's going to play on Sunday. It was kind of a strange play, that long catch he had against the Raiders. I don't think people paid much attention to it, especially with the game being out of hand, but that ended up being, where he got injured. And I thought the receiver room in general stepped up pretty well in his absence. I thought Debo had a good game last week despite the loss, and Luke McCaffrey had a touchdown. They obviously need him back out there, especially going against a tough defense. But it seems a little bit, kind of questionable whether he's going to be out there this week just based on him not being practicing today.
Defensively, this is the first time we've kind of gotten to see everybody after just a pretty poor performance this past Sunday. What was kind of the conversation, the thoughts, the vibe of that defensive group that's looking for answers?
Yeah, we keep harping on it, but it keeps happening every week, so we're going to keep doing it. But it's the explosive plays, right? Like they keep getting gouged for these huge chunk gains through the air. I mean, Michael Penix, at one point he was averaging like 12 yards per attempt, which is just insane, at the NFL level. And it's not just one guy. I know a lot of people are focused on Lattimore, but the entire secondary really is struggling right now. And even at linebacker, Bobby Wagner had a really rough play in coverage lined up against Bijan Robinson. And so it's been all bad for them on the back end. And the Falcons took advantage of that. And also the ground game, broken tackles was a big issue. And they haven't given up quite as many explosives as in the pass game, but they aren't good in that area either.
Deshaun Reed of the Washington Post is with us on Grant and Danny. Deshaun, are you still with us? I think your phone was cutting out there for a second.
Sorry, you got me.
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit, but we'll see if we can get the phone dialed in. I want to ask you about the running back situation. They're running the ball really, really well. It doesn't matter who they're handing it to, so maybe it doesn't matter that much, but I want to see more Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Could this be the week for that?
I think they're still sticking with that running back by committee approach. I know fans have been itching for Bill to get more touches, but they're spreading it around, and I don't really see that changing. We saw Chris Rodriguez have a long run last week. Before that, it was Jeremy McNichols, and so I think they're going to keep with that approach, and it's going to be whoever the hot hand is. Like if it is Bill, they're not afraid to feed him the ball, but I don't think they're going to go with that bell cow approach that people want.
Deshaun, appreciate you, buddy. Have a good weekend.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
There's Deshaun Reed of the Washington Post. I want to sneak in a couple quick thoughts on the Capitals on this blitz. The lads played last night against the Columbus Blue Jackets. They win 4-3 on the road. They're 4-0 this preseason, which in and of itself doesn't mean a lot. But I will say, Danny, They've had a lot of firepower from the young kids. Last night, Andrew Crystal scored another goal. He's had a great preseason. Ilya Protis, so that's Alexi's little brother. They call him Little Pro. He's actually gigantic.
Wee Pro.
Ilya Protis with a goal as well. There's going to be some really tough roster decisions. They're starting to sprinkle in the veterans. Connor McMichael's had a great preseason. Last night, we saw Tom Wilson play for the first time, and he had a Gordie Howe hat trick in a period and change. He got into a fight protecting I thought it was a pretty bad hit, actually, on Ivan Miroshnichenko last night. But Willie got into the fight, dropped the gloves. He had the goal. He had the apple. He was very productive. It's been a great preseason so far for the Capitals.
How real are the contributions from the kids? Because I've done this before, and then we get into the regular season, whether it's, Laviolette pulling the strings, whatever, and it's nothing but veterans, and, the kids kind of get buried. I'm thinking of the Leonards, the LaPierres, some of the young guys. In your mind, how real are their contributions going to be this year?
So, you saw last year they were real, right? Protis became a star. McMichael became a star. I get the question, and I get the point. I think you're right. It's the NFL preseason when you see guys flash, and then September comes around. And it's like, where are you? What happened to the 7 for 77 in August against the other guy that isn't going to be on the team? I think this kid, Andrew Crystal, is offensively so gifted and is going to just stockpile points in the NHL. He's very, very small, but he's extremely capable with the puck, and he's been able to finish early this preseason. He's going to be really good. Ilya Protis, Alexi's little brother, is going to be an exceptional NHL player. I think he's going to be a talented guy for a long time. A lot of the other guys I'm not as convinced on. The players they need a little more out of that now, you're talking about 2-3 seasons of kind of back and forth, the Hershey in the minor leagues. Guys like Hendrix Lapierre. Last year struggled while everyone else around him that was his age took flight. He did not. He ended up back in the minors. And then we've heard for a couple of years now about Ivan Miroshnichenko. He's still very young in his young 20s, but he and LaPierre are the two guys that need to really make the leap. But I think overall, if you're talking about kids this year that could help, and who's real and who isn't, Crystal, who's now scored a couple goals in these 4 games, Protis, who scored last night and had a point, had a shot on net that ended up in the back of the net, his only shot of the game. I think those are guys to monitor. Both of them need some seasoning still in the league, but at least one of them, maybe Crystal could make the roster. Crystal almost forced his way onto the roster as a teenager last year. He just can skate. He can get up and down the ice. He's a good little player.
Who would he bump out? If he makes it, who doesn't?
Yeah, that's the big question. He'd probably be on the third line, I would think, to make that work as a wing. So it would just be one of the other young guys. Maybe, whether that's LaPierre or Miroshnichenko or somebody like that. But they're going to make the bigger picture decision based on options and age and some of the contract stuff, too. Not just like the quality of the preseason. But 4 games in, 4 wins, and the boys are scoring a lot of goals. 1 week from tonight, they get started for real against Boston. Next on Grant and Danny, a star quarterback in the NFL has been ruled out of his team's game this week. We'll tell you who. And we'll get into making one change going into this Chargers matchup. What would it be? This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. An update for the Commanders. Jaden Daniels was back out at practice today as he was medically cleared. He was wearing a brace on his knee. It's unclear whether he'll have to wear that brace on Sunday, but looks good to go against the Chargers on Sunday. Also for the Commanders, their offensive guard Sam Cosmi returned to practice, opening up his 21-day practice window as he returns from the knee injury he suffered in the playoffs last year. Other news around the NFL, the Browns are benching quarterback Joe Flacco for rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel. Injuries around the league, Cardinals running back Trey Benson placed on injury reserve with a knee injury. He's out a minimum of 4 games. The Niners taking on the Rams tomorrow for Thursday Night Football. They've already ruled out quarterback Brock Purdy, as well as wide receivers Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings. In baseball, the Nationals introduced Paul Taboni as president of baseball operations today. Taking a look at the scores around Major League Baseball for the playoffs, the Guardians beat the Tigers to keep that series alive. They won 6-1. Right now, the Padres lead the Cubs 1-0 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Red Sox and Yankees at 6, Reds and Dodgers at 9. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. One game has gone final in the Major League Baseball wildcard round today. The Cleveland Guardians have forced a Game 3 by beating the Detroit Tigers. It's a 1-1 series in a best of 3. So kudos to Cleveland, who came all the way back to beat Detroit from 15.5 down in the AL Central.
Still one of the wildest things.
Then they were down 1-0 in the wild card. It would be fitting if they had to come back in that as well. Game 2 of the 4 being played today is underway with the Padres leading the Cubs 1-0 early on at Wrigley Field. We'll keep you abreast of everything going on in Major League Baseball.
You know, since this new format has started with the expanded wild card, no team has ever lost game 1 and then gone on to win the wild card series.
So meaning lose game 1 and then win games 2 and 3.
That's
Correct,
crazy.
Right. Yeah. So
How
we'll
many
see if the
years
Guardians
is
can pull it
this?
off. This has been since 2022 now.
Okay, so it's newish. But yeah, even still, you would think at some point.
Somebody would have, run into the ace, and then the other 2 guys weren't as good.
It's not like you're down 3-0. You lose a game, that and putting on your shoes just kind of happens each day. So you could go out there and win games 2 and 3. That's a good nugget. The 49ers have ruled out Brock Purdy for Thursday Night Football tomorrow night. The game that kicks off Week 5, NFC West clash. This is a old school Redskin staff that I followed. A matchup that I love. You got Kyle Shanahan's 49ers, Sean McVay's Rams. Winner gets to 4-1. Goes without saying the Rams are way better positioned.
They're in a better spot, yeah.
I mean, you're without your starting quarterback if you're Kyle Shanahan. That's just the tip of the iceberg. They're without a lot more than just Brock Purdy. They are the walking wounded. Every single year this happens. And it's just happened earlier this year than it used to.
Have you seen the betting line for this one?
I've not.
So this number opened much closer than it is now. What would you say?
Based on Purdy?
I'm not sure if it's based on Purdy, if it's based on injuries, if it's based on where the action is.
I would have said, just watching the 2 teams last week with their injury situations, the Rams would have opened a 3.5-point favorite, and I'd say it's up to 5.5.
So it opened Rams by 1.5.
Okay.
Okay. So maybe a little closer than I thought, but I would have said 2.5, whatever divisional
That
game.
honestly doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, I think the Rams are a lot better than the Niners right now, but I'll take it.
7 or 7.5, depends on where you look. Touchdown and a hook.
So I don't understand. Was the 1 point this week, or was that the look-ahead line like way back when?
That's when it opened.
Okay. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, a look-ahead line being a pick'em game like a couple months ago when everybody's healthy for both teams. Sure, why not? But within the last few days, somebody thought this was a pick'em kind of game. That surprises me. Also, where do all the points come from that have changed hands here? I mean, Brock Purdy's not worth that much. Jaden Daniels missed 2 games, and he was worth a couple points. Brock Purdy's worth 5.5 points.
Seems pretty wild. Well, when you add up Pearsall, I guess, and
That's
Jennings
what I'm saying.
too.
There are other
Still,
injuries.
That's 6-point swing is pretty wild.
Have they ruled out Ricky Pearsall?
I believe so.
So they've ruled out possibly here we go. Purdy, Pearsall, Jennings, all out, according to Adam Schefter. So there's your points right there. Wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, quarterback 1. Yeah, enjoy your scheduled victory, LA Rams. Roll the football out and find a way. I mean, at this point, even if you don't play well, you get to 4-1. This is the great fortune of this league. This is what I'm talking about, though. It's not who you play, it's when you play them. If you got San Francisco in week 2 or maybe in week 12, you got to play one of the best teams in the NFC. You get them on tomorrow night, on Thursday in week 5 when they're without everybody. Still no Brandon Ayuk, by the way. So the best 3 organizations, wide receivers, and the starting quarterback aren't there among all the other injuries that we haven't even gotten into. Yeah, you go beat San Francisco. That's a pretty easy thing to pull off, I would say. Wow. That's tough for Kyle and the crew.
How is that? I'm blanking on the narrative. I was trying to look it up while you were talking. Which way has that rivalry gone? Is it McVay that owns Shanahan or the other way around and Shanahan owns McVay?
No, I think it's the other way around.
It's McVay?
I believe.
Yeah.
No. I think Shanahan owns McVay.
It's that one?
I think.
'Cause I remember it was like weirdly lopsided despite everybody agreeing with everyone involved has acumen.
Well, it looks like it's shifted. So McVay has won the last 3, but I think what you're referencing was there was a time when they had won 9 of 10.
Yeah.
Shanahan had beaten McVay in 9 of 10. The only Rams win was a 20-17 kind of at the horn 2022 game. But the last 3 since then have been Rams 21-20, 27-24, and 12-6.
That's why I couldn't remember.
They have also benefited from some injuries along the way, but they swept them last year and they beat them in the last game the 2 teams played. I guess they played them in the play. They beat them in the final week of 24, and then in the 2 games in the regular season last year. So, 3 straight for the Rams. All right, I wanted to get back into the Commanders here, and here's the question I wanted to tee up, Danny. We got Barry Svrluga coming on in a half hour. I want to get his thoughts. We can ask about Daniels' return in Washington, in L.A., but also want to talk about Taboni. He was at the press conference today as the Nats introduced the new team president. If you got to make one change going into this game with the Chargers, what would your one change be? You only get one. We'll open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067.
We're blitzing more. We're already talking about Washington, one of the top 10 blitz percentage teams in the NFL at 27.7% according to Pro Football Reference. Okay, right around there with the Giants, Jets, Raiders, etc. My point is, I need to know and understand that if the ball leaves the quarterback's hands, it's doomsday for me. If he gets to throw it on time, I'm done. I have no answer in the back end. I have no personnel. There's nothing I can do to adjust. I'll try my best to fix a scheme here and there. Maybe I'll stop treating Marshawn Lattimore like he's any good and offer help and rotate my coverages and try some different schemes and the like. But I need to get home. If I don't, I'm getting burned. The fear of blitzing in this modern era, because it used to be that's what you did to every quarterback. You hit him, you blitzed him, that's it. Well, once you have Manning and Brady and then Breeze and then handing it over to the Mahomeses of the world, blitzing is usually a death sentence, right? Because you're afraid if they pick up that block or they pick up that blitzer, there's one extra guy roaming free, there's extra space, guys catch and run, it's big plays against you. I got news. The big plays are already happening. At least I'm going to go down fighting. At least I'm going to go down trying to create one of those turnovers that happens. I'm going to try to get the quarterback off his mark. I need to disrupt him, even if it means I'm going to get burned, because my point is I'm already going to get burned. After the next 3 weeks, I want to be ahead of the Atlanta Falcons, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Minnesota Vikings in terms of my blitz percentage. It's not going to fix everything, but it's going to help me do a little bit of something to maybe generate a turnover here and there, even if I get burned sometimes.
So my change, and I don't think this is going to make a massive difference in the way of outcome. Like, you would have won games if you did this. I just think if you do this more over the course of the season, you're going to have a lot more success. I am going to start feeding the ball to Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt more often than they do. Doesn't mean Jeremy McNichols never touches the football, who's got 10 carries this year. And it certainly doesn't mean that Chris Rodriguez doesn't get work. 18 carries, 98 yards, 5.4 per pop over the last 2 games. He's been effective since he got elevated from the practice squad. But he has more carries than Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt does in the last 2 games. First 2 games, he was inactive. Didn't get a uniform. He's just sitting and watching in street clothes. 2 games he's been up for, they use him more than they use Bill. I'm just going to recalibrate how I break down the pie chart among the running backs. Because the 3 guys that I have, it's basically Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt at a 50% carry load on the season, with McNichols and Rodriguez combining for about 50%, and it's like 30-20 roughly between those 2 guys, like a 50-30-20 JCM, C-Rod, McNichols on the carries this season between the 3 of them. But again, that's with 2 games where Rodriguez wasn't getting any carries and Crosskey-Merritt had 14. So the last 2 weeks, it's essentially like a Rodriguez 50%, Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt 42%, Jeremy McNichols 8% or something like that. I'm turning up the faders on JCM. I think he's explosive enough that he will create big plays. He will hit a double, a home run here or there for you. And I think that the key for them is going to be to possess the football more, stay on the field more.
Mm-hmm.
And if that means some longer drives, then so be it. It's not necessarily that I want to run the ball. I'm not the run the dang ball guy. If you guys listen to this show over the years, you know that. I am a do what works guy, and they are really good at running the ball. Right now, Krosky Merritt's averaging 6 a carry, and Rodriguez is averaging 5.5 a carry. What they've done has been effective. So I'd like to just get more balance, and what I mean by this is giving the ball to your best players. That's what balance is. Call me Mike Leach. This week, there's no Terry McLaurin. So I don't have to worry about balance where it's like 30% Debo, 10% McLaurin, 10%. So you know what? McLaurin's out. Okay, who's my next best player? Debo gets the most touches. Krosky Merritt's next on the list. Who's after that? Jalen Lane or Luke McCaffrey? What does that look like? But JCM's going to carry the ball more moving forward. That would be my tweak.
What do you think it looks like? Like if it's Grant Kingsbury, is it 12 carries, 15 carries? Like I think they're worried about him being banged up and making it through because he didn't play football last year, basically, other than one game. That's my best guess as to why it's gone this way.
I don't think it's that. You could be right. I think it's that they don't trust him in pass protection.
I think that's part of it, too. Yeah, I think it's let me rephrase, not part of it. I think that's a huge part. I think it's 50-50.
How many carries am I divvying up? And I'll give you a number.
Let's call it 20 carries.
Okay, 20 between the three. I'll go 14 or 15 for Bill, 4 or 5 for Rodriguez, 1 or 2 for McNichols. McNichols out of the gun, catching them with a draw, in the right situation, down in distance, 3rd and 17 to set up a field goal when I get 5 or something to get to the 34-yard line or something. Or McNichols to salt the game away and, a power situation if you want to do that. But yeah, I would, I just believe in get the ball to your best players. I think this guy is their best running back. I don't think it's particularly close. It's not a knock on Rodriguez, who's been good. It's not a knock on McNichols, who I think has been very, very solid. But I believe this guy carrying the football is explosive and exceptional. I just want to see him more involved. Shane's in D.C. What's up, Shane?
Hey, what's up, Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant? How y'all doing today?
Good, buddy.
Hey, look, you said it right on the head. Feed Bill. We need Bill the football. I believe against Atlanta if that was been Bill. But let me tell you something. Chris Rodriguez is a load. I've seen him play 4 years at University of Kentucky.
He can play.
And all he does is fall forward. Go ahead.
No, he can play. I'm co-signing.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
No,
he's a baller.
And I tell people, I had him actually getting about $750 this year. I thought he was going to win the starting job, but the pass pro is a big thing right now, especially with a young quarterback and this offensive line right now, and pass protection is got to be a question mark right now. How they're just juggling right now, but run the ball. You win by running the football. Set up play action RPOs. That's what our system is. And without Terry, we got to run the football because well, I take that back. I don't want to blitz because the reason why I say that is because our corners are trash. I don't want to leave them guys out there on the island. Lattimore, I'm done with him. I was done with him when he got here. I think now what we got to do is we just got to score people, and that's running the football. Give Bill the ball. Let's go, Bill.
RTDB, not run the dang ball. It's the Toby Altizer acronym. Run the dang Bill. That's what he wants. A little more Bill. And I'm with you. I totally get it. By the way, here's my problem with the blitz philosophy. And yes, I want to see more aggressiveness. I do think they need to mix in more blitzes. They've mostly this year, you gave the numbers, they've done it fine, but the last 2 games way more conservative, and this past week, they just weren't willing to. The problem with blitzing is that there are way fewer bodies on the back end to play zone.
Absolutely right.
There's so much more air in the defense. So either when you blitz, you play man, and you leave your corners basically in isolation, which your biggest issue with the defense is Marshawn Lattimore doing that. Or you're playing zone, which is better, but now you just have way fewer guys to clog up areas. So there's just a lot more operating space if you don't immediately get home. I happen to think this is a week with this Chargers line where maybe you can win quickly if you blitz and dial things up correctly. But that's something to consider. Like, you're plugging holes in the dam, so to speak. As soon as you start blitzing, you're asking for more out of your corners who, I'm just putting words in your mouth here, you don't trust.
Totally. I don't trust them at all. My point is I don't trust them on regular dropbacks. I don't trust them when there's time, when there's not time.
Understood.
To me, the ball comes out, you're done.
I get it, but I'm just saying, normally, if you don't trust your corners, the last solution is to blitz more.
Well, and that's why they stopped blitzing. That's why they let Michael Penix be more comfortable than anybody. My point is, if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down aggressively. And the thing I come back to that maybe people don't agree with is, if they do it the way they just finished doing it, they're done. Like they're going to be cooked by every quarterback. And the only way to stop it right now is to hit the quarterback. So I'll take my chances.
I'm with you that if you play the game you just played against Atlanta in coverage and defensively, that you will lose almost every week, and quarterbacks will get real comfortable real fast. But I just think that was largely a response to the fact that they couldn't get any pressure rushing their front. And so what I would say to that is, I just think you got to win with 4 or with 5. Those guys have to win. That's the solution here. And if they can't, well, then we need to stop talking and save a lot of breath, because nothing matters. And then you can't do anything. Then what is it that you even say you do here? But to me, that's the formula. I don't win so I don't have to send extra guys, so I can help our cornerback room out, if you're Joe Witt. 800-636-1067 is the number. You get to make one change for the Commanders going into this Chargers game. You're listening to The Fan. The Commanders have the Chargers on Sunday. Week 5 kicks off tomorrow night with the Rams and the 49ers. Brock Purdy's been ruled out. So is Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall. Could be an ugly one for that San Francisco offense. Go get him, Mac Jones. No pressure, backup
Good
quarterback.
luck to you, pal.
That is a preseason offense that they're trotting out there. Like, you're sitting all your starters? Nope, they're just not available. Question we're asking you guys, you get to make one change going into the Chargers game after a bad loss. What would it be? 800-636-1067. Tweet us at Grant H. Paulson and at Funny Danny. Mine's on offense, actually. It is time to start handing the football to Ja'Cory Krosky more. I posted all of his runs from his last 2 games on Twitter after the fact at Grant H. Paulson. Go back and find those. It's just a great watch. I mean, this guy gets more out of every single opportunity. Something's blocked up for 3, he gets 7. Something's blocked up for 6, he gets 16.
All the ingredients that I like with guys that run the ball. And again, the pass pro stuff is going to come, I hope, and his ability as a receiver I care more about. But as a running back, I want vision and then once you have the vision, you need to do something about it, right? Whereas even if Brian Robinson saw it, he would go, well, there went that. I'm still heading in this general direction. I can't turn. He's got the quickness, the burst, enough power to be able to kind of explode through weaker contact. He has it. This is what it looks like to me.
And I know that the running game is working, but this is no different than in the past where we've sat here after a couple of weeks where McLaurin's got 5 combined targets and we're going, please involve your best players. This guy is your scariest player with the ball in his hands. You're doing the other team a service every time you're handing the ball off, and it's not him, as far as I'm concerned, the way he's running right now. So that would be my fix. Yours is on the other side of the ball.
Blitz. They blitz at a decent amount. I think they're 11th in the NFL in terms of percentage. My point is, if you play it the way you're playing it, you're getting torched. You're getting torched regardless. Your only chance is to create a little chaos, a little havoc. Maybe you get home. Maybe you tip a pass. Maybe you get a quarterback off his line a little bit. You hit him enough times. Maybe you get some of those turnovers. They only have 1 through 4 games. They're sitting back trying to protect their corners. Nothing you can do. You could drop 11 in coverage. You still would get torched. You're getting torched anyway. Create some chaos.
Let's go to Drew in Alabama on the Fan. Hey, Drew, how are you?
Hey, guys, I'm doing well. I was in Atlanta, but I also watched a little bit of the Giants-Charger game, the reruns of that this week. And I think the Giants have figured out how to beat this Charger team, and that's to make Herbert uncomfortable. So I'm right with you, Grant. You got to knock Herbert off his spot all day long. That said, I think you do more of that up front. They have 2 injured tackles, and we need to bring the heat with 4 or 5. And, if we need the blitz to get to them, we have a problem that's going to not go away all year. So I do think it's the game is going to be won by how much duress we can put Herbert under. But and I'm up for dialing up a blitzes, but we do that a lot. I think our D-line has to execute, and I would do as much stunt and twist and game planning against the weaknesses of that Charger injured line as I could.
Well said, all of it.
I like that call a lot, yeah.
Run some games, do your TEET stuff. Surprise and confuse these tackles that don't have a lot of experience, that are getting thrown into the fire here. I've cited the stat a few times, but of the 3 tackles that they're going to play in this game, they all rank in the bottom 9 among tackles this season in terms of holding up and pass protection. I mean, this should not be a game where you have to blitz. I'm not opposed to doing it. Anything that results in Justin Herbert getting hit and Justin Herbert being uncomfortable and Herbert not being able to stand there as one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL through a quarter poll of the season, sure, do it. Absolutely. Got pressured 21 times last week, 50 times the last 2 games. This is someone who has the 6th highest completion percentage in the league with the 5th most air yards per attempt in football. Please knock him off his mark. But you got to be able to do it rushing just your defensive line. And if you can't, when you invested basically a 1st-round pick at 36 overall in Johnny Newton, who barely plays, Deron Payne makes all of the money at defensive tackle. These guys should be able to get up the field. That was the idea of both of them. That's the whole point. You brought in Von Miller. This is a game where I think Von Miller should have a sack and a half, 4 or 5 pressures, 2-3 quarterback hits. Let's go to Bargov in Gaithersburg. What's up?
Oh, what's up, fellas? So instead of Joe Witt's coffee, say we replace it with some psilocybin tea. Hopefully becoming one with the universe will allow him to see the matrix unfold before it occurs, and we can get some stops. Now, in all seriousness, I want to see us run it up on offense. Let's take some deep shots, definitely run, set up some play action, and let's get a nice big lead early. Be aggressive with JD back. I know we don't have too many weapons at wide receiver, but take some shots downfield, put some pressure on them to get behind, and then hopefully tee off with our defense.
Can you explain the coffee tea thing to me? I didn't get that.
Yeah, just replace your coffee with some psilocybin magic mushrooms, and by doing that, you can become one with the grass and the sky. By doing that, you can then predict the future of what the offense is going to do, so we can have the right defensive game plan. It's super innovative. A lot of teams aren't even thinking about this stuff, but I think it's the next wave of defensive, technology. So just be on the lookout for this. Probably
Is this a pop culture
psychedelic
reference
tea? I don't get it.
I'm not understanding.
Is it the tea that
Or is he
Hansel and had in Zoolander? Where they we're all spacing out and stuff?
I've thought too much about it.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call. Let's go to Kevin in Lanham. Hey, Kevin, how are you?
What's going on, Grant and Danny? Love you guys, man.
Thank you. Do you like tea?
Yeah.
I'm drinking some tea right now, not the kind that Bargov has.
Delicious tea.
No, not that tea.
Okay.
Hey, look, man, rain down fire. I'm tired of the conservative defense. We can't cover a sandwich, even if we put zone coverage. I'm tired of them staying in the zone with 6 people in the zone, and people are still receiving the ball. I want to die on my sword, play man, and send more than they can block on every down, because nobody can cover anybody. Lattimore, I'm done with him. He's done. We might as well have St. Juice again. I don't care what they see in him. Right now, nobody can cover anything, so you might as well get to the quarterback before he can get the ball off. But y'all need to stop playing this conservative defense. Stop rushing 4 people, because it's not working. Rush on every down, please.
That's the Remember the Titans. Coach Yost, we will blitz all night. Let's go to Mark in Bethesda. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Mark.
Hey, fellas. The guy ahead of me basically described what I was suggesting.
About the mushroom tea? Is that what you were going to talk about?
The mushroom tea?
No, they can't play zone anymore. They got to stop with the zone. They're getting picked off in the soft areas, in between the linebackers and the secondary. The bottom line is they got to play man, take the risk, play man-to-man, put Frankie or Bobby up front, alternate the 2 of them, and send 5, and see what happens.
Appreciate you. Last year, they played man at one of the higher rates in the league. I have to look it up, and I'll get it.
I think
for
it was
people.
a little under 30%, if memory serves. One of the higher percentages. It was under 30.
But regardless, whatever it was, the percentage is not as relevant as where they rank among every other team.
Yep.
Because standalone, the percentage doesn't really matter, right? But they ran it at one of the highest rates of the NFL, and I don't think that's that different this year. That's what Joe Witt wants to do. They ran more man in camp. He talked about running more man into the regular season. In the first game, I know they led the league I think that week in the NFL against the Giants. So this idea that they're just playing zone constantly and they never play man. I don't know if that's true. I got to look up the numbers at where they rank this season. But they've certainly been more conservative. There's no doubt about it the last couple of weeks, and it backfired in a big, big way against Atlanta. Barry's for Luga. We can get his thoughts on how big a game this is for Washington, the difference between 3-2 coming home and 2-3 with losses in consecutive games and 3 or 4 at that point if they can't beat the Chargers. But he was also over at Nats Park today as they introduced the new president of baseball operations. A new era of Nats baseball set to begin. What does he make of that? And what did he think about what Mark Lerner had to say about recommitting to the operation? We'll get to that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems in the NFL. Commanders-Chargers Week 5 coming up on Sunday. The Commanders coming in 2-2. Good news on the injury front for Washington. Jaden Daniels back out on the practice field today as he was medically cleared to return. He was wearing a brace on his knee at practice today. Unclear if he's going to wear that during the game. Sam Cosmi also returned to the practice field today, opening up his 21-day practice window as he returns from a knee injury as well. The Browns are benching quarterback Joe Flacco for rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel. Injuries around the league. Cardinals running back Trey Benson was placed on injured reserve with a knee injury. Going to be out a minimum of 4 games. The 49ers ruled out for tomorrow's game quarterback Brock Purdy, wide receivers Ricky Pearsall, and Juwan Jennings. In baseball, the Nationals officially introduced Paul Taboni as their president of baseball operations. Their 35-year-old said, quote, "I want to build something that becomes the envy of all of sports." Baseball playoffs going on right now. The Padres and the Cubs. 6th inning, the Padres lead the Cubs 3-0 earlier today. The Guardians beat the Tigers to stay alive, winning 6-1. Red Sox Yankees coming up tonight at 6 o'clock. Reds Dodgers tonight at 9 o'clock. When your HVAC's breaking down like a struggling defense, call Foley Mechanical, the go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised. Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I'm stepping into this role with a clear vision, and that vision is to be the highest performing organization in all of sports. I want to help build something that becomes the envy of all of sports, right? Where we get, X amount of months and years down the line, and people are looking at this organization like, shoot, I want to be part of that organization.
Paul Taboni is your new Pobo, the president baseball ops for the Washington Nationals. Rose to the top of a front office as a 35-year-old father of 4, went to Cal, played baseball. Taboni, who has held just about every role you can in player development and scouting with the Boston Red Sox, went from a intern to running major departments for Boston through 4 regime changes, basically over a decade. He is a rising star, and now he is running the Nats. Welcome back, Grant and Danny, brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murai.
We love those guys. They can do a lot of things for you. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transaction, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post. We'll get his thoughts on the Commanders and the Chargers and Jaden Daniels' return before we get out of here with Barry at the end of the segment. But I want to start with the big day over at Nats Park. I know you're writing that today, and you were over there as Taboni was introduced. So we'll get to him. I think the bigger story, though, was ownership. You've written a lot about them here recently and where we're at with the Lerners owning this ball club. This was the first time in years that they have been on the stage taking questions, and Lerner assured the media and the fans that he has given Taboni the resources needed, that he's going to give him the resources to win. Also talked about guaranteeing that the Nats will get back to being a championship-level program. What did you make of that part of the presser?
I think it was a missed opportunity. I think Paul Taboni was the 4th most important person on a 4-person dais, and I think that more questions should have gone to ownership than to Paul Taboni, who's a guy who we're going to get to know and was really impressive right off the bat. And I'm so happy that the Lerners did an actual search that talked to people with experience in the job running teams before and up-and-comers like Taboni, and interviewed their own internal candidate, Mike DiBartolo. Like, that's what the moment called for. But I think there's a lot of questions about ownership. That's definitely questions that Taboni or any candidate had to have. And he said right off the bat, look, my wife and I were going to be really choosy about where we move, what our next step with. We didn't have to leave the Red Sox. I was in a good position there. And when I got to the start of this interview process, ownership was a great unknown. Now, they obviously said and did things to make him comfortable enough to take the job, a job that, he seems like a guy who would have had other opportunities in years to come. But I really think that
drilling down on ownership's commitment, an ownership group that has put the team on the market, taken it off the market, not spent. I mean, they were from 2013 to 2019, never lower than 12th in payroll, as high as number 3. Since 2021, have never been higher than 20. Like, there were more questions for ownership, and I think they were kind of left on the table.
Yeah, and a lot of what even had them that high were guys that weren't playing for them anymore, Barry, kind of to your point. It's like I remember Rizzo saying for so many years, and you got to know him really well as well, that, I've got everything I need from ownership, when we all sort of knew that wasn't true. So I don't know what assurances or support of the ownership, I don't know what that means. I guess, when will we know that it really is different and not just kind of a honeymoon period in terms of the ownership's involvement?
Yeah, I think, Danny, that part of the reason and the benefit of going around and doing a real search with executives from other organizations is you learn a little bit about other organizations and what they prioritize and what they spend and what they think their executives think is important. I mean, Josh Burns is a longtime baseball executive who ran the Diamondbacks, who ran the Padres, who's been an important part of the Dodgers juggernaut for a decade. He didn't get the job, but you can't tell me that the Lerners and Cohens and Tannenbaums didn't learn something from him in the process about, like, how do the Dodgers go about things? Because they win games, and obviously a lot of that is financial might, but it's not all financial might. Like, they draft really well. They develop really well. Not all their prospects come up to benefit their major league team because they're used in trades that get major league talent. So I really, really think that I hope, and I think Paul Taboni would not be here if this wasn't the case, that a baseline investment from ownership here is forget the major league payroll. What do I need? What resources do I need to update this front office in personnel, in technology, and in innovation to make it a modern front office? This is a guy who he'll tell you, hey, I was an area scout for a year and I really respect scouting, but he also spent some of that time going to the pitching labs like Driveline that are so important in developing prospects and maximizing velocity and all the stuff that is important, measurable stuff in which you grade prospects. Like, he knows that stuff. He relies on that stuff, and he needs to be able to go to ownership and say, I know what the tools are. You need to provide me with the tools. I have to believe he wouldn't be sitting in that chair today unless they had said, yeah, we'll take care of your front office.
Barry's Verluga at Washington Post. His column on the day will drop, I'm sure, online tonight and will be available for you in the paper tomorrow. Barry, I view today and Taboni's very existence as something of a departure. Now, long-winded here, so forgive me, but that doesn't mean that everything will be different, right? They could do this, and the Wolves have been at the doors, and it kind of gets us to go away, and then they go back to the same old on stuff we don't see. But for many, many years, they just kind of ran Rizzo back out there with Davey, and they ran this thing back throughout this rebuild. I feel like getting the hot shot and spending the big money to bring in a guy like this and empowering him, this does feel like a departure, does it not?
So, Grant, I wrote in my piece already, which I think just probably published within the last hour, that in some ways it feels like the franchise grew up today. Now, we don't know that all the promises that the Lerners seem to have made to Taboni will bear fruit, and Mark Lerner, actually in his answer to me, said something very similar that he said to me in spring training, is like, when he said at that point about free agent spending, when Mike thinks it's the time, we'll sit down and talk about it. You can read the quote. He said something very, very similar to me about that today. But I do think that if you listen to how Paul Taboni addressed his priorities, it is like all the stuff that a 35-year-old who's only grown up in the game knowing it a certain way, which is not how it used to be done, but which is how it's done now with like measurables. And he said, do we want pitchers to throw hard? Yes, we want pitchers to throw hard. Do we want hitters that have excellent exit velocity? We do. He did provide a more nuanced, like, that's not all we're doing, but at least they're doing that. Like, I really feel like I mean, I had known Mike Rizzo for 20 years and loved covering him, and they had an amazing run from 2012 to 2019. But I also spent time as the national baseball writer going around and talking to other front offices and learning about how they operate. And it just was a stark difference. It doesn't necessarily mean one is right and one is wrong. I think you can guess which way I'm leaning. But I think the franchise kind of grew up and stepped into modern times today because they have a head of baseball operations who is going to employ all the tools at his disposal, even if he's not just like, oh, people don't matter, it's just numbers. He's going to be very, very, very up to date.
Barry's Ferluga with us here on Grant and Danny. So, Barry, you're more plugged in than I am, and that's a dubious honor, but still, you are. But even what I'd heard over the years, it's this ownership by committee. So we saw more than just Mark Lerner up there. It was a couple of the brother-in-laws, but there's still, another 6, 7, 8, whatever faces behind the scenes where people couldn't get answers on anything, whether it was baseball related, whether it was what price to charge for the barbecue at the Rockland stand. Like, nobody could get anything, and then all of a sudden they send an email to the wrong department at 2 a.m. and then everybody's scurrying and nobody knows what to do. How does that get cleaned up, with or without Paul Taboni? You know what I mean? Like, is there a signal change in that regard where maybe it's more of a one unified voice that it is Lerner and Tenenbaum and then Ed Cohen and company? Like, how does that work?
So we wrote about this a couple of weeks ago now.
People should read it, by the way. That story is excellent.
It's a little bit of trying to dig in on how they make decisions. And the reality is that making decisions there is both opaque and hurting cats. Like, only the learners are in those meetings where the big decisions are made. And that learner group not only includes Mark and his two brother-in-laws, Ed Cohen and Bob Tannenbaum, but it can include his two sisters, and now increasingly, and in this process, included the next generation of learners, particularly not the Tannenbaum kids, but the Cohen and Lerner kids. So you're breaking into the third generation who are involved in this interview process. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. It's just a lot of people in the room, and it makes it very, very difficult to come to consensus, which had always been what Ted Lerner was best at. He was like the Tip O'Neill of their family. Like, we're going to have unity, and I don't care how we get there, but this is, I want it to be 100-0 vote. And he was able to do that because just the force of personality and the respect everybody had to him. It's been more difficult since his death. Mark is not the same kind of, guiding, leading force that his father was. So it's a very weird ownership structure. I will say that I learned over there today, and I suspected this, but learned today that they are going to hire a president of business operations. So it will be an equal position to Taboni on the business side of things, and that should help provide a little bit of a guiding light on that side of the operation, where they had this guy, Alan Gottlieb, a longtime Lerner Enterprises executive who's extremely close with the family and very, very in on the inner workings. He was the person that department heads had to get stuff cleared by. But the problem was he works at Nationals Park once a week. So it just was not, you couldn't get answers from him on a consistent basis. I think we had a quote in the story that said, I could ask Alan about something, but I might hear back in 5 days, 5 weeks, or 5 months. It wasn't necessarily his fault, but he didn't always have the ear of ownership to focus on baseball. So it's a really long-winded way of saying it's been kind of chaotic and a little bit depressing for people who work there because it just doesn't seem normal. Today may have represented a step toward normalcy, certainly on the baseball side. But once they get a president of business operations in there, maybe it looks more like a franchise that we'd see in the other 29 major league markets.
All right, so then 2 on more of the baseball, less ownership stuff here with Taboni. 1, he was non-committal, at least on stage, and certainly with the Junkies on our radio station, about the possibility of hiring a GM. He said it was TBD. He said, I may do it, I may not. That goes against some of the national reporting that we'd heard that he would be hiring a general manager. So what do you make of that, number one, and how does DeBartolo fit in there? But then also, number 2, the question about like retool, rebuild, Lerner was very pointed in saying he thinks they have a lot of talent, and he could have easily said, look, whatever he wants to do, this isn't his vision. How long do you think this could take? Are we talking about him coming in here and shopping Mackenzie Gore and C.J. Abrams and kind of detonating even further to rebuild from the foundation? Or do you think they try to actually compete in a league where the damn Reds, as a 500 team, just made the wild card?
We'll take the second part first. I think that's it's hard to gauge because I think he really needs to dig in on, he's able to sit up there and say, like, okay, James Wood, C.J. Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, Dylan Cruz, like, I can see some exciting young players here. But, does he know the ins and outs of Harlan Susanna's arm problems and what's Travis Soroka? And, like, I'm not 100% sure he's there yet. I think there's a world that the executive who steps in this offseason, who ends up being Paul Taboni, looks at Mackenzie Gore's resume, looks at Mackenzie Gore's agent, Scott Boras, looks at Mackenzie Gore being like, I've never won here. Why do I think I'm going to win here? And is like, I need to flip this dude. Like, that could be a very good baseball decision, but I think it's really very much TBD on that evaluation. I do think that he will be able to get from the people still on staff an honest assessment of, look, this is what we've got. And I don't know, because Rizzo had been there for so long and so many of his deputies had been there for so long. And I think he oversold in the spring, going back to February, like, look, we want to play meaningful games in September. Like, he over-evaluated what he had on hand. In terms of the structure of the front office, like, I don't know this. I did write that I suspect that because Taboni, I think, was honest about the assessments he got about Mike DeBartolo from outside as soon as he got the job, that he got 10 texts saying this guy is awesome. And also because DeBartolo is a good soldier, a thoughtful executive, a smart person who I think will be a lot more in line with what Taboni wants to execute. I'm just guessing. I'd just be surprised that, if a month from now, Paul Taboni isn't putting out a statement saying we hired Mike DeBartolo as our general manager. I think that can be, could be a perfect way to structure this with, like, really new blood and new energy and new thinking from outside, with an internal hire who knew that new thinking needed to be implemented, but also knows where all the bodies are buried and can navigate the franchise a little bit. Like, he could be a major asset to Boney going forward.
Very well, I got you. The secret of quick football one this weekend. 2-2 after a tough one in Atlanta, where the defense didn't look particularly good. But Jaden Daniels on his way back, heading to L.A. Just kind of your thoughts on this weekend.
I just think we forget that, like, okay, they killed the Raiders with Mariota, and you thought, like, the roster's in good shape. Obviously, more injuries since then, but, like, Jaden's supposed to be the elixir in this whole thing. Like, he's supposed to be the wild card, and I know he wasn't great in weeks 1 and week 2, and part of week 2 might have been a combination of the Packers defense playing really well and him being a little bit dinged up, but, like, I don't think we should lose sight of the idea that, like, Jaden Daniels is supposed to be the savior. Like, could they lose to the Chargers on Sunday in LA? They absolutely could. But, like, I think we have to fall back on the idea that, like, a Commanders team with Jaden Daniels in the lineup is positioned to win any game that they take the field. So I'm just curious to see how he operates, how he moves. Seems like without McLaurin, which is a huge deal. But he's the X factor, man. And I just don't think we should lose sight of that.
Well said. Barry Svrluga, check out his work in the Post. The story is available now on the day's activities out at Nats Park. Great as always, Barry. Thank you.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Appreciate you guys.
You got it. There he is, Barry Svrluga, over there covering the press conference today. I just saw the game preview picks that dropped on NFL Media with a bunch of their writers and stuff. You might be surprised how the predictions are skewing this weekend out in L.A. We will get to that next, plus our NFL power rankings going into Week 5 on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. And the NFL, the Commanders got some good news on the injury front today. Jaden Daniels back at practice as he was medically cleared to get back out on the practice field wearing a brace on his knee. Sam Cosmi also returned to the practice field, coming back from a knee injury, opening up his 21-day practice window, coming back from injured reserve. The Browns are benching quarterback Joe Flacco for rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel. Injuries around the league. Cardinals running back Trey Benson placed on injured reserve with a knee injury, out a minimum of 4 weeks. For the 49ers tomorrow night as they'll take on the Rams. 3 players already ruled out, among others, quarterback Brock Purdy, wide receivers Ricky Pearsall, and Jawan Jennings. Baseball, the Nationals introduced Paul Taboni as their president of baseball operations today. And Major League Baseball playoffs going on right now. Earlier today, the Guardians beat the Tigers to force a Game 3 6-1. Padres-Cubs going on right now. 3-0 the Padres lead going into the 8th inning over the Cubs. They're looking to force a Game 3 in that series. Red Sox-Yankees going to get underway in about a half an hour. Reds-Dodgers tonight at 9 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
And then do you expect to play Sunday?
I guess we'll have to see it Sunday.
Jaden Daniels, will see you Sunday in L.A. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. So looking at the game preview picks from the NFL media crew, they have 10 people that pick all the games. So the graphic comes out each week. And of those 10 predictions, 9 are on the Chargers to beat the Commanders this weekend, which I find crazy lopsided and weird. Like, even as completely impartial, take any kind of bias out of this thing, whatever, that seems insane. This is a pick-em-ish type game. I mean, what's the spread right now? 3.5 at most?
Let me double-check that for you. Should have to scan down more. 2.5.
2.5 points? Mm-hmm. That's close to a pick-em. That's not a 90% of people should pick the same team thing.
Well, you know what happened? The same way that everybody picked Washington at Atlanta because Atlanta looked terrible losing to Carolina, and Washington looked awesome beating the Raiders.
But respectfully, to my guy Danny Houtier, 30-0, not showing up, not being an NFL outfit, getting blanked, a little bit different than losing with your backup quarterback 34-27 on the road.
You and I know that. I'm just saying that's what happened.
Oh, by the way, did the Chargers lose their right tackle? Are the Chargers the worst offensive line in the league coming into this weekend, right now, this moment?
Mm-hmm.
Did they lose to the Giants? We're talking about last week, are we?
So they did.
Are we talking about last week?
Talking about last week.
We talking about last week?
Talking about last week.
We talking about practice.
Last week.
They just lost to the damn Giants.
But the assumption is, I'm trying to defend why it's not 9 out of 10.
You're playing devil's advocate. Yeah. I appreciate it. But I'm arguing, I'm shooting the messenger.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm doing.
You holster that. The point of the dude's story is, if we establish that the Chargers are good in the minds of pundits and people making picks, I think they're good still. That's the fluke. And now watch out, because they're are they really losing 2 straight? Are they losing a second game in a row at home? Is Jim Harbaugh and the boys that can now sling it with anybody, and this defense is awesome? Are they really losing a second straight game to a banged up Washington team that looked so pedestrian last week? I think that's the thought.
It's definitely the argument. By the way, Jim Harbaugh, as much as over the years I have taken issue with him at times, I find him to be somewhat unlikable, and he's just kind of a super quirky guy.
Yep.
I have come around on him more and more over time. I think it's all the winning that he does.
It's the winning.
Somebody used a line when writing a feature story about him once that I use constantly, which is that he is a hurricane of a human being. And the bit they did was, every time he leaves a facility, there's wreckage everywhere. Like when you're in San Francisco from 11 to 14, you get them to a Super Bowl. But when you leave, a lot of people hate each other. And there's just like desks are overturned and someone's coming in there and inheriting a bit of a mess. Michigan.
Yeah, you leave a college program, you got a sign-stealing investigation, a little bit of probation, and a disaster.
You got a coach serving a suspension on your behalf or whatever it is. Like, it's just bad, right? But everywhere this guy has gone. I mean, everywhere. He played. People that are my age will barely remember this, or if you're a little younger, if you're Ryan or Tobes or something, you don't remember number 4 for the Indianapolis Colts and whoever else. I think he was the Bears first and probably the team that most people remember him for. For me, it was just the Colts in like 96, 97. He ended up in Baltimore and bounced around Chargers, Lions, Panthers for the end of his career. But he becomes an offensive consultant at Kentucky, Western Kentucky, I think. But then Raiders quarterbacks coach, 02-03. Does a really good job for a team that was like a Super Bowl ish team with Rich Gannon. Then he goes on to San Diego collegiately. They win there. They'd never won there. Then he goes to Stanford. Stanford was never supposed to become a football juggernaut. He gets Andrew Luck. They're a powerhouse. Then he goes to San Francisco with the Niners, and he turns them into a Super Bowl caliber team. They got to a Super Bowl, and if not for the lights going out in New Orleans the year Beyonce performed, I still think they win that Super Bowl over the Ravens. Then he goes to Michigan. Do you remember what a disaster that program was?
Oh, yeah.
Michigan.
They couldn't get out of their own way.
They were a complete mess. He went in there, what was that, 2015, 2016, and he turns them into a buzzsaw. And in the final years, they didn't win a championship every year, but they were right in the mix. They were a playoff team. They're one of the last teams standing. They're beating Ohio State, the arch rival, and they did end up winning their title with he and J.J. McCarthy. Then he rolls out. Now he's with the Chargers. Last year, boom, immediately a playoff team. They start 3-0. They look like they've overtaken the Chiefs in the AFC West. They did stub their toe this week, so we're going to find out, is this kind of the same old Chargers? And some of this, I think, is they're a victim of the injuries, specifically on their offensive line. But I guess my point is, as much as I think he's like quirky and strange, small part of me as I get older admires that a little bit, that you kind of do things your own way. He's mostly very respectful, it seems like. I've seen videos of people going up to him in the airport and talking to him, and he's like a very, very nice guy, it seems like. That dude wins everywhere.
Everywhere he's been.
All he does is get you to the playoffs. Are you into that? That's what he's going to do. Now, you'll hate his guts, and he'll hate you probably if you're a GM by the end. So there's something to my theory about him.
Yeah, there's a famous story where, like, it is a high school state championship game for some sport. He said, "I'd like to thank three people, me, myself, and I." Like, he believes that's a story that's out there about
that's
him.
Wacky.
Yeah, like that's who that dude is, though. Like, the results are there, but you just know that it's going to be. It's like a starburst or like a shooting star. That's the word I'm looking for. Not the delicious candies. It's like a shooting star where it's going to be beautiful and awesome and fun, and at the end, you just sort of leave fire in your wake. That's what it is. So, like, to me, it's like one of those short-term things where if you like to win some games and have him be the alpha and the omega, the story all the time is that dude, like at press conferences, breathing heavy, like he just finished sprinting up to the podium in his weird khakis, like hands on his knees during a first quarter running play, just screaming at an official with all the indignity of a person that's been hit by a car. Like, I'm telling you, that guy is so much to deal with, but he wins.
This is going to sound like a Joan, and maybe it is a Joan. I don't know. I don't mean to say this like just making fun of him, but I'm actually asking the question. He's got a weird glasses thing that goes on too, I think.
Yeah.
Where he's got like the Milton from Office Space, like really thick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they call those, like Coke bottle glasses or something, but like, do you know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Like normal people that wear, when you normally
They're
wear
not designer glasses.
Like I'm wearing glasses right now. I wear the glasses all the time. I don't pay a lot of money for these. They're like Ray-Bans, or just, they help me to see, right?
Yeah.
But you just see my eyes. You just look at the camera on YouTube right now. Just look straight in my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
You just see through my glass.
Yeah.
He's got this thing where it's like microscopes or something. It's like Milton from Office Space.
And it just wants to keep a stapler.
It's antithetical to, like, I don't know, what a guy wears on the sidelines normally. That's just my observation. That's not important. It's just a random offering on Jim Harbaugh, something that I've noticed. But have you seen that bit?
Oh, I totally know what you're talking about, yeah. Like, it is almost like consistent that it be this unorthodox thing.
It's just like somebody, like your neighbor's dad, who has, like, he wears khakis all the time with the big glasses.
Mm-hmm.
And he does not look like a guy that used to play NFL quarterback.
No.
I mean, he's a big guy, but damn if he's not a great head coach. He is, and he's a leader of men. And I don't know what this is. Maybe as someone who played at the collegiate level, like, you can better relate to this than me. There is something in sports, in my opinion, that allows us to tap into the cheesiest areas of our being. Okay, so like, have you guys heard the Ben Johnson post-game thing that he yells to the Bears? Where he's like, do your best. And they're like, we'll try our best. And he's like, until your best isn't good enough. Like, look up Ben Johnson post-game speech and see if you can find his, like, shtick he does at the end. But we used to have, I'll give you the better example. Jim Zorn, hip, hip, hooray. Jim Harbaugh does, like, the who's got it better than us stuff, or, like, let's all walk around and high-five each other. Like, whatever that cheesy, in any other facet of life, in any other place, where someone would be doing, if CK came in here, like team building, and he's like, telling, like, give me your best. And we're like, we'll give you our best. And he's like, until it's not good enough, we'll give you the rest. And we like a swim team chant. It's just not how grown-ups act in any way.
I want you guys to make sure after a good segment you fist bump each other. Just make sure that you do it every time. It touched somebody.
Like, we're not moving on until you fist bump Danny. Whatever that is, he leads the league in it.
First team all that.
The cheesy, I'm 40, but really I'm acting 10. But it works. Like, there is something about his culture. It works. And this is a thing. It's all over sports. This Ben Johnson thing the Bears are doing, they love it. It's like a Drew Brees middle of the pile slogan. I don't really get it. But where am I going with this? I guess my point is there's like a cheesy nature to him that players love.
Because it's authentic.
Feed off of.
Yeah, when it's cheesy and it's just eye rolling, where it's like you're not that way. You know, like I had coaches, for example, that would talk about discipline and talk about all this other kind of stuff. And, you know, we saw you out getting hammered at the bar and reeking of alcohol at the 8 a.m. practice. The authenticity. If you are that way and it's not just something you're trying to get guys to do. You know what I mean? Like if you're a goofy cheeseball and then other times you try to be something else, everyone's like, you don't even know why you see through it, but you see through it. There's no off switch with that guy. Like when he's at home alone by himself, he's like making the greatest omelet that's ever been made. Watch this.
You're right.
I'm gonna stir a little bit of mayo and a little bit of water in this and zap it in the microwave. And I saw Jose Andres talk about it on a TikTok. Woo! Lunatic.
I think you're right.
He's a lunatic all the time.
I think it's so real. I think the authentic nature of it makes it work. Because he is the guy. Like everyone has the quirky dude at work.
Yeah.
Like guy walks down the hall and you're like, "Hey Danny, how are you?" And you're like, "Best there's ever been, man. Thank God for Wednesday." Like his bit that he actually says whenever anyone says hello to him at any point, he says something like, "Doing great. Trying to attack the day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind." Like that's his response.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, "Hey man, I'm good. How are you?" And he's dead serious about it.
Yeah. It's not something he's trying to convince you of.
But am I too cynical? Like I'm the idiot then. When I hear that and I go, "Man, that's kind of cringy." Like good for him. He just loves life. He loves football.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are the things he cares about.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a huge Catholic, I think. He's like religion, football, family. I think if you're not one of those three things, I don't know if Jim Harbaugh has anything to say to you. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of the list.
I don't begrudge it necessarily. I also know that it would be a lot to deal with. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like it can be both things. It's because I don't have to go through that on the daily.
Yeah.
Right?
This is kind of the thing I'm talking about. This is Ben Johnson. This is how the Bears break down after all their wins the last 2 weeks.
1, 2, 3, Bears! Bring it on in! Here we go! Good, better, bad! Never let it rest! Never let it rest! You're good, get better! You're good, get better! You better get better! You better get better! Bears on 3! 1, 2, 3, Bears!
Do that in any other workplace, and people are just looking around like, What is this guy saying?
I'm not gonna do
but
that.
But watch the video. The Bears are like, "Let's go, Bet!" Like just slamming their chests, and they're all in for it.
I mean, you remember when old Double R threw a rock and threw his shoulder out at a sign on the wall?
Here's what I'm gonna tell you.
Guys are losing their minds.
I'm a sucker for a prop. I loved the rock bit. Not big on a whole lot of Rivera things. The rock thing that they did was the most badass cool thing ever. Basically,
everything when Nate is in this room. No, it's not. You need so many more personnel.
He'd pick a player and he'd have him throw the rock at a board after the game. Like that's awesome. But that kind of stuff, like I would be that coach. I'm Joe Madden. I'm bringing in the clown to get everybody loose. I've got someone with a snake.
Pete Carroll, I'm gonna have Will Ferrell swing by and do shtick.
We're gonna hit the watermelon on a Wednesday for Watermelon Wednesday. Like Dan Quinn's big on this stuff. So I get that. It's just the slogans and the cheesy catchphrases. I think Jim Harbaugh is in first place, and everyone else
is chasing,
completing for second.
Seriously, he's lapping, folks.
He is such a good coach. There's no doubt. All right, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's get to our NFL power rankings next. Grant Paulson, Danny Rouillet attacking this show with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. Welcome back on 106.7 The Fan. Danny, who's got it better than us?
Nobody. Nobody.
Come on, guys. Darius, Ryan, and Toby. Let's do it.
Oh, man.
Ready?
It's so cringe.
No, it's fine.
It's so
This is how you
cringeworthy.
win 12 games and makes the playoffs. God. Hey, Grant and Danny show. Who's got it better than you?
Nobody.
Toby, what happened?
Somebody's got it better than me. Somebody does.
That's a great
I
bet.
don't think anybody does.
Somebody
It's good to be Toki. What's wrong with Toki?
I think Ryan Taboni has it better than me.
Well, that's true. Ryan, we did meet the new president of baseball operations, Ryan Taboni. Do you have that queued up for us, Darius, please?
There.
Do you guys know that? The brand new president of baseball ops for the Nats shares a name with our beloved Ryan Clary.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Paul. Ryan from 106.7 The Fan there.
There. It's the there that gets me.
Great question. Got a great answer. That's the part of this we need to remember.
That's true. A winding road. Something about bumpy roads, beautiful places. Point is, we got there. There.
That wasn't a bumpy road. That was just one small bump.
It
was a bumpy road, guy. It was a bumpy road.
A bumpy road infers many bumps. That was just one bump.
Well, the there
is very tough.
There are two bumps in that road, I think. I think you got a plural on the bumps. Ryan and there.
Do you have his question with the answer so people can at least hear that he asked a good question and it got a good answer? If we're going to throw him under the bus, we might as well give him his shine for the question.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Paul. Ryan from 106.7 The Fan there. So looking around baseball, obviously, a lot of teams have identities. Like you look at the Rays, they're a draft and develop organization. Like what do you believe the Nationals how will people perceive the Washington Nationals under your leadership?
Yeah, so how I think about this is I want to dominate both the big things and the small things, right? So when I think about the big things, do we want guys that throw hard? Yeah, we want guys that throw hard, right? Do we want guys that hit the ball hard? Yeah, we want guys that hit the ball hard, right? At the same time, we want to be best in the league at, first to third, right? Or cuts and relays, being really efficient with our footwork, those small things, right? Like I think about the tag play all the time. I look around the big league still and guys aren't dropping tags the way they should be, right? And so those small things, right? I think about the contact play at third base, right? Like those type small things, I think we have to dominate. And we might not be bunting, every inning, right? But when you're called upon to bunt, you got to get it down, right? And so I think there's for whatever reason, kind of a narrative that's been built throughout the game. Like you either care about the big things or you care about the small things. And my approach on that is we should dominate both.
Good answer.
Good answer. Good answer.
I was psyched too because Barry Svaluga actually he dropped that answer in his interview just now with both you guys.
Did he? I bet you it's in the column today.
I was psyched.
Good answer. I thought that was one of his better you pull it out answers of the whole press.
Get a nice probing question, right?
Yeah.
That's how you get a great answer like that.
And you make him comfortable by telling him his name is something different than what his name really is.
You get him off his guard a little bit.
Hey, Paul. Ryan from 106.7 The Fan there.
He might have actually unearthed a really good strategy. He might have been very relaxed in the moment to really shoot from the hip because he was so busy cackling up there that now he's just willing to answer anything.
I know. I feel as if
was that strategic? You did it on purpose.
Well, bits aside, I was actually joking with Toby yesterday. I was like, "Hey, I got to do something memorable in the press conference."
Oh, that was. I thought when Toby said that earlier, I dismissed that completely as a bit.
But no, it was a bit last night. But then, unfortunately, I
did
it turned
real.
Yeah.
Toby, he actually said that.
Yeah, he manifested it after the fact. When we were walking back, he's like, "I did tell you that last night. I think I accidentally talked myself into doing that today."
Yeah, this was talked about yesterday, and unfortunately, it came to light today.
Well, job well done getting over there. And Ryan Taboni, the new president of baseball operations. All right, really quickly, I want to get our NFL power rankings teed up. You do that right here. We'll give you our 5 through 3 teams. We can come back and round it out here with our top teams in a moment. But give me your number 5 team in the NFL right now.
Give me the Seattle Seahawks at number 5. They're 3-1. They lost their opener to San Francisco. I'm almost throwing out the first week of games, almost like the Russian judge with the weird score. They've got the second best point differential in the NFC, and they're good.
Yeah, they've won 3 in a row. You mentioned the point differential. I believe they're number 1 in DVOA as a team right now as well overall. So this is a legitimate club at the quarter poll. I actually was debating them at the 5 spot. I took the Indianapolis Colts Just thinking I could zig where you zag a little bit here. The Colts just lost to the Rams, who are in my top 5. Otherwise, they won 3 games. Everyone's talked about Daniel Jones playing so well, and that's fine. He has. But they also run the ball great. I mean, they still got Jonathan Taylor, peak of his powers. Their defense is awesome. I like the coaching staff. Steichen, former coordinator when the Eagles made a Super Bowl. So the Colts, I think, are for real. I had them edging out the Packers as well as the Seahawks. Wanted to put Green Bay in my top 5, but after a loss and a tie the last 2 weeks, it was just too hard to do that. Who's number 4 for you?
You just mentioned them, the Rams. I think they are ascending. They pretty much had the game won in Philadelphia. Credit to the Eagles. You'll see them ahead here on my board. But the Rams are really good. They're moving Jared Verse around now as part of a defensive nightmare. You don't know where he's coming from when it's time to block him. Defensively, they're really good. Matt Stafford, as long as he's healthy, as long as Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams are healthy, and Kyron Williams as well, they've got a great, monstrous offense that's really, really hard to deal with.
I've got the Rams 4 as well. Very similar thinking. Number 3, I've got the Philadelphia Eagles. I think a lot of people will have them higher. They're 4-0. They won the Super Bowl last year. There's no style points here. Some of the metrics I use, basically the way I'm trying to think about this is, if these teams are playing each other this week, who would I expect to win? And the 2 teams I have ranked ahead of them in my top 5, I would pick to beat the Eagles this weekend. Philly has everything that you need to get back to the Super Bowl, and I think they have a really good chance to do that, but they aren't throwing the ball well. Their weapons have been fairly uninvolved in the passing game. Saquon Barkley has not gotten going at all. He's averaging barely 3 yards per carry, and they've won games. They've stolen some games, 33-26 over the Rams, 31-25 Tampa Bay, 2017 Kansas City, barely beat the Cowboys on opening night, but they got that win too. It's what they do, and they'll somehow beat Denver and the Giants and the Vikings probably and be 7-0 in 3 weeks. Going into a matchup with the Giants that they're going to win before their bye. But for the moment, right now, I got 2 teams I like more.
The Detroit Lions, number 3 for me, and the arrow was trending up. Again, that first week loss where Green Bay looked incredible and they didn't look so good, a distant memory. They've scored 137 points, more than anybody else in the sport. The best point differential in the NFL through 4 weeks. Anything you look at, simple rating system, offensive, basically their version of DVOA, outstanding. They don't miss their coordinators at all, it seems like. They're getting healthier on defense and playing a little bit better on that side of the ball, getting some turnovers. They are really good.
We will give you our top 2 teams in our NFL power rankings as soon as we return on Grant and Danny. Plus, we'll hit the headlines, taking you up to 6:15 on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, Commanders and Chargers coming up on Sunday. Good news for the Commanders on the injury front, as Jaden Daniels returned to the practice field today. Medically cleared finally from the knee injury. He was wearing a brace on his knee. Sam Cosmi was also back on the practice field, opening up his 21-day practice window, returning from injured reserve with the knee injury he suffered in last year's playoffs. The Browns are benching Joe Flacco for rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel. Injuries around the league. Cardinals running back Trey Benson was placed on injured reserve with a knee injury, going to be out a minimum of 4 games. The 49ers ruled out some playmakers that they need for tomorrow's game, including quarterback Brock Purdy and wide receivers Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings. In baseball, the Nationals introduced Paul Taboni as president of baseball operations today, saying, quote, "I want to build something that becomes the envy of all of sports." Playoff baseball going on right now. The Padres and the Cubs playing at Wrigley right now, and the Padres just turned a double play to finish the game and win game 2, 3-0. The Guardians beat the Tigers earlier today, 6-1 to force a game 3. Red Sox and Yankees getting underway in just a couple of moments. Reds and Dodgers tonight at 9 o'clock. This October only, score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thanks for making the show part of your day. We will take you up to 6:30 this evening, part of our 4.5-hour marathon on a very juicy and uplifting news day in DC sports. Sam Cosmi back at practice. 21-day window opens. Jaden Daniels is set to play on Sunday against the Chargers. Full participant in practice. The Nats have introduced their brand new president baseball operations, Paul Taboni, as well. Things are looking up. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kandori & Murad.
We love those guys. We think you will too. Go see them. Helping with estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, and more. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
All right, let's round out our power rankings. Top 5 teams in the NFL. We've gone 5 through 3, so we'll give you our top 2 teams right now. I've got in this order, number 1, the Buffalo Bills, who are 4-0, and I think Josh Allen should be the favorite to win the MVP award for a second straight season. And number 2, the Detroit Lions. I was skeptical of the Lions throughout the offseason, losing both coordinators, losing some starters. And then they got embarrassed in game number 1 by the Packers. And that week I'm going, okay, maybe it's over. Maybe the window closed. Maybe they're going to take a step back this year. Since then, they hung 52 on the Chicago Bears. They put a 38 spot up on the Ravens, and they beat the Cleveland Browns, just decimated them on a day where they started slow and didn't really have their A game, I didn't think, by 24 points, 34-10. So they're now bludgeoning teams. If you look at their point differential, it's one of the best in the conference. With those 3 straight wins, Detroit, number 2 on my list behind the Bills, who I think have been the best team with the most style points in the league so far this year.
Number 1 for me, Philadelphia Eagles. They have beaten 3 good teams and a division rival, and their overall numbers aren't anywhere near as impressive, but you said it, defending Super Bowl champs, and they're undefeated. They are trending down, if there is such a thing as an undefeated team that's trending down, but to me, they've, eventually luck runs out in some of those one-score games or blown some of the leads or whatever. Number 2 is the Bills. The only reason they're not number 1 is that they have the opposite effect. They've had the easiest schedule in the history of mankind so far. Turns out the Ravens aren't particularly good. We didn't know that on opening night. That's a quality win, but I think they have 2 wins combined on their schedule, and one of those was when the Dolphins, who they've beaten, beat the Jets, who they've beaten. Unimpressive to me. But the Bills are still number 2 because they're really good.
Those are our top 5 teams in the NFL. It sounds like Terry McLaurin's going to be out against the Chargers again, which is 2 straight weeks for Terry if he misses this one. He already was off to his slowest career start through 3 football games. He had never only caught 10 passes through 3 games, sitting at 149 yards over those 3 contests. And now you've missed 2 games. So he's going to, if he doesn't play against the Chargers, let's say he comes back from Monday night against the Bears, go into the 6th game of the season at the 10-catch mark, way behind his career norms. It's obvious that you can't pin all of this on his summer, but damn if it doesn't look bad. I mean, he doesn't come to camp. He doesn't do the off-season program, doesn't do any of the things to get ready for the season because he's holding out for his contract. Then he comes back literally with less than 2 weeks left before the start of the season. He has a couple of practices in full with the team and has now not put up the normal numbers that he does when he did play. And a guy that never got hurt is missing 2 games with an injury. Could he have gotten hurt if he did everything? Of course. This is a violent game. People get hurt all the time that don't hold out. But I think you also have to acknowledge, even if your team defending Terry or your team, how dare you question if this has anything to do with the summer. Hadn't happened before. Mm-hmm. This is the worst that it's ever been, is now he's 30 years old. And I don't have a causation necessarily, but 2 things happened. And if it's a coincidence, that's fine. It's a terrible look. You open the door for us to question it. And if you miss another game now, and who knows, it could be 3 games. It's going to look worse and worse and worse as this gets deeper into the year without you being Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, we did this the other night when you were out hosting the Ripken event. Are you worried about his season? He's now on track for his worst year as a pro. Again, this is kind of was the team's point. Not necessarily you predicted a quad injury or core injury or whatever it was, but a 30-year-old, the sample is not kind. The numbers aren't, there are always exceptions. There are guys that are on the bad side of 30 that have put up unbelievable years. But for the most part, it's almost like the clock striking midnight for Cinderella, dude. You know, it's turning back into a pumpkin. And we are now on track for his worst year as a pro when we went through all the song and dance of the offseason. Again, it may not be fair at all. It's entirely possible that injury, as you said, happened on a bang-bang play where he's diving for the end zone. Should have been credited with a touchdown, by the way. I think he got robbed in that regard. But a defender there, nipping at his heels, makes a tackle. That injury happens if you did everything possible in the offseason or did nothing. Maybe. I have no idea. I know this. Worst year he's ever had when he wanted more than DK Metcalf. When his agent was going through all the different machinations, leaking things out every other day, 6 ways from Sunday, about how intractable the team was being and how awful it was. We went through all that for basically a 1-year extension, a super team-friendly deal. And he's having the worst year of his career. So, yeah, whatever conclusion you like to draw from that, that's the given, that's the information.
And it's easy to just say, well, he could have got hurt anyway. Yeah, no kidding, of course. But this is what he did, and a guy who had never gotten hurt to this extent now has. And oh, by the way, there were 3 games where he played before this where he was not the focal point of the offense, Deebo Samuel was. Do they think Deebo's a better player? Possibly. They certainly involve him more. They certainly prioritize him in the offense when they're both on the field. That goes back to the limited time when they were both on the practice field. That goes back to really from day one. You know, the preseason game where Deebo's out there, the first play of the 4 they ran as a first-team offense, it was literally an end around to Deebo Samuel for a first down. That was the first real play that was called by Cliff Kingsbury in August. So they're telling you with their actions who they think their guy is. Is some of that just that he hasn't been around? That you were out of sight, out of mind, and we brought in Deebo, and he had a great offseason and a great summer and a great preseason, so he's kind of supplanted you as the dude in the offense? I don't know. I do know that it sounds like, unless McLaurin practices in full tomorrow, we're trending toward a second straight game where he wouldn't play, though. And I don't know that anyone really has any idea about his injury. In fact, we were asking one of the beat reporters earlier today on the show about the timeline, and he's like, it's very vague. They've been non-committal. They're not saying much. It's a lot like the Jaden Daniels injury with kind of less leaks, if that makes sense. Like there's less information trickling out. We know that he got several opinions. Somebody says it's a hip. Somebody says it's a groin. Somebody says it's a core injury. There's all kinds of different conflicting reports on what happened. I know that when you get a bunch of different opinions, there's clearly something going on, and now you're not practicing the next week, so it feels like at least a 2-week injury for a guy who was off to a slow start and trying to play catch-up.
I think that's
you behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, I mean, now again, he has started off slow a lot of times in his career. The last couple of years, especially, that has happened. You and me usually in the end of September going, how could name that offensive coordinator not be giving them the ball more? Now, we didn't do it as much last year because the offense was good, and minus the Tampa game, they were rolling, and by week 3, he had his 100 yards and a touchdown, clutch catch against Cincinnati to win it, and the rest is history. He goes on to a career year, especially touchdown-wise. But we've done that before with Scott Turner and named that Jag offensive coordinator. So he's gotten off to slow starts previously. But to me, again, what I keep coming back to is you set yourself up where you're almost guaranteed a slow start. When Michael Phillips gave that information on the Blitz a few weeks ago, whenever it was, that McLaurin and Jaden Daniels had 2 practices together before the season started. I will come back to that 1,000,000,001 times when we talk about his year.
I still don't know if that number's correct. How could that have been right? He came back 13 days out, and there were a bunch of practices.
So when it's like, I think
was he saying like full?
I think that was it. Yeah.
Or something?
So however that worked, whether it was this walkthrough or that, because they had time off because the camp ended and there was no inter squad
or whatever. I don't get the math on that, but that's irrelevant.
Yeah, it was whatever it was. But the point is, it's so precious few that even Montana and Rice probably needed a couple of weeks, even after a decade together. The 2 of the greatest to ever do it.
Brady and Moss probably had to practice.
Probably needed some time. And here he is, going through all of this stuff and all of the whatever we want to call it, whatever the verb that's acceptable. I know people get mad when they're like, he's standing up for himself. He certainly was for a very, very long time. Then his actions became a detriment, right? And how big of a detriment, I think, is up for debate. But you set yourself up for a slow start as it was, and now you add the injury.
Yeah, I just hope that if he can't get on the field this week, he's back for the Chicago game, because that's a team they should be able to move the ball on and really start, I think, putting up some offensive totals. Not that they haven't been good already. They're ranked in the top 10 in a lot of categories, but that's the next game on the schedule, 2 out from now, because the Chargers are a very good defense this week. Where I actually think it could be a get fat Oprah Winfrey game where everybody gets to have one. And if Terry's back for that, maybe you can run 65 plays or something, and he gets 7-8 targets, and he makes 6 catches for 65 yards and scores. And now at least it feels like you're back on track. That's kind of the next time I think Jaden's going to play at that elite 2024 level, and I'm hoping Terry's out there to be a beneficiary of that. All right, I've got a hypothetical for you, Danny.
Okay.
I want to give credit where it's due. So I saw one of these Instagram or TikTok type reels, something online, that was asking this hypothetical question, I believe to Jason Kelsey. Okay, he was the guy that was answering this question. And when you first hear it, you're like, wow, that sounds really weird. But it was actually kind of funny the way he answered it. So I want to give you my answers, then I want yours. So the question that was posed to him was, if you could have unlimited liquids that come out of each of your 5 fingers. So you get 5
so
different...
So it's your own soda fountain like it's a superpower. Yeah, I get
it. You get 5 liquids
I get it, yeah.
that come out of your fingertips for the rest of your life. What 5 liquids would you choose to come out of each fingertip forever for the rest of your life? So I've thought a lot about this the last 2 nights to bring this up on the show and to talk about this. So number 1 for me would be Coke Zero. I don't care. I'll give that one the pinky, okay? Coke Zero is going to be the pinky. I want just like a soda gun all the time to put on ice, watching football. I never have to go to the store again. Never have to, when I get to a restaurant, pay $3.50 or $4. Think about the money I'm saving.
Oh, yeah.
So I just say, can I get a glass of ice for free? They put a glass of ice down on the bar. I put my pinky right there, and the Coke Zero spews out and right into the drink. So my first finger, I'm going to use Coke Zero on that, okay? Second, I'm going to go with gasoline. This will not be to drink.
I get what you're saying. That's
this
smart.
Will be to save me thousands and thousands of dollars. I will give that the right ring finger. Is it my right hand or my left hand do we want to use for this? I'll go right. Right ring finger.
It's your magic hand. Use what you want.
Now, it's going to be awkward because I got to put it right there in the gasoline hole of the car. But I'm going to be able to fill up my car whenever. Anybody else need gasoline? Dad, you want some gas? Come on over.
Gas.
I got my ring finger ready to go. Toby, you got a Prius. You don't need gas. You got an electric vehicle. But I will put gas in vehicles with my finger. So that's going to be the ring finger. It gets a lot harder after that because I don't drink water very often. But I figure there's always a need for water. And there's just too many places in the world where they love clean water and they want water. I think I got to go with water. So you don't know,
you need to survive.
When is the power out? When is
so
this?
Important.
When is that?
Yeah.
There might even be a time where I'm about to faint because I'm cutting the grass or something. And I don't know, the walls are caving in and I'm getting foggy. So I'm going to put water out of the middle finger. Does that work for you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So now I've got 2 fingers left. I've used Coke Zero, water, and gasoline. I'm going to go with whole milk. And my reasoning there is I have so many kids at home.
Yeah, I see what you're doing there.
We go through an astronomical amount of milk. Even if you don't have kids. I would imagine, Dad, when you go to the grocery store, do you always have to I got to get milk just because you use it for cooking or anything?
Exactly. It's required in so many things that you cook. So got to have milk.
And it doesn't cost a ton, but In this economy,
When you add it up,
it probably costs $19 a jug or something like that. So I'm going to put milk in my pointer finger, okay? And that way, we're saving money. Kids are going to need, we're making cookies. I'll just shoot it right into the cookies, right? Ryan's walking back in the middle of a really weird conversation right now, by the way. So milk will be shot out of my pointer finger forever, okay? That got him. He just walked right back into the room in the middle of this. All right, and then finally, so my fifth finger, what am I going to use? I've got the pointer finger as milk. I've got the middle finger as water. I've got the pinky as Coke Zero. I've got gasoline out of the ring finger. I think I'm going to go with yellow lemonade as my final finger. I don't have another drink that I really want. I couldn't think of anything very good. You might come up with something that I didn't think of that's better, but I wanted a little change of pace so I don't just have water and Coke on the menu. So I'm going to go with lemonade, which my kids all like, which I like. Nice summer day. You ever just eaten peanuts or goldfish with lemonade? I think that could be really good. That'll be out of the thumb. So my 5 liquids for my 5 fingers: whole milk, water, Coke Zero, gasoline, and lemonade. What about Danny Rouillet?
Really good, first of all. Number 1, out of my thumb, Kona coffee. This is coffee from the Kona region of the Big Island in Hawaii. It's my favorite coffee on the planet. It's really expensive. No, not anymore. It's coming out of my thumb.
Can you just give me a ballpark on it? If you were to go into a store and get a cup, what are we talking about?
Oh, get a cup? I mean, it's a cup of coffee somewhere is like $6. Now it's not ridiculous.
Is that more expensive or is that normal?
That's going to be more expensive. Okay. But like if you're buying a bag of it because it's got to ship from there and it's a pain in the butt,
so it's like hard to get.
$20 thing. Yeah, you can get it, but you got to really want it.
I love that for you. I don't drink coffee, so it wasn't a consideration.
I do, super easy.
You might have a couple coffees on those fingers.
Number 2, your pal's getting some iced tea. We're going some iced tea out of the pointer finger. It's pointing right at the cup and it's going. I'm filling up that iced tea.
Every time you need a drink, you just
every
fill it up
time
with
I need
tea.
it. So it's my alternative. Number 3, water. You said it needed to survive. I need it all the time. Having to get up and go back up to the fridge, no matter where I am, and the floorboards creak and stuff. I'd rather not do that. I want to just shoot ice cold water into a glass for me. I thought I'd be really inventive and have an answer that you wouldn't come up with, but you already kind of did. You already did, actually. Not even kind of did. You did. But for me, it's almond milk. I can't drink regular milk. It's like having a ninja star in my stomach where it bounces around and just rips me apart. So we use almond milk. We use a ton of almond milk. And you want to talk about price. A little thing of almond milk's like, which of your children would you like to give up? Or do you want to pay all of it, all the money? And it's the worst.
When I first heard almond milk, I wanted to get mad about that. But basically, you're saying it's just your version of milk.
That's what we use, yeah.
It's the only thing you can
So
drink.
our kids don't. I mean, our kids don't drink any milk at all. The is doing
What do
like
you
formula
use
type
milk
stuff.
for, then?
Our Co-Pair cereals, the baking
cereal
stuff,
guy.
everything. Yeah, because you don't understand how cereal works.
Yeah.
So the last thing from this is my pinky. This was a hard one for me because I'm tempted to have things that are not good for me, and if I have them, then I'm going to start taking things that are not good for me. Like this could be a Coca-Cola Classic, easy for me to say. This could be a milkshake. This could be something that's so delicious will make me so happy.
Does that count?
I don't
guess
know.
It's a liquid.
I mean, you put gasoline in one. You know what I mean? Like I think it's pretty smart.
Gasoline's a liquid.
Sure is.
Milkshake could be a liquid.
Yeah, I got smoothies that I love so much.
Yeah.
I thought about a lot of different things. I love Gatorade so much.
Gatorade?
I'm a Gatorade guy.
Gatorade?
I'm a Gatorade guy. Now, what I had to do, instead of saying what I wanted to say, which is the old citrus cooler flavor, which is if orange and lemon lime had a seedy motel together in about an hour to do something, they would conduct business and like, look, 9 months later, here's citrus cooler. That's terrible for me. It's too much sugar, too many carbs. I'm cutting those things. I'm a Co-Pair guy. I'm down. I'm down where I want to be. I went to G2. It's some of the new flavors of Gatorade, still some of the classics, but it's a lot less sugar, lower carb. I do that reluctantly, knowing that I'll be able to quench my thirst.
So you're going tea, water, coffee, almond milk, and Gatorade. Neither of us went alcohol. I thought about an old fashioned out of one of my fingers.
Or you could like charge people money where it's like, do you want a beer?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you just did 5 drinks, you could
you want
just
a finger
walk
beer?
around. Although here's what's weird. If you walk up to a guy at a bar, you're like, you want a finger beer? He's like, what? And then you just start shooting beer into a cup. He's not going to drink that.
No.
Out of your face.
But he'd be like, I'll punch your face.
You going to get any money out of that?
No.
I thought about old fashioned. I didn't know if I could do that because it's quite literally a cocktail with a bunch of things that need to be involved.
Oh, yeah.
But it is a liquid. That was a consideration. But I also think that's a bad thing to just at my disposal at all times just have
the temptation is right there.
An alcoholic beverage that's just ready to be dispensed from
Here's my old-fashioned pinky.
So, Darius, what did we miss? I'm guessing you're going to have that weird Taco Bell thing that you always talk about.
The refreshers,
or whatever they're called?
That would be the Taco Bell Freeze. Yankees just hit home run. A Taco Bell Freeze by Mountain Dew. Yes, I would definitely have that on one of my fingers. I think you should always have some kind of like frozen slushy drink because they're just delicious and wonderful and bring joyous to your life.
That's a good choice.
Yeah. I thought you guys would have more soda options. I guess I know you're a Coke Zero guy. I thought you'd have another one at least.
Well, listen up. Copair Paulson just isn't allowed.
That's true. Yeah.
So
I had to quit it, man.
In a non-Copair world, we're going Coca-Cola Classic. We're going Mountain Dew. We could just have 5 fingers of 5 sodas. But I had to go Coke Zero and just run away and not look back.
Yeah, and then no juice options either. No orange juice, no grape juice, fruit punch, anything like that. Nothing.
Yeah, I don't think I've had juice in years.
Yeah, I'm an adult, so I
I'm
don't
not a
really do
child.
that.
I mean, it's just delicious beverages. That's all it is.
No, I did. There was a time, actually, seriously, when I used to drink a lot of juice, and then I would eat my booger right after, and they tasted great together.
Oh, okay.
And your third grade teacher was like, "We don't put that in our mouth." Remember that?
I remember when, and then I was like, "What cartoon is on, Mom?" So then I stopped with the whole thing. Yeah. Clary, did we forget anything? What are you putting on your fingers here that we didn't?
I mean, as a 25-year-old, I think I would throw Miller Lite as my pinky, as my 5th option. I'm a regular Coke kind of guy. I'd throw regular Coke in there. I'd do water as well. You guys hit that, but honestly, I think you guys kind of got the right choices. I'm not a big milk guy. I do like G2. G2 is a great option for if you're on a diet or whatever. So I think G2 is another great option by Danny.
Is nobody else going gasoline? I think that's a silly play.
I would do gas. Yeah,
the
I would do
amount of money that you're saving. Now, Toki, you're a Prius guy, so you may not need the gasoline.
Yeah, I'll pass on the gas because I have enough.
Did you just pass gas, buddy? Is that what you said?
I'll pass on the gas because I have
in the
a
words
Prius.
of my son, did Toby just toot?
Yeah.
Did you futz, buddy?
I want to throw a flag on Danny. G2 is great, but Cool Blue Gatorade is the greatest Gatorade of all time.
It's a
So
good
we got to
Gatorade.
go with
Wow.
Cool Blue Gatorade. And the best soda in the world, this is Wisconsin Tobe speaking, Culver's Root Beer.
Nobody
Delicious.
went root beer?
Delicious.
Toby, good call. Nobody went root beer.
I can't have that.
I know, I can't.
I'm
either.
tempted.
But
Again,
Darius
that
can have it.
That'd be one of my
option.
IBC root beer would be one of my 5 fingers.
Not a big root beer guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I second
Not really.
that.
No.
All right.
It's kind of nubs.
That's really disappointing to learn for both of you. Disappointed in both of you. Not mad.
Rather have Dr. Pepper.
There's a
disappointed.
thing you always talk about that you haven't mentioned, Darius. The drink that you always have.
Baja Blast.
Baja, is that the thing you were talking about?
The frozen version of it, yes.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, same thing. Just a frozen slushy
I
version.
feel like I talk about like James Wood a lot. You do that with Baja Blast.
Yeah. Baja Blast is just a phenomenal drink.
I just
that
want to make sure
should
you're
be sold
shooting that
everywhere.
out of one of your fingers.
I would, yeah, absolutely, 100%.
What's the drink you always get from Tropical Smoothie Cafe when you have those little wraps?
So I usually get I customize the strawberry banana.
Yeah.
And I remove the banana and substitute it for cranberry. So it's strawberry cranberry.
Danny's going to be very upset that you got something you like that you had to audible off.
Yeah,
You shouldn't order. You shouldn't. Do
Yeah,
that.
I know you don't like customizations, but yeah.
Just-
Banana doesn't belong with strawberry, but cranberry does.
It belongs. It's a time honored. What are we talking about?
Danny doesn't like when people are paying a bunch of money for something, so they get it the way they like it. Just to be clear.
And I want to be double down and make sure that, like, sometimes you say something, it's like, dude,
Yeah.
that's not fair. That's miscategorizing. Why can't I talk? That's exactly correct.
It's been a tough few minutes for you.
I don't know
on
what's
that.
going on. I said Coca-Cola Classic. My name's Ryan. I don't know what's going on there.
Wait, why does Ryan
I don't know.
shrapnel
He's
there?
just minding his business.
What the heck did I
Sorry.
do?
And I'm upset because
you're texting my mom. She's like, coffee is a great choice, and Danny just throws me under the
Yeah,
bus.
it was the root beer
Literally.
thing
My
that
mom's
set me off.
listening.
He's talking to his mom.
I'm
By
sorry.
the way, his mom heard.
Heidi,
Apologize
I'm
to
sorry. Mrs. Clary, I am sorry. That was my fault.
Apologize to his mom again.
Mrs. Clary, this is Ryan. I mean, Danny.
That's her sweet baby.
It's my fault. I shouldn't have said that.
I'm going to make him feel even worse now because you know what? My mom is trying to get refunds for a show that she thought Danny was doing that she bought tickets for.
Wait, what happened?
She saw a post.
Now, respectfully, that's not my mistake.
That's not your mistake. That's my
Did
mom
Danny
on Facebook.
agree to the show and pull
no,
out?
No,
Like
no, he did not.
Country star in
He
North
did not.
Carolina?
He
No.
did not. But she bought tickets to a show that she saw that like Danny followed this one website and she's like, Danny's gonna perform that night. And I'm like, I don't really see that. And she's like, well, I bought tickets. And I'm like, hey, are you performing
I
this
think
night?
you owe Mrs. Clary money.
I again on this one, she's such a sweet lady. I do not.
You do.
I don't. I had
If
no.
not for you, she wouldn't have done it.
I had no affiliation with this place. I have no idea what it was. And Ryan actually texted me that. Where are you at on October 15th? I'm actually doing a show with the DC Improv at Lincoln's Cottage. And I was like, I'm there. Is that what you're talking about? She's like, no. Like there's some venue somewhere that I guess I had liked at one point on Facebook, and she thought that meant I was performing there that night, and they bought tickets, which is very sweet, and I appreciate that, but I have nothing to do with it.
Sounds to me like you owe Mrs. Clary money.
I owe her an apology.
Yes. You want to do that one more time?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Clary.
Yeah. Hit the headlines here on the way out. A.J. Brown says his vague post about maybe not belonging, wasn't about the Eagles at all.
Oh, is that right?
The only thing worse than being just a pain in the ass all the time is when you do vague enough things that you can pretend like it's not about anything. Like, stop subtweeting people. Just say what you want to say.
Or hear me out. For years, do a Bradley Beal, emoji.
Is
that better?
Emoji. But don't do like oh, my bad. I wasn't saying that. Yeah, you were. Ravens, Lamar Jackson, no real injury update. They're very mum on his status. Doesn't sound very good, though. Certainly not for this weekend anyway. They're in trouble, man. Could fall to 1-4 this weekend without Lamar Jackson.
They're in trouble, as you said. It's not just him. Everybody else is hurt, too.
And Dylan Gabriel will get the nod for the Cleveland Browns. Joe Flacco's been benched, so Shedeur Sanders, a possibility. Maybe, just maybe. There's a gleam, man. He could play this football season. Although the funny thing is, speaking of the Ravens, he told them he didn't want to go there because he wanted to go somewhere where he could play. And if he was there, he might be the backup. And now Lamar's out, and he might be starting this week.
Isn't that fun?
The world, man.
Isn't that fun?
It spins in wild ways. For Darius and Taboni and Toby. Taboni and Toby.
Taboni and Tobes.
You guys should do a podcast. Call it Locked on Nats.
Tobes and Tony.
And Danny. I'm Grant saying so long.
There.
Thanks for listening. Overtime's next.
Thank you for coming.